Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb online, and today I wanna continue the story What If Naruto Was Trained by Fem Kurama Part 2. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
The day following Anko's training. The Hokage office. The third Hokage in the center of village government decided to take a short break from his never-ending paperwork review and light up his favorite pipe. He leaned back in his chair and gazed out the window at his village, feeling a wave of fatigue sweep over him. How I wish Naruto would become Hokage as soon as possible and take this stone off my shoulders. Alas, these time-worn bones are scarcely the bastion for youth's ascension. Hiruzen unlocked his desk locker and removed the well-known crystal ball. Holding it in front of him, he summoned the chakra of Naruto by using Crystal Ball no Jutsu. Soon after, a picture of Training Ground 3 with Naruto standing on the water's surface, his eyes closed, and a leaf on his forehead appeared on the crystal. The Hokage wondered, has Kakashi already taught the lad water walking? Smirking, Naruto opened his eyes. The leaf broke free from his forehead and started to spin away from him. In a matter of moments, he used his chakra to propel the leaf a good hand's length ahead. He lifted his hand to the leaf, grasped it with his chakra, and twisted it in a clockwise motion across his palm. With a laugh, Naruto infused the leaf with more chakra, causing the poor thing to become atomized. Leaning towards the water, he stood at a low angle, gazing forward. In an instant, he vanished from his location on the river, causing a tall wave of water to follow behind him. He materialized 10 feet away from the river, stuttering to a stop in front of a tree and tumbling onto his posterior. Oops, it's still hard to control. The Hokage let out a puff of smoke as he scratched his beard. Certainly, Kakashi approaches his duties as Jonin Sensei with remarkable zeal. Body flicker no jutsu so early after graduating from the academy, but why doesn't he use hand seals? As the original began to run around the training ground, Naruto got up and created 1,000 clones. The clones instantly began practicing hand seals, taijutsu, shuriken jutsu, and chakra control. Several clones started attempting the body flicker, and amazingly, they managed to do so without falling or hitting any trees. Following some time spent observing through the crystal ball no jutsu, Hokage sighed in resignation, switched off the jutsu, and went back to his work. I'll have to discuss Team 7's training approach with Kakashi. It was growing dusk on Training Ground 3. An exhausted Naruto exclaimed, "We're done for the day." His clothes were stained and torn in several places, bearing witness to the hard work of the day. At his gesture, the clone army instantly dissipated in smoke, their experiences from today seeping into the Naruto. Whoa, murmuring as a brief dizziness threatened to topple him, Naruto barely avoided falling to the ground by clinging to a tree branch. Still with a slight headache, he quickly regained composure and said, "That's strange. Am I overtired?" before leaving for home. Konoha streets. Naruto strolled slowly in the direction of his house, hands casually folded at the back of his head, watching the people and houses that make up Konoha's street scene. That's when he saw a white puppy sitting atop the boy's head, his cheeks adorned with red Inuzuka clan fang markings. Akamaru, Kiba, gave a broad smile to Naruto's face. He greeted Sensei Kurenai and his other former classmates, Shino and Hinata, upon spotting them. "Shino, Hinata-chan, Kurenai-sensei, great to see you guys." Kiba smiled back, saying, "Hey Naruto, what's up? We just finished our teen training." Kurenai gave him a smile and a nod. Hinata just blushed and began her endearing finger tap routine, while Shino likewise nodded his head in quiet acknowledgement. With narrowed eyes, Naruto indicated his clothing. He looked at Kurenai, who had that lovely smile on her face. "I train on my own. I'm slowly running out of cool jackets and pants, and I can't buy new ones. Seems my lucky streak had me earning dango duty for a 5 ladies, and now I'm broke," he said. And Hinata, quivering beneath his intense stare. "The price of popularity, I guess." Actually, Kiba winces. Poor bastard. Kurenai said, "You can come out for a team dinner? This one's on me." Naruto replied, "Sure, would be nice," and the two of them made their way to the restaurant Kurenai had suggested. After 20 minutes, he asked Kurenai, who was hiding her lovely smile behind her hand, "Kakashi-sensei is super lazy. The next meeting of our team is only after tomorrow. By the way, he has already been more than 2 hours late for team meetings. Twice. Does professional procrastinator go on the medical chart?" Her shoulders were clearly shaking. In between mouthfuls of his meal, Kiba questioned, "So what kind of self-training? How in the ninja world did you manage to thread during your solo training session?" Naruto grinned and said, "Hey, that's my new super strong jutsu. I'm sure I'd easily kick your ass now." Kiba was too busy staring at his plate to do anything more than yawn in boredom. "New jutsu, huh? Hey, what's up with that tone?" With a hint of sarcasm, he said, "Your last new technique, what was it called?" "Oh yeah, sexy jutsu. So unique it's nearly unforgettable." Fighting the heat in his cheeks, he continued, "Not to roast it or anything, but it kind of backfired on you hardcore, didn't it?" Kurenai asked in a flat voice, "Would you enlighten me about the nature of this jutsu of yours?" And Naruto felt her sharp gaze weigh heavily on him. It's a secret technique. Between us ninjas, some things are best kept under wraps, you know?" Naruto stammered as he started to sweat profusely. The technique turns him into a feminine and naked version of himself. He tried to use it when we were fighting at the academy, but Uruka-sensei stopped the fight and then spent hours reprimanding Naruto about how indecent it was. Kiba spilled the beans with no qualms. With no other option, Naruto made an effort to at least defend his creation. He turned to Hinata and Shino, desperate for support, and said, "We're ninjas. For us, there is no such thing as dirty play. Sexy jutsu works perfectly on perverts, no matter what gender they are. Don't you think so, team?" Shino turned to face Naruto composed. "I agree. Why? Because his logic's got the shuriken's edge. Targeting weak spots Academy's Warfare 101. This technique can lead to an open point in the defense of the enemy, which can be crucial in the confrontation." Shino had undoubtedly narrated quite the story, as Kiba and Naruto stared at him in disbelief. Nervously, Hinata's gaze darted from Kurenai to Shino and then settled on Naruto. "Although it's a little obscene," she stumbled, her eyes shyly examining the ground, "I also think that this tea technique can come in handy." Naruto's face broke into tears. He thanked Shino and Hinata by falling to his knees in front of them. "You guys are the MVPs. Kiba Baka immediately snitched on me, but you've got my back," he said. Naruto leaped forward and threw himself at them, hugging them. Shino bounded away from him right away, but Hinata was caught off guard and ended up in a bear hug with Naruto. When Hinata saw that Naruto was hugging her, her circuits blew, causing her to fall into unconsciousness. She went limp in Naruto's arms, and he gently lowered her to the ground. He blurted out in panic, "Hinata-chan, speak to me." Kiba made a fist on the table and laughed. Kurenai sighed, forcing a twitchy smile. Shino, well, he most likely included an expression there. Hinata started to wake up when Naruto attempted to give her a gentle cheek slap. Her eyes snapped open, revealing his eager mug just inches away. With a booming eep, she was only saved from smashing into the table by Kurenai's fast reflexes as she bounced off Naruto. With a worried expression, Naruto raised his hands and said, "Are you okay? I'm sorry." "She's fine. Let's tone the drama down and finish dinner, shall we?" replied Kurenai. Hinata gave a quick nod of agreement. "Alright, so where's Anko-sensei? She said I could bother her for fitness advice." Naruto sat back in his chair with a totally casual demeanor, then resumed eating his sushi. Kurenai bit into her takawasa and sipped her sake with grace. "She's on a mission right now, but I can give you her address. I don't think she will be in the village for a little more than 2 weeks." "Thanks." Kiba is sitting at the table with his hands on his stomach, having finished his portion of sushi. Who is this Anko-sensei? She's kind of my unofficial ninja arts instructor. She taught me tree climbing and water walking. Don't know much about her. Kurenai sent Naruto a sour milk-like stink eye, saying, I think you know about her plenty. With the way you spied on her in hot springs. Pervy brat. With a loud thunk, Naruto slammed his head against the table. I've already apologized hundreds of times. It was a tough day. Though Hinata's muttering was hardly audible, Naruto could hear her. 100 times is not enough. He raised his gaze to meet Hinata's, who turned into a ripe tomato in an instant and dipped her head again. Did I misheard? Kiba added, How about joining us for training? If you don't have training with the team and no missions, why not? Naruto turned his inquiring gaze to Kurenai and noticed the subtle yet noticeable flush that sake consumption had left on her cheeks. Is this normal? If Kakashi gives it the thumbs up, there shouldn't be any problems. We train on the training field 4. Come anytime. If we're there breaking a sweat, you can join. Naruto exclaimed, Great, I'll be there, count on it. After the meal was finished, Team 8 said goodbye to Naruto. Kiba turned to smile mischievously at Hinata. Feeling excited? It looks like you'll be able to see your Naruto-kun more often. Care to toss me a thank you? Hinata's face turned a fiery red, her eyes like saucers. Her head seemed to erupt in smoke like a volcano. IWW what? No, no, no. Kiba erupted into fits of laughter at the poor girl's stutter. Kurenai shot him a look of rebuke. Kiba, don't tease Hinata. Just 1 month after the D-rank shenanigans involving Team 7's rookies. Training Ground 3, the typical mimosa field, if you will. Enter Naruto, who with his characteristic orange could blind a bat in the daylight and end the endless round of hypothetical questions about Sasuke and Sakura's Uchiha. Naruto said, Hey teammates, hello. With a nod, Sasuke turned to face Naruto, and Sakura said, hello. That was likely the most unexpected thing that had happened to Team 7 in the brief time it had existed. Stepping into the clearing was Kakashi, punctual. Sakura and Naruto inquired right away, I thought it wasn't going to rain today. Even Sasuke attempted to negate the genjutsu before raising his gaze to the heavens in search of storm clouds. His arrival at the perfect moment could have triggered tsunami alerts across elemental nations and possibly even warn alternate universes of temporal imbalance. It was that unexpected. Ignoring their shocked expressions, Kakashi greeted them with a cheerful, "Good morning, team." With animated wisdom fit for a mentor, Kakashi claimed a nearby wooden pole and peered at the 3 genins. Ladies, gentlemen, on the day's roster is a taijutsu spar. Keep the mini lightning blades at bay. Weapons and ninjutsu are prohibited. It's Cherry Blossom Sakura paired against Resolute Gloom Sasuke. At these words, Sakura became somewhat pale. If you're ready, let's get started. Leaping onto the pillar to Kakashi's right, Naruto took a seat and turned to face his allies. Sakura was clearly nervous as Sasuke stood in front of her, wearing a serious expression. Kakashi gave her a kind of pep talk, saying, "Relax, Sakura, it's just sparring. Sasuke won't hurt you seriously. Use this as a chance to evolve." She turned her gaze back from Kakashi to Sasuke and saw him nod toward her. Naruto exclaimed, taking advantage of the situation, "Crush him, Sakura. Pretend that he's the world-class peep tactician at them steamy hot springs." Sakura nodded, acknowledging the moment with a quiet smile. Kakashi declared the start of the duel with a fixed gaze. "Ready, steady, go." Sakura opened the match by positioning herself defensively, and Sasuke soon followed suit with an aggressive approach. He threw 2 quick punches at Sakura's stomach, which she skillfully sidestepped. He tried to floor her with a sweeping leg kick that followed. Sakura bounded backwards, her eyes widening as Sasuke charged forward at double speed, aiming a penetrating blow for her stomach. Although the force caused her to wince, she was still able to parry. Unrelenting, Sasuke delivered another blow to her. She avoided him by a hair's breadth before attempting to stab Sasuke in the chest with her fist. Sasuke, however, sidestepped her fist with ease, cleaving through air alone. Sasuke grabbed Sakura's arm and managed to twist it behind her back with lightning-fast reflexes. With a quick motion, he grounded her with a firm but non-damaging hold. Kakashi's voice boomed, "Stop!" Sakura looked up at Sasuke, her eyes sparkling with adoration, and he released her arm, reaching out a hand to help her up. Kakashi gave them praise, saying, "Good fight, Sakura, Sasuke." "Sakura, sit down and rest. You've earned it. Naruto, you're up." Giddy with anticipation, Naruto leapt down from his spectator position and met Sasuke head-on, grinning and firmly locking eyes. His hand was folded into the seal of reconciliation. Sasuke answered quietly, folding the seal and assuming his fighting stance, hoping for a fair challenge. A smile played on Kakashi's lips as he started the countdown to the spar. Ready, steady, go. Being the first to move, Naruto closed the gap with Sasuke fast in an attempt to gain the upper hand. Sasuke reacted quickly and took up a strong defensive stance, deflecting and absorbing the barrage of fists that Naruto threw at him. Sasuke attempted a countermove, but he was barely able to avoid a particularly fast blow, tumbling back as he adjusted his stance. With his relentless attack going full force and no break, Naruto's smile grew wider, and he made sure Sasuke never had a chance to switch from defense to attack. Sakura watched with wide eyes, amazed at their rapid pace, which was noticeably faster than when Sasuke faced her. As she watched in awe, she thought, "They're like lightning." She saw Naruto take Sasuke by surprise with a cutting jab to the ribs. But Naruto recovered quickly, sprang aside to block any counterattack from Sasuke, who decided to change direction and go after him. As he hit the ground, Naruto deflected his circular kick and used his hand to grab the leg that was attacking. Without pausing, Sasuke attempted to strike him in the head, but the blow was again blocked and seized. He tried to strike him in the head right away by lifting his free leg. Keeping Sasuke's limbs intact, Naruto used both hands to deflect the punch. With deft maneuvering, he pinched down Sasuke's flailing limbs and attempted a daring countermove, sending him plummeting toward the ground with his knee bending forward in preparation. With his last line of defense against Naruto's impending knee strike, Sasuke's eyes grew wide. Sasuke's attempt to slow Naruto's momentum was hardly noticeable. With a forceful blow, Sasuke's nose was painfully scraped by the back of his hand, which almost broke. Sasuke twisted out of Naruto's grasp and used his feet as leverage to vault back, stepping back a few feet. There was a brief pause as they caught sight of each other, with Naruto grinning with assurance and Sasuke's eyes cool and assessing. With a constant smirk, Naruto teased, "Ready for more?" He charged at Sasuke once more, raising his fist to deliver a forceful blow. Just as Sasuke was about to block with his fist, he noticed the momentum change in favor of a leg sweep. His hard exterior gave way to a smile as he adjusted, squaring up to block the blow. His vision became blurry, turning Naruto's motion into a vortex of orange and yellow hues, and that smile vanished from his face. Sasuke's eyes widened as he spun to trace the swirling motion and noticed a fist hovering just inches from his features. "I believe that's sufficient," Kakashi said in a tone rife with boredom. Putting his hand on Naruto's wrist at the right moment, he stopped their sparring, saying, "I've seen enough. There's no merit in escalating it to further injury." Kakashi gave Naruto a thoughtful glance and said, "So this is what you've achieved in a single month." The Hokage's foresight never fails to impress. With a silent vow to end the fight, Naruto nodded his head in Kakashi's direction and unclenched his fist. Kakashi, in response, loosened his posture and walked back to take his place among the wooden pillars. Naruto glanced at his team and couldn't help but smile at their shocked expressions. Sakura's mouth was hanging open in shock as Sasuke and Sakura gaped, their eyes wide with surprise. Kakashi's eye wrinkled into a sort of smile and said, Nice moves, mini ninjas. I think you'll be ripe for your first C-ranked quest soon. Naruto broke into a strange little triumphant dance, his whole face lit up with a grin. Kakashi mused, assuming a contemplative stance as he considered the mysteries of the shinobi universe. I have to admit, I'm pleasantly surprised by the speed of your development as a ninja. Might just have to dangle a tasty carrot to keep the ninja flames burning bright. With a burst of energy, Naruto rushed towards Kakashi and thrust his happy cup in his face. "Gift," he exclaimed loudly. Pressing a hand to Naruto's mug, Kakashi moved it out of his personal space with ninja calm. Kakashi casually said, "You can say so. How about a little ninjutsu?" Stars and sparks began to practically shoot from Naruto's eyes. Not far behind were Sakura and Sasuke, their eyes wide and filled with, "No way," Sakura asked. "En ninjutsu?" Under his mask, Kakashi grinned. "Or genjutsu, perhaps. I will teach each of you the technique, and you will teach each other." "How is that?" Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto exchanged a look that made them all smile broadly. While Sakura and Sasuke simply nodded their heads in defiant coolness, Naruto exclaimed, "That's sick." "Well, let's get started then. Sakura, you're up for Meijin, Hell Viewing no Jutsu. Solid genjutsu for a rookie ninja, and with your fancy handiwork with chakra, you'll nail it. But you gotta pump up your chakra level," advised Kakashi with a smile. Sakura grinned, ready to pick up new techniques. After waiting for a nod from Sasuke, Kakashi said, "Up steps Sasuke, he's set for Daten, Headhunter no Jutsu, a solid choice for genin to restrain adversaries." Next, Naruto. "You'll master the body flicker no jutsu. Essential for swift maneuvers, can blur with almost untracked." Naruto cut him off, saying, "Wait, I already know this technique." "Oh, have you now?" Naruto folded his hands into a tiger seal and vanished into a whirlpool of leaves, appearing behind Kakashi. "Yep, caught onto it by pumping chakra into my legs for speed boosts. Trained up with Team 8 several times, and Kurenai-sensei showed me how it's done and hand seals for it. Although it works fine even without 'em. Anyway, check it out." Sakura and Sasuke cover their eyes from Naruto's blinding megawatt smile as he says, "Well, aren't you great? I planned a peer teaching session with those 3 jutsu, but sure, you ace it and I gotta upgrade your homework." Futon, great breakthrough. I already gave you a demo during the bell test. It huffs, it puffs, it could whoosh away a house. Technique is quite easy, and for some reason it seems to me that you'll have futon affinity. Kakashi folded the clone seal and 3 clones materialized in front of him, saying, "And with that, it's training time." Sakura asked, looking at the clones with a puzzled expression. "Huh? Clones?" With a knowing look, Kakashi's eye curved into a smile. "With the clones helping you, I won't have to worry about trying to split my focus between the 3 of us," he said jokingly. "Now that we have all 3 clones at our disposal, you can go ahead and finish that juicy novel of yours," Naruto added, causing Sakura to give Kakashi a cold look. With a casual spin on his heel, Kakashi ventured into the depths of the forest, his fingers finding the well-worn spine of his favorite orange book. "Gotta love the perks of shadow clones, right?" he laughed. Each clone carefully selected a student for themselves, avoiding crowding the students by maintaining a safe distance. Kakashi started using the 1,000 clones that Naruto had made to illustrate the principles of wind release. Great breakthrough. He laughed a little as he saw the look of surprise on Naruto's face. "As I already said, the technique's as easy as pie. You pucker up, let out a gust, and voila, you've either got a playful zephyr or a full-blown tempest. And you should know, the significance of this jutsu isn't only its power, but its combination with Sasuke's skill." Naruto scratched his head, saying, "What does he have to do with it?" "Pair his great fireball with your great breakthrough, and you'll amplify the fireball's intensity, its spread, and velocity, assuming you both can exhale these techniques swiftly enough. Bigger, badder, faster. Neat. What are the hand seals for this?" "Evening." Ground of Training 3. A short while ago, Sakura and Sasuke completed their technique training and took a seat to rest beneath the left and right pillars, with the lone pillar separating them. The silence was as long as a bowl of ramen in front of Naruto before Sakura's ripe apple cheeks tried to break through the vast ocean of silence. "Sasuke, don't you think we could?" Guess who interrupted the celebration before she could complete her potentially earth-shattering thoughts? Yes, the mischievous Naruto appeared beneath the unused pillar in a signature puff, ruining any chance for a romantic moment. "Yo, catching your breath or what?" Well, Naruto, you have the timing of a startled badger," smirked Kakashi, who emerged from the tree shadows like the cool sensei he was. "First rule, if you step in my path like that again, you'll wish you were a badger," Sakura uttered to Naruto in a tone as cold as ice release. Naruto gave her no attention at all, shifting his attention directly to Sasuke. "How's the jutsu practice?" "I'm not there yet, but based on what Kakashi-sensei said, I'm just a magical shuriken toss away." Sakura scowled at Naruto for not realizing she was even here. Sasuke, our one and only wolf, only said, "Ditto," during the conversation. Naruto smirked and puffed up his chest, saying, "Hee, that means I was the first to learn a new technique." Sasuke felt like smashing Naruto's face into the ground. Sakura stared at him in shock. "And just how?" "With my beloved shadow clones. They're the best kind of doppelganger one could ask for." Naruto nodded in agreement to Sasuke's statement. "Memory of clones goes back to the original, and you use this for training." "Could you teach me this technique?" Kakashi sat down on the lawn in front of his group, ready to offer the necessary explanation. "It is not within your power to employ this particular training method," Kakashi said, making eye contact with his brother. "Ordinarily, executing a standard Kage Bunshin no jutsu requires a shinobi to part with half their chakra reserve. That's why it's typically deemed appropriate solely for Jonin-level shinobi. Now, take the Teiju Kage Bunshin no jutsu. Because it brings forth manifold more clones, the cost in chakra soars that it'd clean out practically anyone who's not sitting on the Hokage's throne." Sakura was overcome with surprise and looked at Naruto with a look of disbelief on her face. "But how is that possible? Naruto creates thousands of clones. How much more chakra does he have?" He pondered, lightly scratching his head. "Threefold, perhaps quadruple the typical amount. Maybe he has about the same amount of chakra as I have." The astonishment in Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke's eyes was overwhelming. Mouths agape in shock, Sakura and Sasuke started to pivot their gaze between Kakashi and Naruto. Naruto looked at Kakashi and exclaimed, "What? I have as much chakra as you?" with his index finger. Kakashi provided analysis as opposed to reliable facts. "I'm blind without my sensory specs, yet judging purely by your shadow clone technique mastery, those are the hints we can perceive. Surviving the creation of 1,000 clones is unheard of, even for someone awesome like me. I haven't witnessed anyone creating beyond 100 clones." With a stern demeanor, he gazed into, "Here's what sets you apart, Naruto. You possess distinctive physiological traits, perhaps due to some DNA irregularity. It's this unique nature that ensures your survival." Naruto was struck by the profundity of his teacher's words, and he instinctively reached for his stomach. "Could it be Kyuubi harbored inside me who ensures my life?" "Is this like a bloodline limit?" Sasuke asked, his surprise showing in his eyes. After watching Naruto for a little while, Kakashi appeared to have made up his mind. "Have any of you ever learned about the heritage of the Uzumaki clan?" "The Uzumaki? What now?" A visibly bewildered Naruto tilted his head. Kakashi let out a loud sigh and began giving an explanation. The Uzumaki clan once stood as a distinguished lineage within Uzashigakure, the hidden shinobi village of the Land of Whirlpools. This clan was known for its members' signature bright, red hair, enough to make tomatoes envious, remarkable vitality, substantial chakra reserves, and a masterful command of fuinjutsu. Their adeptness in warfare, especially with their sealing jutsus, earned them a formidable reputation, a double-edged sword, as it provoked other villages to coordinate an assault, leading to the clan's devastation. However, despite Uzumaki downfall, the Uzumaki lineage managed to survive, albeit thinly spread, with many finding refuge in Konoha. We can speculate, even if it's faint, the succession of the Uzumaki lives on within Naruto. Possibly he is one of its final direct descendants, though I suspect there might be others. Extinction is not a concept easily paired with the Uzumaki's resilience. Sakura's face was splattered with surprise. They taught us about Uzumaki at the academy. The shinobi of Konoha wear the crest of the Uzumaki clan on uniform or vest as a sign of respect and acknowledgement of their significant contributions to the village. However, I never connected your surname to the legacy of the clan. Well, you may have surmised that Naruto was just a namesake. Members of the Uzumaki clan, as I said, are known for their bright red hair. Surely one of Naruto's parents was not Uzumaki with blonde hair and his genes were dominant. Kakashi thought. Above his head, Naruto questioned, "Wait, what is Fuinjutsu?" as the question marks grew. If the Uzumaki were good in this stuff, maybe I should try it too. Kakashi began to perspire. Let me break it down for you. Fuinjutsu is like expert-level puzzle solving, only with chakra and funky symbols that turn into seals. And trust me, controlling it isn't a piece of cake, botch it up, and who knows what sort of mayhem you'll unleash. My sensei was a bit of a Fuinjutsu fanatic, so I can show you a thing or two. Naruto smiled, his usual expression. Cool. Teach me, sensei. Since the start of Kakashi's lecture, Sasuke had been silent, lost in thought. He is also the last of his clan. As Sasuke became abruptly quiet and melancholic, Naruto bit his tongue at the assurance he was about to give. Rather than turning off the light, he turned to Kakashi. He asked Kakashi, who again assumed a contemplative pose, "Is this considered a violation of the rules? Body flicker is ninjutsu, and I used it in taijutsu battle. In the battle with Sasuke, when I appeared behind his back. It was essentially a body flicker without seals. Body flicker is just vitalising the body to move at extreme speeds with chakra. Some types of taijutsu require the use of chakra. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist is a perfect example. They poke the enemy's chakra streams as casually as playing darts to damage internal organs or close the tenketsu visible only with the Byakugan and only to an advanced eye user. Kakashi clarified with an eye grin. Enter Naruto, who has a fresh aura of sparkling confusion engulfing his head. Wait, Hyugas, you say, how's Hinata's clan involved in all of this? The barrage of queries above him blinked again, as though they were forced to contend with an unbearable struggle for survival. Yes, her white eyes are the main sign of the Byakugan. She is formerly the heiress of the Hyuga clan. So she's strong? A look of inquisitive confusion fixed itself on Naruto's features as his head tipped to one side. She totally dodged our sparring session, and that's even with Shino and Kurenai-sensei giving it the thumbs up. Grinning, Kakashi leaped to his feet. Let's call it a day, kids. I've explained the basics of the techniques to you, so go wild practicing them without my constant supervision. Toss jutsu back and forth like hot potatoes. Naruto, keep great breakthrough to yourself. Sakura and Sasuke, you can test the effect of your jutsu on each other, or ask Naruto for help. Naruto walked away from the pillar and toward his house. Naruto sighed in mock desperation. Sasuke can count on me, but no way am I booking a round trip to La La Land of Genjutsu. Stepping out with his favorite book, Kakashi walked beside the defeated orange-clad ninja. Sasuke followed closely behind Sakura as she leaped to her feet without missing a beat. You can use this as an opportunity to practice your release from Genjutsu. Just pop some clone piñatas for Sakura's amusement. After glancing at the path ahead, Sasuke shot a sharp glance at Naruto. Did your jacket go on a secret mission or what? Look who's making a joke, laughed Naruto, sheepishly scratching his head. Well, you could say I got a bit chakra happy and catapulted right into the foliage. I'm intact. The jacket certainly became one with nature. Sakura chuckled, and Sasuke's features softened into a barely noticeable grin that could fool even the most unyielding shinobi. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, during the bell test, my gut told me we had plenty of time before that alarm went off. What's up with that? Sakura asked, casting a questioning glance at Kakashi-sensei. I tinkered with the timer to make it sing earlier, Kakashi said nonchalantly, his eyes still fixed on his book. Let's fast forward 2 hours. Konoha streets. Naruto walked idly through the alleys of the village, hands resting comfortably over his head and grinning. I have a clan. Or had. Either way, it's cool. I really need to learn more about Uzumaki, Yusashagakure, and Fuinjutsu. Abruptly, 2 arms slipped around him, and the back of his neck felt incredibly soft. Anko whispered next to his ear, turning his cheeks a nice tomato color. Hey there, Whiskers. Speaking, Naruto's tongue performed a funny dance, saying, Hey Anko-sensei. Back from your mission? It's been a quiet month without the pop-in. Naruto turned to face Anko after she released her ensnaring hold on him. Her eyebrow danced upward as she asked, Yep, came back only yesterday. How's Naruto land? Missing a certain garment? Naruto half groaned, his expression darkening as if he were tasting a sharp citrus. The Great Jacket Saga continues. Last one kicked the bucket in style through the noble act of training destruction. Don't have spare ones anymore. Anko smiled mischievously. Good news for you. Seeing that Kurenai has planned a secret date, you, Mr. Chosen One, get the all-star chance to strut and frolic with yours truly for an entire day. Naruto dropped his sweat and asked, If this is a secret date, why are you telling me about it? Anko slung her arm over Naruto's shoulder and hurried him toward the closest boutique, saying, Let's buy you some new clothes and go get some food. After 5 minutes, Anko let go of Naruto and entered the clothes store, with him trailing behind. Great breakthrough, good for you, Gaki. Naruto looked around the almost empty store, following Anko as she rummaged through the menswear section with a fervor. His gaze momentarily lingered on a girl who was impeccably attired in a dark green pair of pants and a pink kippah-style top. Her black hair was styled into 2 buns, and her face was shielded from the sun by short fringe bangs. She looked as though she was having a parallel fashion crisis, debating whether or not to wear the same leafy green top. With the intention of killing time and possibly keeping his sanity intact, Naruto wandered over to Bun Girl. You know, maybe a capri blue would be more your style, he said in a light-hearted manner. Her eyes shifted to him, and she smiled back, spot on. A less worn-in by battle ensemble would do wonders for you. His ragged pants and shirt were an almost silent plea for a change of clothes. Naruto laughed heartily and gave himself a mock embarrassed scratch on the back of his head. He said with a smile that was practically contagious, Hey, you got sharp eyes. That's exactly why I'm braving the fashion jungle today. By the way, I'm Naruto, the freshest-faced genin of the year. She set down her green blouse and looked at the dark blue pants, saying, Tenten, I've been a genin for a year now. So how did you damage your clothes? Training. When Tenten heard his sensei's name, she froze like a statue and slowly turned her head to question Naruto. Oh yeah, Kakashi-sensei taught our team a few jutsu. He turned us into his personal ninjutsu guinea pigs. She yelled, Kakashi-sensei? With eyebrows so high they could have caught rain. Naruto bobbed his head, brows furrowed and arms crossed in front of him. The one and only. You've had run-ins with him? Her voice sounded a little nervous at first, but by the end of the sentence it had become a deadpan. Sensei keeps screaming about his eternal rival Kakashi and that he will defeat him with his power of youth. Naruto, a drop of sweat forming on his temple, exclaimed, Aha, that explains it. Life is so incredibly contrived, isn't it? We ended up meeting here, Tenten chuckled as she picked up another cloth to examine. That was the instant Anko's voice erupted throughout the store, exclaiming, "Oi, Naruto! Fashion quake! Try it on! I'm on my way! Try something blue or orange, you won't regret it. Orange is the coolest." He hopped off with a bright snatched smile and a kangaroo skip. A few minutes passed into unfamiliar silences before he appeared. His arrival exuded a voguish shinobi vibe. The red Uzumaki crest was emblazoned on the back of the burnt orange coat, which was open at the front. The hem of the coat was lined in a pattern that looked like black flames. He combined this with stark black pants that had 3 white bands encircling the right leg, creating an asymmetrical look. To complete the look, he accessorized with a pair of immaculate white ninja sandals, which, upon closer inspection, revealed the red Uzumaki crest adorning them. Anko-sensei?" Naruto asked, his voice laced with doubt. Anko became alert, ready to respond with a "What's up?" He pointed out the unexpected abs display in his midriff area, saying, "Are we sure it's complete? The coat's gaping here, and my mesh armor's Mia." Anko waved away his worries, saying, "No need to stress, you're decked out to perfection. Own it." A blushing and flattered Naruto stammered out a shy thanks. She smiled her way to the checkout, saying, "Let's take a few of the same spares and go for some grub. I'll treat you to the gear." They walked to the exit, Naruto carrying a variety of fashionable bags after paying the cashier. At that point, Tenten, dressed in blue, wandered over to the cashier. Naruto gave her a friendly wave of his hand. "Catch ya later, Tenten-chan. Can't wait to peep you in the latest duds." A hint of color appears in Tenten's cheeks. The rouge got a kick out of Naruto's avant-garde outfit as she was getting ready to go. Until next time, Naruto-kun. Anko's mouth twisted into a cheeky arc as they emerged from the stores and entered the open sky. She gave Naruto a playful little elbow, as he was already starting to turn a hilarious shade of red. "So, Mr. Naruto-kun, dipping into high demand are we, amidst the lady folk? Quite the heartbreaker, aren't we?" He stammered, "And no, it's really not. Anko became extremely embarrassed and teased, "Police? You can't tell me you missed her going actually bazooka red? Bearing all brawn will have 'em come flocking. Haha. And what about Hinata, huh? She'll hit the deck faster than you can say ramen." Anko laughed merrily as they walked past spectators who were completely entertained by the teenage shenanigans. With a hint of confusion, Naruto asked, "What does Hinata-chan have to do with it?" His face turning slightly red, Anko shot him a look that said, "Really?" before dropping the devastating news. "Isn't it obvious? She turns redder than tomato whenever you're close by." "Eh? Well, yeah, but..." They arrived at Ikaraku's and slid into the Noodle Haven while still chatting. "She might be on the shy side, but trust me, she's got a special shade of scarlet reserved just for you." Naruto questioned out loud, "You think it's like an allergic reaction to guys or something?" Anko sat down on a stool by the counter and declared, "No way you're the special ingredient." "But what's the deal?" Naruto insisted, his expression contorted into a puzzled knot. Anko sighed in long suffering. "Put your brain noodles to work, would you? It's not high math or fuinjutsu." There was Tuchai's chiming greeting. Tuchai's gaze strayed to Anko, saying, "Naruto, always a pleasure, and who's this?" Naruto handled introductions the way he handled spicy ramen, unusually but enthusiastically. "That's Anko-sensei, and Anko-sensei, you're looking at the noodle Yoda, Tuchai Ajusen, of this galaxy. Large serving of miso ramen with roasted pork fillet for me, please." Tuchai nodded, wearing his ubiquitous merchant's grin. "Ah, nice to make your acquaintance. Naruto talked a lot about you." With a playful twinkle in her eye, Anko teased, "I'd say it's the other way around. Does he score free meals promoting your place part-time? And for me, a non-spicy miso ramen that won't set off my alarms?" I am asked, sauntering toward the counter with a towel in one hand and a dripping dish in the other. "Naruto, what happened to your clothes?" With a smile, Tuchai headed to prepare ramen for Anko and Naruto. During practice, the last outfit came to an end. Anko-sensei offered, or rather insisted, I let her choose my new threads, Naruto said, quoting so subtly that Anko missed the gesture. Ayan stifled a laugh and gave Anko a thumbs up. She turned to Naruto and said, kudos for the fashion tips, Anko-san. Look at you, quite the trendy ninja now. Naruto's cheeks turned scarlet in every possible way. Well, thank you, he muttered. Anko gave in to the jokes. Anko and Ayan laughed at Naruto's glowing face and said, you see, flaunting some skin isn't reserved for the ladies alone. Tuchai reappeared shortly after carrying their steaming bowls of ramen. Midway through their bowl of steaming broth, Anko asked a dumb question, got any stance on serpents, as they began to eat. With a thoughtful slurp of noodles, Naruto answered, they're not my cup of ramen broth. Ah, not a fan of the slithery kind, I take it? It's not that I'm cool with most critters, snakes just make my stomach do backflips, said Naruto. By the way, have you heard of the Uzumaki clan? What about it? Anko asked waggishly. Kakashi-sensei said I could be the last of them. Not shocking. Considering your chakra capacity, hey, do you dye your hair? What? Nah, who'd bother? Meh, dunno. Circling back to the Uzumaki clan, Kakashi-sensei said that they were masters in Fuinjutsu, so I asked him to teach me the basics. Oh, that's cool. Seals have quite the blast to em. When you learn how to make exploding seals, I hope you won't forget, my dearest student, that I'm your #1 sensei. And I fully expect a loyalty supply of exploding tags delivered to me every month gratis. PFFFT, sure thing. They ate together in friendly silence for a little while before Anko broke the silence, her eyes fixed on her bowl of ramen. Been mulling over what pearls of ninja wisdom I should drop on you since our last sparring match. Geez, and here I was thinking you were just buffing up my ego for a good chuckle. Anko grinned impishly and said, got it in one, tapping her bowl with her fingertips. She smirked as her eyes met his for the first time. A good chunk of my ninja trick book is all about snakes, obviously, no hand-me-downs there. Plus, you'd look ridiculous trying my taijutsu since, well, it's tailored for awesome people like me. But I've got a beginner's mind boggler up my sleeve, temporary paralysis no jutsu. Simple stuff for an eager tadpole like you, but a rough ride to escape for the pros. What do you say? Stars glowed in Naruto's eyes as he gave a forceful nod of his head. Yes, please. Anko sat up in her chair after eating her ramen. Training ground 44 suit you for our showdown at dawn? Quickly, Naruto responded, got a schedule shuffle with Sasuke and Sakura for a high noon 1 p.m. rendezvous. Does cracking crack of dawn 7ish work for Anko-sensei events? And Anko strolled over, circling him with all the drama, like a stage actress enjoying the limelight. That ought to give us plenty of time, right? She breathlessly exclaimed near to his ear, giving Naruto the impression that he would burst into excitement or embarrassment. Anko bid her farewell with a dramatic flourish of leafy theatrics, leaving those final, honeyed words hanging in the air. As she disappeared, Naruto's lingering gaze could have easily been mistaken for a growl. The air filled with Iam's giggles, and Naruto's face was covered in deep scarlet that looked like errant paint on a statue. After an hour, the Anko house. Who would have guessed that someone as unimportant as tea ceremonies could be enjoyable to a woman like Anko Mitarashi? However, this is the state of affairs in our world. She was sitting gently on a zabuton, her tea inviting her in with its warmth. A knock shattered the silence in the middle of her sip, and she had to replenish the tea on the table. Ah, Kurenai, back from whispering sweet nothings in secret corners? She asked jokingly as the door swung open. She stood up, causing a groan of exertion. Kurenai spun away, criticizing Anko for not dressing more traditionally. One would think draping in modest gownery is optional when receiving guests. Hey, my toes are sporting stylish socks, aren't they? Anko pretended to take offense. The silence that followed was almost loud enough to hear crickets. With an invitation extended, Anko strolled back to her surroundings, her sly hip wag causing her guest to flush. With a final push of the front door, Kurenai exclaimed, "Seriously, Anko," and sank onto the offered zabuton, opting to wait. After a minute, Anko returned, dressed slightly more appropriately in a white coat. She sat down elegantly across from him and asked, "What whims carry you to my humble tea ceremony?" As Kurenai accepted the steaming infusion, she half teased, "Because forbidden, clandestine gossip amongst comrades is the spice of life?" Kurenai sighed softly, tasting the delicate flavors of the offered tea. "How did today treat you? Clerk noted that you even ghosted the dango shop," they said. Anko put down the kettle, picked up her cup, and drank some tea. "I trained at Training Ground 44 for half a day, and when I was walking towards the dango shop, I met my new student." "Naruto?" She smirked, looking directly into Kurenai's eyes. "Mumjim. He tore his jacket, so I bought him new clothes." "Oh, you'll love how he changes," she teased, her eyes glittering with mischief. Kurenai could not contain her frustration as she rolled her eyes. She said with mock enthusiasm, "Splendid. As if being the prankster-in-chief wasn't enough, now you're giving him a creepy badge." Kurenai gave Anko a deadpan look as she nodded wisely and said, "Aha, that pinches a nerve, doesn't it, Kurenai? Got an eye for something out of the box, I see. Besides, who doesn't like free meals? I took the liberty of treating Prankster Prince over there at Ikaraku's and skipped out on the bill. It was his treat." She raised her eyebrows. "Threw in a tutorial for a new trick up his sleeve as a bonus." Kurenai's eyebrow shot upward. "Does Kakashi know about this?" Anko is the one raising an eyebrow now. "Nah, what now? Does this guy need a memo? And how was your date, by the way?" Kurenai chose to compliment Asuma with a hint of reluctance mixed with satisfaction, saying, "Not too shabby. He has his charming moments." Anko stared thoughtfully into her tea, her expression hardening at this admission. "Besides, he's the company I don't mind keeping," she said. "Gonna hang a forever closed sign on mine relationship with Asuma?" Anko's direct inquisitiveness touched a nerve. "Well, should I write a press release for this incident? I wonder if we could throw this gossip cat among the pigeons. How long will you keep your boyfriend a secret?" Ignoring Anko, Kurenai muttered, her eyes drifting to the calming swirls of tea. Teeny little guidance, and Naruto zoomed through body flicker no jutsu. Anko let out a shocked laugh and said, "Hopefully Mother Hen Kakashi approved, lest we incur the wrath of the Scarecrow." Fufu. Naruto's apartment at the same time. Naruto collapsed onto his plush bed and threw his hands behind his head, thinking back over everything that had happened that day. "I can't believe she dumped me there without paying," he sighed. Akashi arrived on schedule. I overcame Sasuke, picked up a new skill, learned about the family. I met Anko. He turned to his side, closed his eyes, and said, "I got new clothes. Furthermore, what she mentioned regarding Hinata. That isn't possible. Not at all." Sleep was beginning to suck him in with mutters of cutesy disbelief. Brain, stuff it. Training Ground 3, the following day. After 30 minutes of Sakura and Sasuke rehearsing beside the memorial stone, there was a rustle from a nearby bush. Eyes turned to the foliage, and to everyone's surprise, Anko was there, swarming the scene with an unmistakable smile and a very unconscious Naruto acting as her casual shoulder accessory. Anko then threw Naruto from her shoulder, and Sakura, the safety officer, made an impeccable last-minute catch. "How did you treat him?" Sasuke looked at Naruto in his new attire and asked a pointed question. "Calm down," Anko's smile went completely flirtatious. "I promise he won't lodge a complaint. You two idiots never stop exercising." As soon as she said her goodbyes, she fled in a tiny tornado of leaves. As soon as the blonde shinobi began to awaken, Sakura placed Naruto beneath a tree. "Naruto, talk to us. Are you still alive?" he replied, groggily observing his unexpected but familiar company. Sasuke or Sakura? How is Anko-sensei doing? You slept on her back and hitched a ride? What took place? With a hint of curiosity mixed with frustration, Sasuke questioned. Embarrassed, Naruto's face turned redder. Something wonderful, he said, his eyes darting out for dramatic effect, a successful hero landing. Have you made the decision to alter your image? Asked Sakura, inspecting his new clothes. Naruto decided to add mesh body armor to his outfit so as not to walk around with his torso completely exposed. It's good for you. With a shy smile, Naruto rubbed the back of his head and said, Thank you, Anko-sensei gave me this gift. Is it possible for us to begin training? Sasuke inquired. You can talk while you're practicing. I wholeheartedly support it, Naruto grinned. Training ground 4. Next week. What the heck should I say? Hey Hinata, what's up with the blushing next to me? I'll come across as a complete weirdo. On his way to the Team 8 training area, Naruto thought to himself. Entering a small, brightly lit clearing, he saw Kurenai and Hinata sitting elegantly in a wooden gazebo with tiny crackers on a table in front of them. He blushed a little and kissed his own cheeks as he watched Hinata, then said, Good evening, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata-chan. It has been a while since we last saw one another. Kurenai looked up, observing Naruto's clothes and his red face. Good evening. Anko-hei at least has a sense of style. It fits with you. With a smile, Naruto nodded and said, Thanks. With her face considerably redder than usual, Hinata said, Gee, good evening, Naruto-kun. I also have to compliment his looks. Does that sound strange? Wait, what if I'm implying something different to him? Kurenai interjected before Hinata could descend even deeper into self-doubt. If my memory serves me correctly, we haven't had a training session in over a week. When Naruto noticed that Kiba and Shino were missing from Team 8, he said, Yes, that's plus or minus right. They're training at tree climbing a little bit away from here. The last time you said something like that, it was too early for them to learn it. They were very driven after your sparring defeat. Kurenai replied with a proud smile. They've been training hard, and I think they'll be able to start water walking in a few days, a week at most. Naruto raised one eyebrow, smirking, and crossed his arms in front of his chest, saying, Good for them, I guess. He then turned to face Hinata once more. Why isn't Hinata-chan with them? With her eyes lowered to the ground, Hinata softly said, I'm already able to do water walking. I guess it'd be awkward if I started complimenting his looks now. Whoa, awesome work. Whoa, it brought me back. We attended a lecture by Kakashi-sensei regarding the Hyuga clan and their style of taijutsu. It sounds really awesome. I was hoping we could have some sparring today. Kurenai saw Hinata's uncertain expression and returned her gaze, giving her a smile and saying, It's going to benefit both of you. Hinata had glanced at Kurenai. Fantastic. Let's get going as soon as possible. I made the seal of reconciliation and assumed my fighting stance, yelled Naruto, leaping off the hut and landing in the center of the clearing. With trepidation, Hinata got up and walked toward him, pausing a few feet in front of him. She mimicked his movements, forming the reconciliation seal and activating the Byakugan before adopting the gentle fist stance. Kurenai stayed in the gazebo, observing them with curiosity. All right, let me begin the countdown. All set. Consistent. Proceed. In the initial moments, Hinata and Naruto remained motionless. As soon as Naruto realized Hinata wouldn't initiate contact, he attacked her with the same urgency that Sasuke had used against Sakura. He attempted to hit Hinata multiple times, but she deftly parried each blow without answering back. After a minute of fighting, Naruto narrowed his eyes and sprang away from her. She does not counterattack even at obvious opening. He charged back, much faster, and Hinata's eyes widened. She missed the kick to her right side because she parried the first two blows. The force of the impact knocked her back. Naruto stopped the attack and gave Hinata a perplexed look. Why don't you attack? Deactivating the Byakugan, Hinata cast a sorrowful smile toward the ground. Naruto-kun is much as stronger than me. Even completely focused on defense, I still couldn't dodge last kick. Hey, what now? Is it true that Hyuga can damage internal organs with chakra, as stated by Kakashi-sensei? The idea is that it causes internal damage by affecting the body's vital points, disrupting or stopping the flow of chakra. The user expels chakra from the chakra points in their hands to attack an opponent's chakra system directly. Kurenai clarified. Naruto exclaimed, I'm strong and mighty, but even I would suffer from that. Kurenai laughed at his arrogance. The best defense is offense. If you don't attack back, how can you win? Hinata raised her gaze to see Naruto. Oh, okay, I'll give it a try. Go on, Naruto exclaimed, assuming a prepared stance. With the Byakugan activated once more, Hinata launched her attack. Naruto leaped to the side and struck back as she prepared to strike with a palm slap. However, Hinata deftly kicked his hand out of his grasp, leaving Naruto with a searing pain in its place. Startled, he staggered away and looked down at his fist, clenching and loosening it. Whoa, and she could have done that all this time? Hinata gave him a worried look, but when she saw his broad smile, she let go of her breath without even realizing that she had been holding it. At full speed, Naruto rejoined the attack. Hinata went back to her guard, but Naruto was more cautious now as she blocked his blows. Despite being faster, Naruto was unable to deliver a single, strong blow. He attempted to identify any weak points in her defense, but even when he managed to get close to her, she skillfully sidestepped his blow, inflicting more pain on his arm. Her eyes seemed to have witnessed everything. His speed alone saved him from being gravely hurt by her blows. The winner became evident after a short while. Hinata's breathing became faster, and she started to perspire profusely. She started to slow down, which allowed Naruto to hit her with some precise blows. Naruto didn't appear any worse off at the start of the battle so far. Yes, Hinata had delivered a couple of stinging blows, but their impact on his combat ability was negligible. After switching off the Byakugan, Hinata gave a sly smile. Her stutter was hardly audible between the pants of exhaustion. Nah, Naruto-kun, very strong. I don't. There wasn't even a chance. With a raised fist, Naruto let out a shout. No, there are always chances. Even if your opponent is 100 times stronger than you, you shouldn't give up. This is my Nindo. I'm never going to run away, and I never go back on my word. He raised his fist and continued. Besides, it was just a friendly spar. You've lost this battle, but you've become stronger because of it. I believe you've got what it takes to become super strong. Kurenai laughed at Hinata's look of wonder. That's some impressive ninja way you've got there, Naruto. If you don't deviate from this path, I'm sure you'll become an incredibly strong ninja in the future. With his arms folded in front of him, Naruto exclaimed, That's the plan, and burst out laughing. Kiba and Shino emerged from the forest behind the gazebo at that precise moment. Aha! Oh Naruto, considering a style makeover, why do you have such an obsession with oranges? Asked Kiba. Greetings, Akamaru. A long time has passed. With Kiba, how is life treating you? Kiba was completely ignored by Naruto as he turned to pet Akamaru, who had sprung from Kiba's head and was running toward him. Kiba's eye twitched, and as he opened his mouth to respond, Shino cut him off, saying, Akamaru's doing great. He outlasted Kiba and me in the tree climbing exercise, which he aced. He's still not as good as Hinata, though. Well done, boy. I predict that you'll develop into a Chunin far quicker than Kiba, Naruto remarked, rubbing at Akamaru's chin. Shino nodded in agreement with Naruto, saying, I think that's definitely a possibility. Hey, both of you, stop teaming up against me. In an attempt to place Naruto in a headlock, Kiba jumped at him. Kurenai laughed, amused, and kept eating her crackers from the sidelines. After her fight with Naruto, Hinata was still thinking, Am I able to grow stronger? She blushed and glanced at Naruto. Naruto-kun is so kind. I must strive to get better if I want to, she muttered. After an hour. In the gazebo, Naruto and team ate relaxed while chatting and munching on crackers. Kiba offered we could still hang out on weekends as he continued to eat a cracker, a bruise under his eye clearly visible. Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei told me to unwind on the weekends since I passed out during training, as Akamaru sat idly on his lap and scratched his head. Let's simply relax together. Hey, do you also work out on the weekends? At Naruto, Kiba arched an eyebrow. That's correct, 7 days a week, Naruto replied. That doesn't make sense. Your body requires recovery time following exercise. Shino adjusted his glasses and said, You're only hurting yourself more by pushing yourself 7 days a week. With a palm to his stomach, Naruto lowered his gaze. I used to train for 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, and every morning I was as fresh as a daisy, Kurenai said, realizing what he was saying with a dejected expression. But Kage Bunshin challenges me to think outside the box. Thus, even in the event that the body heals, the brain does not. Kage Bunshin is a really unfair method. I thought the beast-human clone was cool, but this, Kiba grumbled. I told you before that you are not capable of performing Kage Bunshin, Kurenai chastised him, causing his eyes to narrow. Yes indeed, I won't try, or I'll run out of chakra and die. Recognized. Kurenai stood up and said, Good. He drew 3 curious looks. I believe today's training is over. I'll go ahead and leave because I have plans after this. I wish you luck. 3 genin voices echoed, Goodbye, Kurenai-sensei, and Kurenai disappeared in a swirl of leaves. So, when I have some free time, my sister asked me to help her. Can't hold her off, Kiba remarked. Until next time, Akamaru. I'll miss you too, Naruto said, scuffing Akamaru behind the ear while ignoring Kiba once more. Kiba walked out of the gazebo with a tick mark on his hand, but he smirked as he saw Hinata and Naruto grinning, and that they had resumed their finger poking. You know we're heading out, Shino? Shino got up and walked out of the gazebo saying, I should go because I'm expected at home too. Have a nice date, with a hint of smugness. A plume of smoke shot from Hinata's head as she passed out, and Naruto and Hinata exchanged a quick, passionate look. Hinata-chan. Naruto leaped over the table and began examining Hinata's unconscious face. When he turned back to Kiba, he saw that he, Shino, and Akamaru had already disappeared into the woods. Kiba's laughter was still audible in the clearing. Stupid mutt, muttered Naruto. With a sigh, he returned his focus to Hinata, who was hunched over in the chair with her hair pulled back from her face and her head resting on her shoulder. His mind was racing with ideas. Why would she like me? She used to be an heiress, right? How did she become so bashful? Naruto raised his hand to brush the hair from her face, but she began to wake up at that moment. Blushing, Naruto lowered his hand. Hinata-chan, are things going well for you? She smiled at Naruto and straightened her back in her chair. Why, yes, I'm fine. Alright, so? Do you want me to walk you home? Well, no. I wish not to give you any trouble, Hinata denied, waving her hands. What would make it problematic? Sakura always refused to have me escort a girl home if Iruka-sensei told me to, so I don't really have anything else to do, Naruto mumbled the final sentence. I have a few more hours to train my clones before I have to dispel them. Tea then, of course. Hinata nodded and got up to follow Naruto towards her residence. Casting his hands behind his head, Naruto moved to walk beside Hinata. And Naruto-san? Hinata nervously inquired, her fingers inadvertently jabbing one another once more. Yes? You no longer refer to Sakura as Chan, which is strange. Why? Oh, I see. It's been a while since she told me not to call her that. Still, I hoped that if I persisted long enough, she would reconsider. However, Hokage Jiji advised me to learn to respect other people's viewpoints if I truly want to become Hokage. I therefore chose to begin with Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke as well? I know we're not exactly friends, but Sasuke's not as bad as he may seem at first glance, Hinata chuckled. Though his ego prevented him from taking a blow, he purposefully gave Sakura a chance to strike when they sparred. He helped her up after the spar and even blushed a little. He made an effort to clarify every detail as we were passing along the techniques that Kakashi-sensei had taught us to each other, and he made an effort to assist us if we needed it. He smirked and glanced at Hinata. The poor guy just feels awkward showing his emotions. He reminds me of you in that way. You too need to be more approachable to others. Kei Kurenai-sensei told me the same thing. She's right too, Naruto yelled, looking around when he saw the Ikaraku ramen sign nearby. Would you not like to have a bite? Pointing to Ikaraku ramen, Naruto said. I don't have any money with me, Hinata uttered in a melancholy tone. Naruto grinned and said, Lesson from Iruka-sensei too. Always pay for the girl. I can have dinner at home, Hinata hesitantly said. However, it's Ikaraku, the world's greatest ramen restaurant. Shouting, Naruto made some of the nearby people turn to face them. After blushing due to other people's attention, Hinata nodded and said, I don't mind. They heard Tuchai's voice as they entered Ikaraku saying, Hello, Naruto. I've heard you're promoting our location once more. With whom are you today? I'm just being honest with everyone, hee. This is my former classmate Hinata Hyuga. It's Tuchai Ajisen Hinata-chan. Since I was 5 or 6 years old, I have been dining at his restaurant. I can still clearly recall your initial visit to us. I joined them and said, What a cute little boy. And you're bringing a girl for a date now? Naruto, who was blushing like a lobster, looked at Hinata to make sure she didn't pass out again, but he was relieved to see that she held up well under pressure. What will it be, Tuchai inquired. Small portion of roast pork fillet served with miso ramen. 3 bowls, declared Naruto. The same goes for me. Only one, Hinata continued. As Tuchai and Iam went to make their ramen, Naruto began to perspire, thinking, now it really looks like a date. Incidentally, you mentioned that you had a unique physical condition. Is the limit a B bloodline? Hinata inquired. Yes, that's right. It was revealed to me a week ago. I am, according to Kakashi-sensei, the last member of the Uzumaki clan. Why you weren't in the class when we learned about Uzashigakure at the academy? I've always wondered if you were a member of their clan, Hinata grinned. Well, Uzumaki usually have red hair, but maybe one of my parents wasn't Uzumaki, and their hyenas were dominant. Genes, laughed Hinata. With a hint of pink on his cheeks, Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, Yeah, that. After serving them bowls of ramen, Iam returned to the kitchen to make Naruto 2 more. Naruto and Hinata ate their meal quickly. Hinata turned to face Naruto in between mouthfuls. If you're from the Uzumaki clan, why you might have a talent for fuinjutsu. Yep, he answered, swallowing a mouthful of ramen. I've already started learning the fundamentals from Kakashi-sensei. He raised his coat sleeve to show off a tiny seal array he had drawn on his arm. What? Is it secure? Sealing jutsu is just a ninja's way of dealing with danger head-on, Naruto joked, mocking her stoic expression. After learning how to seal things in scrolls, I reasoned that I should seal my hand as well. In this manner, I can keep valuables that I shouldn't lose or have a kunai in my hand at all times during combat. The item is safe as long as the hand is not broken. Oh, the item might fall out if you cut the seal itself. However, I got some ideas from Kakashi-sensei about how to make it self-repairing, immediately following his reprimand of me for inking the seal on myself without consulting him. What more forms of fuinjutsu have you practiced? Hinata asked. Explosive tags, basic barrier tags, and sealing jutsu. I learned more about seals from Kakashi-sensei than I did about jutsu. He even forced my clones to study numerous books about fuinjutsu. Making changes to the seals is not too difficult once you know how they operate. Despite my lengthy lecture from Kakashi-sensei after I altered an explosive tag and it exploded in my clone's face. Cage Bunshin is a really amazing method. You can check seals with them and very little risk, Hinata said. Indeed, they're incredible. What is the function of a barrier tag? You can surround the perimeter with 4 of these tags. When they are activated, a barrier that is difficult for a regular shinobi to cross is created around this perimeter. Additionally, you can create a kind of restraint seal with a few adjustments. It releases multiple thin threads that encircle and restrain the target when it comes into contact with it. I think I can think of more ways to use them. Those are just basic ones, Naruto said. Hinata grinned and said, "Well, now we know that you really are from the Uzumaki clan." With a nervous smile, Naruto flushed and scraped his cheek. "So, about being vulnerable with others, do you want to occasionally get together in this manner?" That would be wonderful," Hinata said, blushing once more and covering her face with her jacket's long collar. Cute. Mission department in the Hokage's residence, 3 weeks later. "Oh, my adorable little Tora-chan, I was really anxious." The overweight middle-aged woman exclaimed as she held the cat that had a red ribbon around its ear. Naruto thought to himself, "Now I feel sorry for the poor beast." It's evident why she fled now, Sakura thought to herself. The Hokage lifted the mission scroll and started reading its contents as soon as the woman and the cat left the office. "Now, your next task, Kakashi's team, is, well, watching the grandson of an elderly person going shopping in the nearby village and assisting with potato digging." "Nah, not at all, not at all. I'm sick of these chores," Naruto exclaimed, making an X shape with his arms crossed in front of him. "Find us a more suitable option." "I agree with Naruto," Sasuke said, startling himself. Sakura sighed and gave them both a look before saying, "Me too." "You're only inexperienced. Everyone begins with menial tasks and advances." Haruka jumped out of his seat next to the Hokage and exclaimed. The Hokage interrupted Naruto just as he was ready to yell once more about how ridiculous these missions were. "Naruto, maybe I should remind you of the purpose of these responsibilities," he asked in a composed manner. After a brief period of silence during which he fixed his intense gaze on the Hokage, Naruto sighed and said, "No, there's no need. I'm not feeling lecture Y right now." Haruka, Sakura, and Sasuke stared at him in shock. But Kakashi and Harrison grinned at his remarks, saying, "Whatever you assign us, it's for the benefit of the village anyway." The Hokage looked at Team 7 and rubbed his beard, thinking, if you're so eager, I'll give you a C-rank mission. It's a mission of protection for a specific person." As he gazed at his cage with wide eyes, Kakashi's shoulders lowered and the faces of Team 7 brightened. "Yay! Who is it?" exclaimed Naruto. "Who is that?" Naruto calmed down. "Let me introduce him now. This is Tazuna, a skilled bridge builder," the clearly inebriated man said as he entered the room holding a bottle and glasses. "I anticipate that you will shield him until he gets back to his home country and finishes the bridge." "What? What is this? In particular, they're just a bunch of brats." The shortest, with the most stupid-looking face. "Hi there, is that you, a true ninja?" "Hey, who has the dumbest face and is the shortest?" Naruto laughed, looking at his teammates, who somehow seemed to tower over him by 2 heads. Naruto turned his gaze back to Tazuna. "I'll kill him." The Konohagakure no Sato Gates. An hour following the assignment of Team 7's first C-rank mission. Excitement erupted from Naruto as he exclaimed, "I can't wait to go!" Beside him were Princess Bubblegum Sakura and the ever-so-cool Sasuke. Holding a half-empty bottle of sake and leaning against a tree, Tazuna muttered, "What's there to be so excited about?" With a fierce expression on his face, Naruto said, "This is our first C-ranked mission, old man, and it's my first time leaving the village." Tazuna finished his sake and threw the bottle away, saying, "Great, I'm stuck with a bunch of rookies. Maybe I'll get lucky and die drunk." Don't worry, behind his mask I'm a Jonin, so I can handle any situation that comes up. Kakashi gave him reassurance. These kids are strong too. They can handle a simple C-rank mission. Without seeming to be persuaded, Tazuna responded, Yeah, whatever. He asked, Hey kid, where's your travel kit? Glancing at Naruto. With a smile, Naruto tapped his nose. I'm a ninja. I have everything I need. Raising an eyebrow, Tazuna looked at Kakashi, who gave a nod. Sighing, he said, Well, let's get going then. Walk of several hours from Konoha. Impressed, Tazuna asked, Fuinjutsu, and you created this seal yourself? Heh. Naturally, Naruto answered, attempting to appear modest, but wearing a look that said, I'm more awesome than a 3-day anime marathon of your favorite show. Tazuna leaned in closer, his curiosity piqued. So, this Fuinjutsu stuff, can just anyone use these seals? Could I slap one on my sake bottle to keep it from ever running dry? With amusement crinkling his one visible eye, Kakashi entered the conversation. Well, Tazuna-san, Fuinjutsu is a bit more complex than that. It's not just about slapping on a seal, you need to be able to mold chakra to activate and control it. It's an art form that ninjas train for years to master. Tazuna scratched his head, appearing a little let down. So, no magical sake bottle then? What a shame. But hey, maybe you could teach me just one little trick. I'm a quick learner, you know. Naruto laughed. Well, if you can learn to mold chakra like a ninja, I'll personally make the best seal for your sake bottle. It'll be legendary, believe it. Kakashi let out a small sigh, fully aware of the difficulties involved in imparting the ability to shape chakra. Let's focus on getting to our destination safely first. But who knows, maybe we'll have some time for a basic chakra lesson later on. Takira turned to face Tazuna, a shy expression on her face. Tazuna-san? What? You are from the land of the waves, right? What about it? Kakashi-sensei? She asked, shifting her focus. Do they have ninjas in their country too? Kakashi shook his head, doubtful. What are they teaching you guys in the academy nowadays? Happily, Naruto added, That's what I always told them. Academy is a bullshit. Well, no, Wave doesn't have ninjas. But most other countries do. The hidden villages and ninjas may differ in culture and customs, but they both exist. With that, Kakashi began his talk about the 5 great shinobi countries and the 5 Kage. Though her inner monologue had a different tune, Sakura exclaimed, Wow, Hokage-sama is the best. Something about, that lame geezer is that incredible. Sounds fishy. With narrowed eyes, Kakashi cast a quick glance at his students and said, You guys just doubted Hokage-sama, didn't you? Unexpectedly, Sakura and Sasuke misjudged their steps, but Naruto simply laughed it off. Nah, he deserves all the hype. Old man is tough as nails. With an emoji grin, Kakashi patted Sakura's head. But don't worry, there won't be any ninja combat in a C-rank mission. Bandits, though. The hope in Sakura's voice and her glowing face said, Then we won't come in contact with foreign ninjas. He replied to Sakura, Of course not, ha 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 ha. But his gaze was fixed on the 2 male genins who were clearly upset by the news. At that precise moment, Tazuna and Team 7 went by a tiny puddle. Whoa, surprise. Each player on their team stole a quick look at the puddle, then at one another. They took a few more steps and heard the chains clinking. Their eyes grew wide as they turned to see Kakashi shackled. Sakura exclaimed, perplexed. Huh? What the? Naruto looked at Kakashi with disinterest. One down, 2 ninjas with the ends of the chain commanded in menacing voices. They tore Kakashi apart by yanking the chains toward themselves. They moved on to attack Naruto after failing to consider the outcome of their strike. They appeared right next to him and quickly encircled him with their chain, giving his arm a small cut. In a puff of smoke, Naruto, who had been frozen in fear, disappeared. Not long after, one ninja was buried so deep that only his head protruded from the earth, and the other was paralyzed and could not move at all. Two Narutos appeared out of the woods, one with the rat hand seal in his hand. Sasuke materialized from beneath the head first ninja. He took a tag out of his pouch and gave the ninja a hard slap on the head. Sakura stepped up to the lifeless ninja and placed a comparable tag on his forehead guard. As he emerged from the forest, Kakashi said, "Well, aren't you cool little ninjas?" with an eye smile. Crossing his arms in front of him, Naruto dispelled his clone and said, "Aren't you upset we finished so fast?" Your chance to read that porn again slipped away. "Ha ha ha, you're quite a comedian, aren't you? Of course I wouldn't read smut on the mission," Sakura said, just like on any other mission we had, with a level of sarcasm and disgust in her voice that could fill a water dragon jutsu. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Kakashi turned to face the motionless ninja and said, "Well, those were mere D-rank missions. Let's tie these guys up." The man attempting to mimic a statue found it difficult to say, "How? Did you? No." On a sunny day like this, when it hasn't rained in days, a water puddle shouldn't exist, Kakashi grumbled. "You guys are chunin, aren't you? How in the log's name did you manage to make a mistake like that? Did you miss masking lessons in the Ninja Academy?" Tazuna frowned and asked, "Why did you let brats fight when you knew that?" With the dexterity of an expert present rapper, Kakashi bound the ninjas together with a rope. "If I had wanted to, I could have killed these two instantly. There was something I needed to find out, who the target these two were after." Tazuna questioned hesitantly, "What do you mean?" Kakashi's visible eye narrowed on him, meaning, were they after one of us or you? "Do you have something to say?" He sat under a tree not far from the two-tied shinobi and said, "We are now operating outside of our duties. We hadn't heard that shinobi are after you. Our mission was to simply protect you from thieves or gangs. This has now become at least a B-rank mission. I'm sure you have reasons, but it causes problems when you lie about mission details." After a minute of silence, Tazuna spoke once more, saying, "You're right. This job is most likely outside of your duties. A super dangerous man is after my life." Naruto's excitement was difficult to conceal in his eyes. His eyes gleamed as he asked, "Is super dangerous?" "Who?" Kakashi sighed. "You've probably at least heard his name. The wealthy shipping magnate Gato." One final note regarding Gato. "Well, if you quit this mission, I will definitely be fish food, but don't worry about that. If I die, my cute 10-year-old grandson will just cry for a few days. Oh yeah, and my daughter will live a sad life hating leaf ninjas forever. But it won't be your fault. Not at all." Tazuna wiped a tear from his eye. Sweat trickled down their faces as Team 7 looked at each other. "Well, I guess we have no choice but to help you at least get back to your country," Kakashi sighed in response. Nearly a week afterward, waters close to Wave Country. As he rowed them toward the land of waves, a man wearing a pointed hat akin to Tazuna's asked, "So, what's he up to again?" "Molding chakra," was the bored reply from Naruto. After spending the better part of an hour or so staring at the water and fog, he became impatient and said to himself, "Remind me, why don't we water walk to this land of wave? I could totally give Tazuna Ajasen a piggyback ride." Without taking his eyes off his scandalous orange book, Kakashi muttered, "Because not everyone is an endless fountain of chakra like you, and we don't want to be vulnerable after spending so much chakra." Another man, whose name we will never know, asked, "And he's doing this because?" "'Cause he wanted to use Fuinjutsu seals. I promised him an infinite amount of sake if he could do it." With his head held high, Tazuna sat lotus position at the bow of the boat. A leaf rested on his forehead, and his hands formed the seal of a ram. He bent his head and directed all his energy toward his forehead. To the surprise of all, the leaf stayed on. "Whoa, the first ninja of the land of wave. Congratulations, Tazuna Ajasen. You'll be signing autographs in no time," said Naruto. The man rowing the boat laughed. Ha ha ha, such a dignified title for a drunkard. Keep it down though, why do you think I turned off the engine? With a sheepish scratch to his head, Naruto apologized. The wind suddenly picked up the leaf on Tezuna's forehead and sent it flying off on its own little adventure, saying, "Ah shit." The people inside the boat were looking at the floating leaf when they noticed the massive archway of a bridge ahead of them. Even Kakashi, who is usually deeply focused on his, couldn't help but marvel at the scene, what we would call eclectic reading material. Well, well. At least you're a good bridge builder, Kakashi said, temporarily putting his book away with a smile.
Whoa, that's huge, Naruto uttered in a voice that was a mixture of amazement and his typical excitement.
Tezuna, it looks like we've avoided detection so far, but just in case, we'll take the route that has vegetation. It will make harder for enemies to spot us. I'm grateful, Tezuna moaned. Following a tunnel, the land of waves revealed itself in all of its splendor. They skimmed over dense vegetation, catching glimpses of buildings that appeared to float like mirages on the water's surface. After making a few calculated detours, they arrived at their target. The anonymous rowman said to Tezuna, "This is it for me. Goodbye and good luck," as everyone got off the boat. Tezuna said, "Yeah, thanks a lot," and the man turned on his engine and floated off. "All right, get me home safe," he yelled at Team 7. Kakashi gave a blah. Yeah, reception. If we get attacked again, it will surely not be a Chunin level, but Jounin. After a short while, Team 7 and Tezuna were strolling in the direction of his house when they heard a sudden rustle coming from the bushes. The genin quickly withdrew their kunai and turned to face the noise's origin, a cute white rabbit that appeared and began giggly pawing at its ear. As they lowered their weapons, Naruto and Sakura swooned in unison, exclaiming, "Aw, isn't that just the cutest thing?" Enticed by the enormous cotton ball, Sakura tried to approach silently, but Kakashi's hand stopped her. "That's a snow rabbit. Yet it's spring. This is a rabbit that's been kept in a cage for the purpose of body switching, or so they're here already." Sakura whimpered from behind Kakashi's paternal stop sign. "Hey, what gives, Kakashi-sensei? I want to hug that cutie too." "Two?" Kakashi asked, looking puzzled at her. Turning back to the bunny, he saw Naruto completely absorbed in cuddling it. "Well, at least it doesn't have an exploding tag on it. Maybe inside," Kakashi murmured, his face falling. Kakashi suddenly screamed, "On the ground, now," as his eyes grew wide. Sasuke instinctively grabbed Tezuna and pulled her to safety, but Sakura and Naruto instantly collapsed. A huge blade sailed through the air, narrowly missing them, and became lodged in a nearby tree. Above its handle stood a man donning a pale mask, and a Kirigakure emblem adorned forehead protector on top of his head. The masked shinobi said, "You appear to be Sharingan Kakashi. Sorry, but the old man is mine." Sharingan? Sasuke's thoughts became incoherent. Naruto asked, "What's Sharingan? Is it like Byakugan?" in confusion. "You guys are no match for him as you are now. That's the teamwork here," Kakashi ordered his group as he reached for his forehead protector. "Surround and protect Tezuna-san." He raised his headband to reveal a red eye with 3 black dots on it. "Zabuza, first, fight me." Naruto was so perplexed. What's the deal with this eye? Why is he showing off? But he chose to save his questions for later. "Ah, I already get to see the famous Sharingan." "I'm honored," replied Zabuza. "When I was a member of the Hidden Mists assassin team, I kept a handbook that included information about you. The man who copied more than 1,000 jutsu, copy Ninja Kakashi." After paying attention to their sensei, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura pulled out their kunai and surrounded Tezuna in a protective circle. With a mixture of admiration and worry, Sakura turned to face Kakashi and said, "What's going on? First that old Hokage, now this. I didn't know they were this great." With narrowed eyes, Sasuke said, "What's going on? The Sharingan only appears in a select few members of the Uchiha clan. Could it be?" To Kakashi, "I'll quietly make some clones behind the tree line. They will apply henge and switch with us, Naruto said, tapping Sasuke and Sakura on the shoulder as they were lost in thought. We'll secure Tazuna with barrier seals and observe Zabuza's situation from the trees. Agree? He slyly smiled. With a sly smile, Sakura and Sasuke nodded. They turned to look at Zabuza and Kakashi again and saw that he was getting ready to move, but then they felt a tug and gave into it. They materialized behind the trees as their world became hazy. Blah! Naruto's quick palm stopped Tazuna's tongue in midair. He nearly slapped his limbs in a comedic gulp to complete his reaction. But when he realized who it was, the protest froze in his mouth. With a sheepish scratch to the back of his head, Naruto said, sorry. I forgot to explain the plan to him." Peering at Zabuza, who had just vanished from the tree, Sasuke said, "I think the battle will start soon. We need to get Tazuna-san to a safe place fast." They then leaped out of the scene, Naruto riding Tazuna. They turned around after moving on and saw that the mist ahead of them was far thicker than that behind. That must be an enemy jutsu, Sasuke thought. Let's get a little farther from it and place the seals. Tazuna questioned Naruto from behind, "Are you guys sure it's okay to leave your sensei there alone?" Sakura answered, "Our first priority is to make sure you're safe." Seeing Tazuna's perplexed look, Naruto elaborated, "My clones. If something bad happens, they could either dispel themselves or create another clone who'll dispel himself, and I will receive all the memories about their battle." Naruto carried on with her thought, "Second, Kakashi-sensei is not alone." While Sasuke continued explaining things to Tazuna, they located a few trees that could offer cover and began putting seals around them. As for the third, you heard Kakashi-sensei's order. We are no match for that guy. He is the strongest of us four. Whatever he says is the law. That barrier will block everything that tries to get inside, as long as it's not some super strong jutsu that could destroy a hill or something. Ha ha ha, Naruto said, nodding as he gave Tazuna instructions on how to use it. Now remember, keep it down to library voices. Sakura will cast a genjutsu around the area. He interrupted himself, seeing a few sharp senbon flying toward Tazuna while folding a few hand seals. He flared his chakra with a dramatic final hand gesture, and a barely perceptible blue wall of chakra stopped the needles. A smooth, gruesomely polite voice asked, "Kindly remove this barrier," from behind them. Team 7 turned and saw someone standing some distance away wearing a mask. With his kunai in hand and his stance prepared for battle, Sasuke wondered, another enemy? Could there be even more? "Kindly go fuck yourself," Naruto yelled, conjuring up a clone seal that sent 10 clones running toward the intruder and another 10 clones standing guard around Tazuna's barrier. "This guy is with Zabuza? I hope that's not a 4-member squad like ours." "My, aren't you a rude one?" he asked, his arms crossed, a menacing gleam reflecting off the tiny, sharp senbon needles he carried, which he threw at Team 7 and the doppelgangers attacking him with incredible speed. While 4 clones were unable to avoid the senbon, the remaining clones were able to avoid or block the needle using a kunai. Sasuke dodged the senbon and lunged at their opponent, ready to use his fighting abilities. He engaged the stranger in close combat, momentarily taken aback by the speed of his opponent, but it was nothing beyond his control. The clones of Naruto surrounded them and attempted to strike the shinobi. The clones soon vanished in a puff of smoke, and he found himself swiftly weaving single-handed seals while still holding onto one of Naruto's clones. Seeing his chance, Sasuke unleashed a kunai at the shinobi's shoulder as he formed seals. "Kijutsu! 1,000 needles of death!" cried the ninja, as a massive swarm of needles started to launch themselves relentlessly at a ridiculous speed from the riverbank toward the 3 surviving clones of Naruto. Since Sasuke was trailing the clones by some distance, all of the water needles struck the clones rather than Sasuke. The enigmatic assailant withdrew from Sasuke's close quarters battle and grasped his shoulder wound. "I didn't realize how strong they were." He made an odd seal resembling a ram by wrapping his middle fingers around his index fingers. A sudden chill ran through Sasuke, who narrowed his eyes at his opponent. Chakra pumping to his feet, he moved swiftly to confront the opposing shinobi, his kunai poised for attack. Hijutsu, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Without even scratching it, Sasuke's kunai struck a solid ice mirror, leaving him thinking, ice release? How is it possible? After evading it, the shinobi vanished. Gazing about, he noticed that a mirror just like this materialized very close to the barrier, right next to Naruto and Sakura, who promptly dodged the several senbon that were launching out of the mirror. When they came to a stop close to Sasuke, a dome of ice mirrors materialized around them, reflecting the mysterious ninja within. Sakura and Sasuke gave Naruto a very disgruntled look as they said, "Shit, I think he trapped us here together, so we can't pull each other out of here?" With irritation, Sasuke arched an eyebrow and said, "Seriously? You think so?" Sakura frowned at her spot next to Naruto, who was shaking his head and crossing his hands in front of his chest with a serious expression on his face. "These mirrors look super dangerous," Naruto exclaimed. When Sasuke attempted to flee the dome, numerous senbon suddenly began flying in his direction from multiple mirrors at once. After avoiding them, he was once more in the middle of the dome. Making several fast seals, he exclaimed, "Fire release, great fireball. If this is ice." When the fire went out, Sakura and Naruto used their hands to shield their eyes from the heat and light and discovered a perfectly functional mirror. After a moment, they avoided multiple senbon that shot out of multiple mirrors at once. "I see him," Sasuke said, squinting. Naruto said in a bored tone, "Oh, really? Cool. I'm getting out of here," which irritated Sasuke even more. Focusing on the ground beneath him, he formed multiple hand seals. Sakura apologized and said, "Sasuke-kun, I'm with him," mirroring Naruto's actions. With senbon raised hands, the masked ninja's reflections questioned, I'd like to see how you do that." Naruto yelled, plunging to the ground, "If you want, watch. Whack-a-mole technique." Sakura sighed and dove into the ground after Naruto, saying, "Don't change the names of other people's techniques. Daten, Headhunter no Jutsu." The ninja in the mask thought, "Underground? Damn, now they can help that one to get out of the dome." When they emerged from the earth outside the dome, Sasuke exclaimed, "Great, I can now take on this guy one-on-one." Turning to Sakura, Naruto totally ignored him and said, "But Sakura, it's not Headhunter if you don't bury anyone under the ground." His expression suddenly darkened, and he turned to face Kakashi as he was fighting Zabuza. "Bad news, Kakashi-sensei got caught in a ninjutsu. I don't know how long my clones will last," Naruto said. Sakura's eyes grew wide as she turned to face Sasuke, who was avoiding senbon that was flying in all directions at him. She regained her composure and nodded, turning back to Naruto. "You go help Kakashi-sensei. I'll stay with Sasuke in case he needs help." With a nod and a small smile, Naruto said, "Good luck," and vanished amidst a swirl of leaves. She went back to Sasuke and kept an eye on what was happening in the dome. Shortly after Naruto vanished in a shunshin, the voice of the shinobi from the mirrors surrounding Sasuke declared, "Zabuza-sama will not lose." After giving a brief reply, Sasuke dodged several senbon that were thrown at him and said, "Okay, maybe I see him was an exaggeration. I barely see his shadow when he leaves the mirrors." After landing on the ground, he quickly used a kunai to deflect a few more senbon, but 2 more needles punctured his leg. "At this rate, Sasuke will lose," Sakura said as she watched the fight outside the dome, her kunai clenched in her hand. However, after a moment, she relaxed and said, "Ah no, he also has the Headhunter no Jutsu." Sasuke avoided the senbon for a few minutes, but occasionally they pierced his body and occasionally they just scratched him. Sakura kept watching the show while standing outside the dome. With his sake in hand, Tazuna sat inside the barrier, surrounded by the 10 surviving clones of Naruto, taking in their surroundings. While preparing another attack on Sasuke, who was staring narrowly into the mirrors, the mystery nin thought, "How does he keep dodging most of my attacks? And his girlfriend is still outside the dome. I just need to calm down and concentrate on his movements," Sasuke thought to himself, focusing all of his attention on the mirrors surrounding him. "There it is," he exclaimed as he sidestepped another blow and hurled his kunai at the ice user, who had still not succeeded in hiding behind the mirror. The shinobi's arm was deeply penetrated by the kunai, causing a painful scream and spurting blood. "But how?" he exclaimed as he turned to face Sasuke in the mirror. "Sharingan, this boy is a Uchiha." Indeed, Sasuke's normally black eyes turned red with 2 black dots inside of them. Fortunately, Sakura's squeals were internal. She noticed the change. "Ah, Sasuke-kun is so cool, beat up this weird ice shinobi." "It's a little blurry, but I saw his movements," smirked Sasuke, drawing another kunai. "Should we go on?" "I can't keep this fight going. This guy is dangerous, and my chakra is running out fast to maintain the mirrors. Besides, Zabuza-sama still hasn't finished his fight. That's strange." Abruptly, the mirrors disintegrated into fragments that descended to the floor, unveiling the actual ninja, his head bowed and his shoulder and arm still bleeding. Lifting it up, he turned to face Sasuke, who was waiting for him to do something with his Sharingan. In an attempt to help Zabuza by making a mirror far away from here, he sealed the seal, but something was missing. The masked attacker realized too late that Sakura had disappeared from his view. Her fist struck the back of his head as her fist appeared out of thin air and descended upon him with an overhead punch, yelling her famous Shinero, Sakura thought, "I owe thanks to Kurenai-sensei and Naruto." As he streaked toward the barrier, the ninja's mask came off, exposing a sweet, pale face that was bruised from hitting the dirt. With wobbly legs, he or she rose from the ground. He attempted to create seals once more, but found that he could hardly move, wondering, "How did she get there without me noticing her?" He turned to face the clones Naruto had made at the start of the battle and fled to guard the barrier. A single one of them sealed his hands like a rat's. A split second later, a clone emerged from behind the paralyzed shinobi and defeated him. The Zabuza battle. Naruto appeared on a tree branch close to where Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting, silently watching everything that was happening. In front of the changed Naruto clones, a water clone of Zabuza materialized. He wearing those headbands and acting like ninja. A real ninja is someone who has survived numerous brushes with death. The water clone began to impart his lessons on living a hard life. "Only when you're good enough to be listed in my handbook can you start calling yourselves ninjas. You are not ninjas." With that, he vanished into the mist. Before Naruto realized that Zabuza had reappeared in front of his clone with his leg aimed at his face, he thought, "He disappears in the mist and reappears without the possibility of tracking him." Kakashi-sensei said that he is a master of silent killing. The clone's eyes grew wide, but he was able to duck beneath the strike. With a non-existent scowl, Zabuza clone shifted onto one foot and drew his leg toward Naruto clone's head. The latter sprang away from him, pumping chakra through his legs. "You have some skills, aren't ya?" "He can't pull his hand out of the water if he doesn't want to stop the technique." "Then let's make him," said the original Naruto, glancing at the real Zabuza who was holding Kakashi in his technique. The Zabuza clone suddenly felt as though a steel rope was wrapped around his body and froze him in place. He turned to face the Sakura-like clone who was holding her hands in a rat hand seal. Glancing at Naruto, Kakashi's eyes grew wide. "When did Sakura learn temporary paralysis? No, wait. Attempting to hold me." The clone of Zabuza raised his sword and attempted to swing at Sakura, albeit more slowly than before. But the earth burst beneath him, and he vanished into watery puddles. A clone in Sasuke's henge emerged from the ground, not far from that clone's previous location, smirking and holding exploder tags in his hands. When real Zabuza turned around, he saw that at least 20 shuriken were flying directly toward him after he had glimpsed some flying out of the forest. When the shuriken got close, he quickly reached for his sword and lowered it, deflecting them. Then he saw a horde of Naruto clones running toward him while brandishing kunai. He conjured up 3 more clones with his sword in hand, and they began slaying the other clones with ease. He turned back to Tazuna and the 3 genin. There were only 4 Naruto standing in their place, their eyelids pulled down with a finger and their tongues out. That little? When a second Naruto clone appeared behind him in the water and attempted to stab him in the back with a kunai, his eyes grew wide. Swiftly responding, he swung his sword behind him to deflect the clone's kunai, but doing so left him vulnerable to frontal strikes. A giant shuriken was thrown by one of the clones engaged in combat with Zabuza's clones, aimed towards the real Zabuza's right hand, which was holding the water prison technique. He let the water prison fall as he sidestepped the approaching shuriken. He destroyed the clone behind him with a quick spin of his sword, then jumped clear of the now free Kakashi. The Zabuza and Naruto clones all scattered, leaving the 2 of them engaged in a lethal duel. "I will not fall for the same jutsu twice, Zabuza," Kakashi declared as he swiftly stood on the water's surface and faced him. Zabuza spoke, putting his sword behind his back and hurriedly beginning to form hand seals. "Let us test this statement." With his legs dangling from a tree branch, the real Naruto, still sitting in the forest, thought, "I think Kakashi-sensei will handle it. Probably." Great waterfall, water dragon, and a little sharingan later. Following the intense fight, Kakashi approached Zabuza's lifeless body with a casual demeanor, concealing his sharingan with his headband. As only Naruto emerged from the forest, he cast an observant glance at his students and arched an eyebrow. He took 1 step forward and felt his legs give out. Well, do you want to tell me what exactly happened back there?" he asked. With those last words, he collapsed, perfectly mimicking a log. "On second thought, you did a good job. Now, tie up Zabuza with as many seals as you can and find a cozy corner for me to rest in." Worried, Naruto hurried over to him. "Kakashi-sensei," he exclaimed as he turned him over and mistakenly touched the neck artery to check his pulse. Naruto cried out in terror, "Oh no, you have no pulse." "There's no other way. From the first aid courses I only remembered mouth to mouth." Before losing consciousness once more, Kakashi managed to open one eye and utter, "Don't even think about it. I'm just exhausted." After chuckling, Naruto went back to Zabuza and removed a brush and ink from his seal. Well then, the residence of Tazuna. A few hours following the shinobi battle with Zabuza and the others. Seated on his mattress, Kakashi gazed with bewilderment at his genin Tazuna and his daughter Tsunami. After receiving a collective nod from everyone but Tsunami, he said, "Huh? A cute mysterious shinobi with ice release tried to kill Tazuna-san." Once more nods. "And you stopped her?" With a sigh, he turned over on his back and wrapped a blanket around himself. He turned to his side and gave his team instructions. "Well, this is definitely good news. That means Gato just lost his most powerful employees, hopefully. Sasuke, Sakura, one of you must always be near our prisoners, poke them if they squirm too much. Naruto, you will protect Tazuna while he is building the bridge. Leave some clones here, they should watch the prisoners too, especially the integrity of the seals. If an emergency happens, pop some clones and we'll know." He sighed as he considered various options. "Our worst case scenario, now Gato finds some rogue ninja who will agree to fight us. Though after we defeated the great Mamachi Zabuza, the demon of the mist, there shouldn't be any idiots." He added air quotes to the word great. From the corner of the room, Zabuza's sour voice said, "You know we're already awake, don't you?" He was restrained in his movements by ninja wires in 5 different places, and there were visible seals on his head, arms, and legs. "What are you going to do with us?" he asked. Beside him, in silence and with his eyes open, a mysterious shinobi observed the proceedings with composure. Though perhaps a little weaker than Zabuza, he was tied up no worse. Team 7 appeared to have run out of ninja wire. Everyone in the room turned to face Zabuza as their eyes grew as big as saucers. What's this? Oh, they're conscious? I can't believe it, Kakashi mockingly exclaimed. Sakura grimaced as everyone rolled their eyes. To answer your question, Zabuza, so far nothing. Although it would be nice to get more information about Gato. Don't you know anyone who can help us with that? Unable to resist, Kakashi poked fun at Zabuza's conceit. To think, the mighty Zabuza and his sidekick got trounced by some fresh-faced newbies on their first C-rank mission. Let's just say, your reputation might need a little polishing after this. But you were lucky this time, the next. I'll win even easier the next time, Kakashi cut in. It's you who were lucky enough to trap me in the water prison. I've already told you I won't fall for the same trick twice. It's a shame that there was no information in my handbook that Copy Ninja Kakashi was such a clown. Clown? Well, if juggling your sorry ass around qualifies, I'll take that as a compliment. The rest of Team 7 and the other individuals present in the room observed as Zabuza and Kakashi's argument went on. With the intention of leaving the room, Naruto stood up and lifted the younger prisoner over his shoulder. Zabuza barked, "Hey, where are you taking him? At him?" Stopping, Naruto slowly turned to face the boy leaning on his shoulder. Him. The women in the room thought, "He's cuter than I am." There are a lot of mysteries in the world, Sasuke remarked, lowering his head. The boy blushed deeply on Naruto's shoulder, but he laughed a little when he realized that everyone was staring at him. I'm taking him to the kitchen to get some food and chat a bit. I was tired of listening you two bicker, and he looks like our age, so maybe we can find something to talk about, Naruto said. Tsunami clapped her hands and said, "Great idea, let's leave these two alone, and I'll make us something to eat." "Hey, I want some food too," Kakashi murmured, but Zabuza was the only person in the room, within the kitchen. While they waited for Tsunami to finish cooking, they were seated around the table. Breaking the ice, Naruto said, "So, what's your name?" "Haku." "Are you really a boy?" "Naruto," Sakura chastised him. "That's rude." "What? Why? Aren't you curious too?" When I saw his face for the first time, I thought, wow, he might be cuter than Sakura, Naruto responded. Though not as cute as Hinata-chan. Sakura's eyebrow quirked, and Haku blushed once more in response to Naruto's praise. "Yes, I'm a male." With a bewildered expression, Naruto posed another query to him. "I thought guys don't wear nail polish?" Haku asked, tilting his head. "Why not?" Tazuna remained silent for a minute before speaking again. "So, you're Zabuza's son?" "An apprentice." Taking a sip from his bottle of sake, Tazuna asked, "And why in the world are you working for that midget Gato?" "Sorry, but I won't say anything about my master's plans." Naruto remarked, such loyalty. I respect that." Then he adopted a cunning expression. "I think I could change these seals so you could move," he said, raising an eyebrow at Haku. "But only if you could tell me more about the ice release that you used back there." "No," Naruto begged, giving him puppy eyes. "Oh, come on, that has nothing to do with your master. What do you have to lose?" This made Haku slightly blush. "Cute. Tell him anything he wants. I don't want to hear his dumb whining any more than I have to." Zabuza and Kakashi leaned against each other as they entered the room. Zabuza had no wires on his body. Kakashi arched an eyebrow at his team's perplexed expressions. "What? I'm hungry," he exclaimed, giving Zabuza a back pat that made him sigh. "This guy is hungry too. A ninja must use any possible way to achieve his goal." Zabuza gave him a glare when Haku playfully smiled at his master, while Team 7 and Tazuna laughed heartily at him. While they waited for Tsunami to bring the food, they assisted the injured in finding their seats. "I'm quite shocked that you have mobility," Naruto remarked, glancing at Zabuza. Zabuza shot back, "Looks like your seals are crap." "Nah, the only crap in this room is you, Zabuza. Your seals didn't seal his chakra. He can pump some to his limbs and strengthen them," Kakashi told Naruto. Everyone inside turned to watch as the kitchen doors opened. "Hey, Grandpa, welcome back." "Oh, Inari, where have you been?" Tazuna asked, giving the young child wearing a blue and white hat a small smile. "Say hello to these ninjas from Konoha. They protected me on my way here and even defeated Gado's mightiest warriors." Inari uttered the words, "They're going to die," but no one could hear him. Sliding onto his grandfather's lap, he turned to face Team 7 and the other two. "Why, they're incredibly strong. With their help, I'll finish the bridge and bring hope back to hearts of this land's people." Onari's grandfather caught his eye. "But there's no way they can win against Gado." As they conversed, Tsunami entered the room quietly and began bringing food. The good-hearted Sasuke and Naruto went to assist her. "Don't worry, Inari-kun, we're super strong. We'll protect Tazuna-san from any danger. Gado or anybody else, they have no chance against us," Sakura said with a playful flex of her arm and a smile on her face. Inari questioned, "What are you, stupid? Trying to be a hero?" As a vein on Sakura's forehead quivered. Tsunami chastised Inari, saying, "That's not the way you talk to people." "Sorry, Mom." The following day, the living area of Tazuna's home. "So this is a bloodline?" a clearly distraught Naruto inquired. In the living room, he was seated next to a beaming Haku and Sasuke. Sakura was seated next to Kakashi, and Kakashi and Zabuza were positioned not far from each other.
Yes, the Yuki clan was the only group with the ability to control ice, Haku said, his voice briefly growing melancholic. "You wanted to use it?"
"Yeah, I thought it was some cool combination of water and wind," he said, dropping to the ground and wearing a dejected expression. Sakura was slightly startled when Kakashi sat up in his bed. "You're not completely wrong. Ice release is a nature transformation of wind and water elements." "Oh yeah, about that. I know about fire, wind, water, and earth." "Is that all?" Naruto asked Kakashi, sitting up and looking at him blankly. Zabuza opened his eyes and peered at the ceiling with a sigh. "I got defeated by a boy who doesn't even know how many elements there are."
You mentioned all 5 elements, with the exception of lightning, Kakashi clarified.
"Oh, okay. So back to ice. If I could combine wind and water, could I use ice release?" Kakashi snorted and reclined on his comfortable mattress. "Well, yes, of course. But if you manage to do it, make sure to teach me how to do it, because no one before could figure that one out." Once more, Naruto asked, "What is nature transformation?" Nature transformation, it's a kind of advanced form of chakra control. With it, shinobi can shape and change the nature of their chakra, altering its properties and characteristics for use in techniques. You use nature transformation for your wind release. Great breakthrough, Sasuke uses it for fire release, great fireball. Kakashi continued, but full control over an element is only achieved after years of training. He raised his hand and raised his finger at Naruto. He replied, "Catch." Naruto was startled when a tiny lightning bolt shot out of his finger and struck him. "Arg, why me?" he exclaimed. "Because you started this conversation," Kakashi said with an expression of confusion. "By the way, it's important not to forget about affinities. Everyone has an affinity. If you have a wind affinity, you will have much easier time controlling wind. Water affinity makes controlling water easier, and so on. Sasuke has a fire affinity because he is a Uchiha. Haku has a water and air affinity because he is from the Yuki clan. Zabuza has an affinity to lose because he is such a loser." "Corny," said Naruto. Sakura said, "That's bad, Kakashi-sensei." "Very awful," Sasuke exclaimed. Zabuza turned to Team 7 and laughed, saying, "Ha ha ha, thanks kids." Kakashi turned his back to the other people in the room and said, "I think it's time for you to go with Tazuna-san on the bridge." They heard Tazuna say, "Naruto, time to go. Are you coming?" from outside. Zabuza twitched at the thought of how many clones Naruto could make. At least tell me how to control the water. I will work on it while on the bridge. No more than 100 clones, promise," Naruto said. Kakashi said idly. Use your chakra to create water and knock yourself out. Zabuza abruptly added, you can use something like a sponge, cloth, or paper. Try to make it damp. Naruto yelled, thanks, and sprinted outside after creating a clone seal and popping the clone that would remain at Tezuna's house. Zabuza boredly asked, does he even have a water affinity? Dunno. I have this weird feeling that he is wind. The boy can create hundreds of clones. Which god smiled at him and gave him such amount of chakra? Zabuza pondered, you are a terrible teacher, Kakashi. At least I could beat a nuisance like you. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke said as he sat down next to him. Where did you get the Sharingan? He asked. It was a gift from my deceased friend, sighed Kakashi. He was a Uchiha, and before he died, he asked to have his eye transplanted to me, Sasuke said, looking down. I see. I apologize for bringing up the bad memories. 30 minutes subsequently, on the bridge, Naruto exclaimed, wow, you guys are incredible, as he observed the builders at work. Maybe I could help you, he asked Tezuna, who was grinning. I heard that ninja are much stronger than an ordinary man. Even a small one like you, the builder next to them said, grinning at his excitement. Naruto twitched at the small comment. I'm 12 and I'm still growing. Dori extended a hand to Naruto and said, haha, sorry then. My name is Dori, I am a newbie here. Dori was a stout, well-built man with dull green eyes, dark hair, and a kind expression on his face. Hold my hand, Naruto. I'm the genin of Konoha, he said, taking the extended hand. Oh, quite a grip you have. Tezuna grinned and said, okay, enough talking. Let's get to work. Naruto, if you want to help, please wear a hard hat. We always need free hands. Both Naruto and the builders let out a collective hi. Oh, wait a minute, Naruto said, folding the clone seal to form 100 clones in front of him who nodded and sprinted for the coast, looking for foliage. Well, where's that hard hat? The astounding clone display nearly caused all of the bridge workers to go insane. Oh, totally slipped my mind you had that trick up your sleeve. Think you could pop out 50 more to help with the construction? Tezuna replied nonchalantly. I promised Kakashi-sensei that I wouldn't make more than 100 clones. When your team got this mission, your job was to protect me until this bridge stands proudly, wasn't it? So, Tezuna and Naruto reasoned, you'll spend less time here if you help me build the bridge. Well, what are you thinking? I'm sure your sensei won't mind. Don't you miss your home? Maybe you have a girlfriend waiting for ya, replied Dori with a grin. Snickers ran rampant as Naruto turned 5 shades redder and started angrily scratching his head. An older man wearing a tool belt said, "Aw, our wee ninja's got himself a sweetheart, has he?" A playful female voice from the crew said, "Can't blame em decked out ninja style if I were a decade or so younger." Now, a terrifying shade of scarlet, Naruto zapped his hands into the clone sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Operation Help Tezuna and Leave Faster for Date is a go. After 4 hours, during the midday meal, Tezuna squatted down next to the three, which consisted of Dori, bare-chested Naruto, and a young woman who looked to be in her mid-20s. Tezuna stuck a little piece of paper to his forehead, displaying his newly discovered chakra-fueled stickiness in an unplanned way. With a burst of laughter, the woman asked, "So you're a ninja now, Tezuna-san?" Tezuna shot back, "Absolutely, ninja moves. Piece of cake," with a brazen puff of his chest, but his chakra gave way and the leaf fell to the ground below. Without missing a beat, Naruto gestured to the leaf, and it swiftly approached him as if on a whim, like a magician. He grinned and twisted it a little around his finger, saying, "Kindergarten stuff." Tezuna's tone suddenly became defensive as he struck a nerve. "Leaves may dance for you, but tell me, boy, would you be able to build a bridge as incredible as this?" he exclaimed, his voice carrying a hint of challenge mixed with amused outrage. "Don't be offended, Tezuna Ajisan. All crafts are important. What's the big deal if mine is a little more fancy? Naruto said, raising his hands with the leaf still above his index finger. Dori turned to face Tazuna, laughing at her irritated expression. Miss Mina, you were born in this place, weren't you? Could you give me a little tour around it? Mina was a tall, stunning woman with eyes so onyx you'd think she could see right through your soul, a dark blue mane that would make the midnight sky envious, and a beauty spot so perfectly placed it was like Cupid himself put a PS on her face. This was made by me. How predictable the suggestion of a date roused her already smoldering color. That would be great. I haven't eaten at a restaurant in a long time. Tazuna, I'm hoping for a good bonus to my payment. Tazuna laughed at him. Ha ha ha, you brought it on yourself. Ah, springtime of life, such green untested hearts. Come on Tazuna Ajasen, you're not very old yet, maybe you can still find someone, Naruto asked, arching an eyebrow at him. Nah, after Tsunami's mother, I doubt there's another soul brave enough to put up with my tipsy shenanigans. Tazuna shook his head sadly, giving a bittersweet smirk. A reflective quietness descended upon them, broken only by the soothing sound of the waves breaking on the shore. Dori unexpectedly gave Naruto a blinding headlock and exclaimed, Yo, cheers, kiddo. Because of you, I've somehow snagged myself a date tonight. Hey, let me go. Evening. The home of Tazuna. You did a great job, Naruto. Don't worry, you won't suffer any harm from 50 clones, and the bridge is being built much faster. Kakashi complimented him, grinning broadly. He took a seat next to Zabuza and Haku on his mattress. I still can't believe he can create so many clones and still stand on his feet, Zabuza complained. You can't believe it because you're so weak. Look who's talking, mister. Can't get up for a week after using Sharingan. Taking a seal from his pouch under his coat, Naruto said, Haku, my clones got tired of trying to create water and tried to improve the body restraint seal. They managed to create something interesting. If the body restraint seal restrained the body from moving, as if it wasn't obvious, then this seal, he said, ignoring Kakashi and Zabuza, restrains your chakra. The clones I tested it on couldn't use chakra in any way. Kakashi praised him, saying, Not bad, it seems you did your homework on Fuinjutsu that I gave you. Yes, I made the decision to respect the traditions if my clan was the ones in charge of this, Naruto answered, taking off multiple seals from Haku. You, Uzumaki, of course. Huge chakra reserve, Fuinjutsu. If you had red hair, I would have guessed right away. Zabuza turned to face Naruto. Do you dye your hair? It asked. Naruto pulled a bone and ink from his seal on his hand and exclaimed, No, why does everyone think that? Now I'll draw a seal around your neck and a bit of your back. Can I take off this jacket? Haku blushed and nodded in agreement. Why are you blushing? You're a man, and you still have clothes underneath. Sitting nearby, Sakura and Sasuke stood up and began to watch Naruto draw a seal on Haku's body. His brush moves smoothly, barely lifting from the skin. Is this a whirl? Sasuke thought. Sakura pondered. He has such beautiful skin. How is that possible? Sakura and Sasuke returned to their seats as Naruto completed drawing the seal and sealed the bone and ink. He activated the new seal with a brief series of hand seals, and it shrank to a tiny swirl on Haku's neck, saying, There, try to move. After raising his hand gradually, Haku sealed with just one hand, saying, I can't release chakra from my body. The seal blocks my tenketsu. Oh, those points where chakra comes out for techniques? Naruto inquired, and Haku replied, I don't know where they are, but this seal doesn't care about it. It connects to your body's chakra system and blocks it completely. That's a bit weird, but I don't feel any discomfort. At night, we'll still put the body restraint seal on you, but under our supervision you can walk around with the chakra restraint seal, Kakashi said, returning to Zabuza with a S. You'll have to lie down with this seal until the bridge is finished. Naruto, draw chakra restraint seal on him too. Whatever, I understand that you're afraid to let me move, because I'm a superior shinobi. Superior to what? To a bunch of kids who can barely throw a kunai? Ignoring their arguments, Naruto turned Zabuza's back to face him and said, Kakashi-sensei, can you give me some pointers on how to manipulate water? That's not my main element, so maybe Haku knows something about it. Haku replied, stretching his neck, No, I haven't reached that stage in my training yet. With his eyes closed like he was meditating, Zabuza repeated, Imagine that your chakra is as liquid and fluid as water. You can try to take some water in your hands and feel its qualities. He was the center of attention for everyone in the room. Confusion gripping Naruto, he asked, Why are you helping me? But Zabuza waved him off. With expectant eyes, Tazuna said, HMPH, leave him alone. Better tell me, have you come up with the seal of infinite sake yet? Tsunami hit him on the head and yelled, Father, did you really ask a child to invent a seal of infinite sake for you? Tazuna clutched his head in pain and defended himself, saying, What? He volunteered. Naruto laughed and tapped his knee, saying, Ha ha ha, I was just joking, you know. Who knew you could actually mold chakra? Tazuna's expression was the most dejected they had ever seen. He appeared to have recently lost his closest friend. Don't worry, Tazuna Ajisen, I gave you my word, so it doesn't matter how long it takes, I'll find a way to create an endless supply of sake, believe it. Naruto grinned broadly. Besides, who else but the greatest ninja of all time can pull off something like this, you know? Ha ha ha. The following day, atop the bridge. While Tazuna had gone to lunch with the other employees, Naruto was once again seated next to Dori and Mina. Naruto asked, smiling mischievously, So how was your date? I really wanted to follow them, but I held myself back so as not to ruin their moment. Dori simply laughed, putting his hand behind his head. I think it went well, considering that we have a second date this evening. Mina blushed a little. Good for you. I was afraid that you would mess up on the first date, so much that Mina wouldn't want to talk to me, laughed Naruto. Don't worry about that, Mina teased him with a playful smile. Maybe you could tell us about your girlfriend in Konoha instead of talking about us and us? With a smile on his face, Naruto said amiably, Her name's Hinata. She is from one of the distinguished clans within Konoha. Imagine someone my height, with deep blue hair and pale eyes, but much cuter. There's an endearing sincerity to her and humbleness. She has this adorable tendency to falter in her words when she's nervous, but when we are deep in a conversation, you'll hear her words flow smoothly. Whenever she's feeling bashful, she has this charming habit of touching her fingers together. Have I mentioned just how endearing, cute, and sweet she is? Dori and Mina grinned despite looking a little sweaty. Yeah, several times. She's incredibly strong in taijutsu. Her eyes can see 360 degrees around her, and her hits hurt for almost an hour after the fight. Even Sasuke's hits stop hurting faster. And every time she hits me, she has this worried look on her face, and she holds her breath until she sees that I'm okay, then she exhales with relief. I'm sure she'll become incredibly strong in the future. She sounds like a wonderful girl, take care of her. Certainly, Mina and Dori blinked in shock as Naruto abruptly stood up and threw his fist into the air while grinning broadly. I'll become the strongest ninja in the world, stronger even than the first Hokage. And then I'll become Hokage myself. As Hokage, I'll definitely protect all the people of Konoha, especially Hinata-chan, believe it, Naruto exclaimed. Tazuna yelled from close by, Okay, it's time to go back to work, end of the break. After giving Naruto a long, hard look, Mina and Dori's faces lit up with broad smiles. Haku and the clone of Naruto. Seated on Tazuna's house veranda, watching Naruto's clone perform taijutsu stances and run on the water, Haku had his legs hanging over the ocean. Don't you need to conserve your chakra in case of an emergency? Naruto clone leaped up to sit next to him on the veranda and said, I'm just running on the water, it's not too chakra consuming. How much chakra do you have? He's not a censor, so he doesn't know for sure, Naruto remarked without missing a beat. Kakashi-sensei said it's about the same as his. And your seal on your hand? That's a sealing jutsu, right? I don't think so anymore. Naruto laughed at Haku's inquisitive expression. I've modified it so many times that it's hard to call it a normal sealing jutsu. The size and number of objects that I can seal in it have increased so much that it's probably advanced sealing. If you give me some time, I think I can seal Tazuna's house in it. Maybe even more than a house. Naruto thought for a moment. The only thing that I haven't fully succeeded in yet is sealing chakra. Although I'm definitely getting there, sealing chakra in your body is something different than sealing chakra in a seal. But it's a progress. Wow, that's amazing. For how much would you print me one? Haku asked, gazing at Naruto in wonder. Huh? You want one for yourself? Haku replied. I don't mind drawing one for free if Kakashi-sensei doesn't forbid it. Haku blushed and turned his head away from Naruto, covering his face as he said, "Thank you." Haku's face reddened even more as he exclaimed, "Arg, stop blushing like that next to me. You're sending the wrong signals." After a short while of silence, Haku turned to face him once more and asked, "Why do you want to become stronger so badly?" "That's my dream. I want to become the strongest ninja in our village and the world. All my predecessors will eat dust when I become the next Hokage," Naruto said with a broad smile and a raised palm to the sky. "For yourself or for someone else?" Haku giggled as confused Naruto cocked his head to the side. "Huh? Do you have someone important to you? I believe that only when a person has something precious to protect, that's when they truly become strong." Naruto grinned and said, "Yeah, I understand that very well," as he turned to face the water. His hatred is diminishing with each day, and he's starting to truly appreciate this team, Kakashi said, looking at Sasuke from the second floor of the house. Sasuke was standing behind a corner near Naruto and Haku, and he had a thoughtful expression on his face. When Kakashi noticed that Sasuke had returned to the house, he made the decision to go back to his comfortable mattress. Naruto has an incredible influence on people. Nighttime at Tazuna's residence. Gathered around the kitchen table, Team 7 Tazuna, Haku, and Zabuza awaited Tsunami to finish preparing the meal. "So Haku, could you perhaps explain to us why you were employed by Gato?" Kakashi inquired, closing his book. "I'm just a tool for Zabuza-sama. If you want to know his goals, ask him." Bewildered, Naruto said, "I respect loyalty, but... Tool? Why the hell are you devoting yourself to him so much?" Looking at Zabuza, he saw that he had closed his eyes once more and sat as though disconnected from reality. Haku smiled sadly at him and said, "He accepted me. When everyone else shunned me, denied my existence, he saved my life." Naruto paid close attention to what he had to say. Everyone else in the room paid close attention as well. He paused, staring at the floor as he gathered his thoughts. "I was born in a snowy little village in the land of mist, and I was happy. My parents were good, kind people. But as I was growing older enough to notice the world around me, something happened." With a drop of sweat on his neck and a sour feeling about that little story, Naruto said, "Like what?" With a dejected expression, Tazuna put down his eyes and took several gulps from his bottle. Eventually, he said, "My father killed my mother and tried to kill me, which instantly changed the atmosphere in the room. You see, the land of mist has been the scene of generations of non-stop war. Among its people, those who possess the Kekkei Genkai are loathed as abominations." Team 7's eyes widened as they gazed at each other while continuing to listen to him. Their inherited skills that were exploited and twisted used to cause horrible slaughter until they ceased to be looked on as warriors or even weapons, but were condemned as the harbingers of doom. After the wars were over, those who possessed this trait were hunted, only able to survive by hiding the existence of their skills and bloodline away. Exposure meant certain death. He stopped and took a deep breath prior to continuing. "My father learned that my mother came from a clan. Before I even realized what I was about to do, my father died by my hand. And then it came to me. I knew what I was, and I was forced to accept it. That was the most painful thing. Another silence fell upon the room, with no one attempting to interrupt him before he began speaking once more. Facing Naruto directly, he lifted his head and said, acknowledging that I was alone in this world, superfluous, unwanted, shunned. As soon as he said, "That sounds the way I feel," Naruto's eyes grew wide. The third Hokage, Iruka, and Hinata's faces materialized in Naruto's mind. Master Zabuza adopted me, knowing I came from a Kekkei Genkai bloodline. The very thing in me that made everyone else hate me, he didn't just overlook it. He cherished it, wanted it, he said with a sorrowful smile. I was so happy, he choked out. I don't need you to understand me, really. But if the entire world denied your existence and you had only one person in your life, wouldn't that person become the most important, treasured person in your life? And I failed him. Bloody mist. I heard stories from sailors about that land, but this. Bloody hell, Tazuna said, setting his sake bottle on the table and cast his gaze to the ceiling. When I worked in the Anbu, I also heard stories from that place from other operatives. They were never happy stories, Kakashi said. With a range of emotions racing through him, Naruto locked eyes with Haku. I understand you, he said, grabbing everyone's attention in the room. When Inari appeared in the space wearing his trademark blue and white hat, Tazuna turned to face him and grinned slightly, saying, "Oh, Inari, come sit down, we'll be eating soon." Naruto's clones are incredible. We'll be able to finish building the bridge in 2 weeks at the latest, Tazuna said, trying to break the gloomy atmosphere in the room. Some builders got scared and left the construction, but the rest, after witnessing how Naruto tries to help us, decided to stay and finish this job. It appeared that Naruto was too shaken by Haku's tale because he remained silent in the face of Tazuna's compliments. Sakura gave him a worried look, and Sasuke also displayed some concern-related emotions. With tears streaming down his face, Inari abruptly grabbed the attention of everyone at the table and exclaimed, "Why are you guys even bothering? Even if you're a little strong, you're still no match for Gado's men. No matter what glorious claims you make or how hard you work, when facing a strong one, the weak will only end up getting killed." Zabuza even opened one eye to look at him, then closed it to look at Haku. Sasuke turned to face Naruto and saw that he was using his hand to squeeze the table's edge while tiling his head forward so that his hair was covering his eyes. "Inari-kun, there's no need to cry," Sakura said with a nervous smile on her face as she blinked slowly. He jumped off his stool and pointed his finger at her, saying, trying to act like some sort of hero. He swept his finger across everyone at the table except Tazuna and Tsunami and yelled, "You don't even know how hard life can be? No need to cry? Don't try to calm me down. You know nothing about me or this land, yet you are being so nosy." Snap. Every person in the room sensed a tangible sense of impending doom. They turned to face where the snapping noise had come from and began to perspire profusely. A chunk of wood that appeared to have been ripped off the table was clutched in Naruto's fist. The civilians perceived the shinobi in the room as simply exuding a death aura, but the shinobi felt an immense and terrible chakra emanating from him. Letting the wood fall to the ground, he loosened his grip. Zabuza narrowed his eyes at Naruto and thought, "Such strong chakra. What's wrong with this kid?" Tears were streaming down Haku's cheeks as he thought, why did his chakra have so much evil? With a serious expression, Kakashi watched Naruto and reached for his pouch, saying, "Kyubai, the seal is still intact." Sweat trickled down Sakura's and Sasuke's faces as they turned to face Naruto. Sasuke clenched his fists and swallowed a lump in his throat, asking, "What is this feeling? Is this really Naruto's chakra?" There was an audible pause during which nobody spoke. Kakashi tensed as Naruto rose from his seat. He turned to face Inari, who was trembling visibly, and began to walk toward him. He raised his head a little and his eyes began to glow a deep scarlet, as others saw. He gestured to Inari with his index finger up. As he closed in on him, his words were a hammer strike of uncontrollable rage. "Shut your mouth, boy!" He turned and made his way toward the door, lowering his hand. "Naruto, where are you going?" exclaimed Kakashi as he rose from his chair, but Naruto ignored him and slammed the door behind him. "Sasuke, you're in charge. No one should leave this house until I return with Naruto, understood?" he said, turning to face the other attendees in the room with an intense look of seriousness. After Sasuke nodded, he turned and fled the house. With a more ferocious expression, split pupils, and growing claws on his fingers, Naruto dashed towards the forest. "Ag!" he exclaimed as he ran a great distance in a matter of seconds. He did not slow down and struck a massive rock that was 10 times larger than him, shattering it into tiny pieces of stone and dust. A few of the stone fragments whizzed by his surroundings, uprooting trees. "What is this? This is not my chakra," he exclaimed, stopping to study his hand and closing his eyes. He then clasped his hands together and started to concentrate on this new chakra, releasing the old one from his body. Because of the strength of the chakra, he could see a red mist forming around him as the ground around him started to crack and the trees started to bend and creak. He proceeded to expel every ounce of the red chakra within him, almost as though he was using his own chakra to do so. His eyes expanded upon realizing that the red mist before him had taken the shape of a massive fox head. A huge evil smirk appeared on the fox's muzzle, Kyubai no Kitsune, and then everything stopped for a second. With a few heavy breaths, Naruto collapsed to the ground and wondered, what was that? Why his chakra? Suddenly, he heard a rustle close by and scrambled to his feet, grabbing a kunai. With his hands raised, Kakashi emerged from the bushes and said, "Calm down." "What was that?" "It was chakra," sighed Naruto as he lowered his kunai. Sat on one of the stones that flew from Naruto's blow, Kakashi said, "Of 9-tailed demon fox, yes. It seems that in moments of intense anger, Kyubai can give you more of its chakra. It in turn makes you more aggressive." "But isn't the seal supposed to restrain him in me? How did his chakra manage to leak out of the seal?" With wide eyes, Naruto said, "I think that over time the seal becomes weaker. It also allows the fox's chakra to leak out and mix with your own chakra." "Weaker? Does that mean that Kyubai can break free over time?" Kakashi sighed with fatigue and motioned for him to sit on the ground. "I don't think the seal will break so easily. As long as you don't open it yourself, he should stay sealed," Kakashi said. "Did the Hokage tell you who the Jinchuriki are, right?" Naruto shook his head in denial and sat down in front of Kakashi. "Strange, but understandable. Jinchuriki are people who have tailed beasts sealed inside them like you. As you should know from the academy course or not, there are 9-tailed beasts. Each of them has a certain number of tails, from 1 to 9, the more tails the greater the power of the beast." Sighing once more, he lowered his gaze to the hidden villages use tailed beasts as a source of power, sealing them in people. They often use them as weapons. "Weapons?" Glancing directly into Naruto's eyes, Kakashi said, "Some Jinchuriki can control their tailed beast. Using its power, they become some of the strongest shinobi in the world. The 9 tails was sealed in you not to make you a weapon, Naruto. The 4th Hokage wanted you to be considered a hero. You protect us just by your existence," he comforted him, seeing that they were a little scared and in disbelief. "If so, then why do I have to control this power? I don't want to become the strongest shinobi in the world just because I have some shaggy dog sealed in me." An irate Naruto asked after thinking about the new information for a few minutes. "You run pretty fast, and I'm still not recovered, so I wouldn't call the strongest tailed beast in the world a regular shaggy dog," Kakashi laughed. "The reason is simple. In moments of rage, you can lose yourself and even hurt your close and dear ones, maybe even releasing Kyubai." Naruto lowered his head again, his expression sorrowful. "Don't worry, we'll deal with this matter after this mission." Kakashi grinned. "Oh yes, of course," Naruto said with a trembling smile as he walked up to Kakashi and allowed him to rest on his shoulder. Carrying Naruto, Kakashi thought as he walked towards Tezuna's house. Controlling the tailed beast might be too dangerous for him right now. Maybe the Hokage can come up with something that would help to restrain Kyuubi. "Damn, I didn't want to snap at the kid," Naruto grumbled. "I'll have to apologize to him later." Bridge. The following day. When Tezuna and Naruto arrived at the foggy bridge, Tezuna greeted his coworkers and said, "Hello everyone, ready for a new workday." "Good morning, Tezuna-san," the builders' voices echoed throughout the area. "We're always ready." "Good, then let's get started." He cast a sidelong glance at Naruto and felt a twinge of hopelessness. "Put your whole soul into the construction, my boy. Disregard any conflicts and focus on your work," he said, putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder and smiling warmly. As Dori approached them, she laughed and said, "Words of a true foreman, Tezuna Teichu." "Something happened, Naruto?" Denying reality, Naruto grinned and shook his head, saying, "Everything is fine. I'm ready to work, Ajisan." After an hour, Dori ran up to her and gave her a bottle of water and a towel. A sweaty and terrified Mina ran up to the working builders, saying, "Gato is leading a few hundred bandits this way. They smashed a few shops in the city and they'll be here soon." Someone yelled from the crowd, "What? But why now?" as all the workers stopped and turned to face her in fear. Wiping a towel across her sweaty face, Mina said, "It seems he heard that with the help of ninjas we will finish the bridge faster and decided to stop us. Forever." Naruto furrowed his brows. "Leave before they get here," he pleaded. "They were already close to the bridge when I heard about it and ran here." Tezuna lowered himself onto a slab of concrete and said, frustrated, "And we don't have any boats. It's too far to swim to the shore." As soon as Naruto said, "Then you go to the edge of the bridge, I'll notify my team and hold off the bandits until they come," a clone of himself vanished in a puff of smoke. Mina cried out in terror and worry, "Hold them off! There are hundreds of armed bandits and you're alone." With a smirk on his face and a clone seal formed, Naruto said, "Hundreds? Not bad, but maybe you forgot." The entire bridge was covered in white smoke, making it impossible for any of the workers to see, and when the smoke cleared, the entire bridge was literally filled with clones. They heard a voice behind the clones and they thought, "Shit, this kid really knows something." With an evil smirk, a small man holding a staff, Gato, yelled at the bandits, "Even though there are many of them, it's still one little kid. You can handle him. For the head of each builder behind him, I'll pay 50,000 ryo. Whoever kills the real kid gets 500,000. As the bandits began to rush towards Naruto's clones, who were holding their ground and getting ready to use kunai, they yelled, "Ha ha ha ha, what are we waiting for?" The bandits started swinging their swords left and right in an attempt to slay as many clones as they could as they approached Naruto. However, the clones successfully repelled the bandits' attacks. Only a small number of them vanished as a result of their successful attacks. There were few skilled swordsmen among the bandits. The right side of Naruto's defense started to open up a few minutes after the battle started. A handful of exceptionally powerful swordsmen started to breach the clones and advance. Despite not killing the assailant bandits, quite a few bodies had already dropped to the ground. Some were lying in blood from unintentional attacks by their allies, while others had just been knocked out by Naruto's blow. Memories of multiple clones that perished at the hands of a powerful swordsman brandishing a katana on his right front were simultaneously transmitted to the real Naruto. His eyes grew wide. They could see the final row of clones. He quickly formed a clone seal, made more, and equipped some with barrier seals. While the others kept the bandits at bay, the clones ran to set up the seals. Prior to the conflict, the home of Tezuna, Sakura and Sasuke were sitting on Kakashi, performing push-ups beneath Naruto's clone, who was perched on the room's ceiling. Haku was reading a book while seated in the room's corner next to Zabuza. Taken down by surprise, Naruto landed squarely on top of Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi. Sakura yelled, "Ouch! What happened, Naruto?" with fury. Naruto grabbed his head and exclaimed, "Gato brought hundreds of armed bandits to the bridge." "What?" With a frantic wave of his arms, Naruto exclaimed, "Boss will hold them off. You need to hurry to the bridge." Kakashi gave the order, "Sakura, stay here." "What? But—" Kakashi gave a serious command, "No buts. You will watch over Zabuza and Haku. We will help Naruto." Sakura gave a nod, and Sasuke and Kakashi hurriedly left the house in the direction of the bridge. When Zabuza opened his eyes, he first focused on Naruto's clone, who was still moving around the room, before turning to face Haku. Atop the bridge, with the intention of halting the massive swordsman's advance, the clones hurried to the right side of the bridge. He was a bald, scarred man wearing dark gray pants and a mesh gray shirt. He swiftly swung his katana, severing the clones in front of him. The force of his blows, which easily damaged the clone's kunai, made Naruto wonder if he was using chakra. The swordsman was unable to be surrounded by Naruto's clones as a group of bandits stormed in behind him. He was about to say, "Ha ha ha, I haven't had so much fun in a long time. I'll crush you, and then I'll deal with all the builders behind you," when a tangible force gripped his body and rendered him motionless. When Naruto's clones leaped on the bandits nearby and used precise strikes to knock them out, they were all in the same predicament. "Futon, great breakthrough!" the clones exclaimed, blasting massive streams of air out of their mouths that drove most of the bandits back and sent some plummeting into the water. The clones behind the front line rapidly started forming hand seals, and in a few seconds the front clones pushed the bandits back and leaned to the ground, allowing the clones behind them to perform the technique. Naruto was about to believe that his clones would be able to subdue the bandits when he heard a loud scream from behind him. He turned and saw several bandits fighting the builders, who were using building materials to defend themselves inside the barrier that is already in place. What? But how? The clones that had put up the barrier turned quickly to face the disturbance. One of them turned to face the water at the foot of the bridge, where a boat loaded with more bandits appeared. The bandits tried to break through, but the barrier stopped them. They came by boat? Damn. A bandit shoved the builder aside, who used armature to block him, and swung his sword at Mina, who was attempting to flee. But Dory jumped in front of her just as the sword was about to make contact. The clones jumped onto the bandit, channeling all of their chakra into their legs. They struck him, knocked him down, and sent him crashing into the other bandits, knocking them out cold. Of the 4 clones inside the barrier, 2 disappeared, and the other 2 rose to make sure every one of the bandits was rendered unconscious. When they finally got back to Dory and Mina, they saw the sword in Dory's belly, and their eyes grew wide. One of the clones, panic etched on his face, hurried over to the injured builder and cried out, "Dory!" "How? Dory gasped, blood dribbling from his mouth. "Ha ha, ha!" The sword slipped from his grip, yet it didn't lose momentum. "His trajectory is peculiar. I'm a builder, I can tell." "Is there anyone here who can handle a wound like this?" Mina exclaimed, her eyes welling with tears. The group gathered close together, actively discussing what to do next. Tazuna hurried over to them and said, "Everyone calm down. We're on a construction site. No one has a needle and thread here to attend to the injury." His final words to Dory were, "Do not touch the sword, and keep your mouth shut." The clone next to Dory quickly assessed his wounds, but when he felt a rush of chakra, he looked up at the other clone and said, "Oh no." After hearing what he had to say, Tazuna turned to face him and said, "I said calm down." Tazuna followed his gaze and let his eyes widen as he noticed the clone, which had crimson eyes and an aura that reminded him of the night before. The clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. Damn. The house of Tazuna. Naruto's clone exhaled with relief as he kept circling the room, saying, "Phew, they managed to stop that bald swordsman." "Naruto, I know you're a clone, but if you don't sit down," Sakura said, a vein popping on her forehead as she raised her fist menacingly. But before she could say another word, Naruto had already settled down quietly on the floor. "How did they get through the barrier?" Naruto exclaimed, enraging Sakura even more. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he leaped to his feet once more. Haku arched an eyebrow as Zabuza fixed him with an intense stare. "What's happening again?" Zabuza questioned as Naruto began pacing the room once more. Naruto abruptly stopped mid-step, mid-sentence, saying, "My clones set up a barrier around the builders, but somehow—" "A boat. They approached the bridge from the other side by boat and climbed on. My clones are in the barrier, they should." Sakura and Haku noticed the clones' eyes had turned a deep red, and their eyes widened. They leaped to their feet, remembering when Naruto's eyes had last turned that way, but the clone vanished in an imperceptible puff of smoke. "Well, looks like our midget wallet is dead," sighed Zabuza. Bridge. The clones of Naruto all froze in place, their eyes going wide with disbelief. Using the diversion as cover, the bandits advanced, their vile smiles expanding as they inched closer to their helpless target. However, when they got to the barrier, they attempted to punch a hole in it, but discovered it was impenetrable. While some of the bandits persisted in killing Naruto's clones, who offered no resistance, they all vanished in a puff of smoke in a matter of seconds, leaving just one Naruto in the middle of the bridge. He was filled with an immense fury as he looked around at the bandits, saying, "Dory, is he dying? No, he's still alive." His coat was torn to pieces, his already red eyes were slitted, his nails grew and sharpened, and the whisker marks on his face became more prominent as a visible red chakra began to emanate from his body, asking, "Why are they so? Disgusting. To kill an innocent, unarmed person. For them, it's a joy." The bandits all retreated from Naruto as they sensed the breath of death on their necks, even though almost no one on the bridge had ever felt chakra in their lives. As they observed the horrifying change occurring in front of them, the builders held their breath. He turned to face the small businessman, leaned to the ground, and bared his teeth. When Gato saw this, he became frightened and began to run while yelling, "Kill him already! What are you standing for?" When Gato leaped to him, the bandits who stood between them flew to the sides. Some even flew off the bridge. "Gato, it all started with this bastard, so it ends with him." In an instant, he was upon him, swinging his clawed hand back and putting it on the left side of his back, the place where his heart lay. Gato's eyes grew wide as he turned to face an utterly terrifying Naruto, raising his hand above his head and yelling, "D-Demon!" One of the wealthiest persons on the planet left behind these remarks. Naruto's hand penetrated him easily, passing through his heart, lungs, and back. Naruto withdrew his hand from his body and gazed at it before turning to face Gato, who collapsed onto his stomach with a gash in his back. He fell unconscious next to him as his eyes rolled up. Upon witnessing the brutal massacre, a few bandits leaped from the bridge and swam towards the boat or the shore. The majority of them threw down their weapons and bolted to the shore across the bridge. When Sasuke and Kakashi appeared next to the defenseless Naruto, the remaining people, whether foolish or courageous, were going to attack him. With a Sharingan, Kakashi gave the bandits a scram, and they immediately took off after the other escaping bandits. He turned to face Naruto, sighed heavily, and covered his eye with his forehead protector. "Sasuke, please deactivate the barrier," he uttered before bending down to examine Naruto's body for damages. Without delay, Sasuke dashed to the barrier's edge and sealed it with a seal from his pouch. When chakra was poured into it, the barrier became inactive, and several people emerged carrying the injured man on a sizable piece of board. When Tizuna emerged from the barrier last, she said, "They took him to the hospital. He lost a lot of blood." He glanced around and saw the dead Gato's body. So the scumbag finally died. No one will mourn him. Sensing the bandits' pulses on the ground, Sasuke remarked, "Some of these bandits are also dead." Tizuna drooled, "And what should we do with the bodies?" Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and grinned. When Naruto opened his eyes, he was in a sort of dimly lit sewerage. There was not a scrape on his body, and his coat was in perfect condition. His eyes narrowed as he thought back to what had brought him to this moment. He looked down at his hand and saw that it was clean, bloodless. Seeing that there was no use in standing still, he decided to investigate his surroundings. He passed through a lengthy tunnel and came out into a large room with tall bars in the middle. He started to say, "What in the?" but was cut off by a voice that resounded throughout the space. The woman's voice said, "Has my overseer come to check on how the old me is doing?" Naruto yelled, "Who's there? Show yourself, you scoundrel." The enigmatic voice said, "Come closer to the bars and you'll find out." "No." Abruptly, a tall woman with reddish-orange hair that flowed down to her waist and red eyes with slits appeared in front of the enormous bars. She put her hand on her forehead and leaned against them. Her striking figure was perfectly hugged by her red kimono adorned with golden details. "Won't you help me? I feel so sick," she pleaded. For a moment, Naruto studied her deadpan expression. Subsequently, he lifted his middle finger and squinted. "You're the Nine Tails, aren't you? Why are you a woman?" She yelled, "You knew and still talked like that to me." "Of course I knew, stupid. I could sense your chakra the moment I got here." She walked back into the cell's darkness and turned away huffing. After what seemed like a long 2 minutes of waiting for something to happen, Naruto lost patience. "Did you just walk away? I thought you were doing another dramatic pause before speaking again." There was a pause in response. He moved a little closer to the bars, saying, "Come on, what's going on?" "Here, I'm coming to the bars, will you talk to me?" After an hour. When Kyuubi got to the bars, he turned to face Naruto, who was sitting not far away and making circles in the water while a black cloud was hanging over him. "Oh, you're still here." "What's with the voice?" "Oh, I didn't know you were here." Naruto abruptly got to his feet and gestured to her, imitating a female voice. "I know you heard me for the past hour or more," he exclaimed. "You have guts, I'll give you that, but one more yell and I'll rip out your larynx," she said, fixing him with an intense stare. Naruto was weeping. "She's even worse than Anko-sensei. Does she have some kind of PMS or something?" "Tailed beasts don't have PMS." "Great. Now you can read my thoughts too?" Kyuubi looked at her nails and said, "After you weakened the seal, yes. By the way, thank you." Naruto's eyes grew wide. Weakened the seal. As she raised her gaze to meet his, he felt a knot in his stomach. What do you mean?" he asked. Kyuubi said, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu is quite an interesting technique," as she turned back to Naruto and moved away from the bars. She turned back to Naruto, drawing nearer until she was practically inches away. "When one of your clones saw the injured builder, he was filled with hatred, and my chakra began leaking out of him," she said as she walked up to the bars, listening intently. "But this clone realized that it was my chakra leaking out of him and dispersed himself, passing the memories of the builder to all the other clones. Now they're all filled with rage and thinking terrible things about your enemies, imagining what should you do to them. And then the bandits started attacking your clones. All the various thoughts they conjured up in their short existence were transferred to you, combining and multiplying with each other, creating the most violent ideas in that mind of yours. And at the peak of this creativity process, your weakened state allowed my chakra to weaken the seal." Increasing her proximity to the bars, she leaned toward him with her face just inches from him. She threw back her head and laughed at Naruto's pallid expression. "So many negative emotions accumulated in all these hundreds of clones passed on to you. I'm surprised you didn't completely break the seal. Ha ha ha. I could have completely broken the seal." I doubt it. The fourth Hokage was a jerk, but a smart jerk. I probably could have released 7 or 8 tails before some defensive mechanisms would have reactivated the seal. 7 or 8 tails? That's almost all. What would have happened to Tazuna and the others? They would have died. I wouldn't even have had to do anything. The power from my release would have been so incredible that they would have simply died on the spot. I would have killed them? She turned to face Naruto and saw that he was staring at his hands with his head lowered. With a sigh, she reached through the bars and caressed his hair on his head. Wide-eyed, Naruto looked up at Kyuubi, saying, What? What are you doing? Dragging her fingers through his hair, Kyuubi remarked, Calming you down? Isn't it obvious? She placed her hand on his cheek and ran her fingers over his whisker marks after a few seconds. She heard him purring and arched an eyebrow. Naruto leaped back from the bars a few feet after realizing what had happened. Owa, cute little Naruto likes it when his whisker marks are stroked. Come, let me pet you. No, that's enough. Tell me why you resemble. Naruto remarked, blushing a little. How? Kyuubi inquired, clearly amused. She leaned forward against the bars, exposing her cleavage to Naruto. Naruto turned away and pointed at her, saying, Like that. Why do you look like a human? I thought you were a giant fox. Vixen, Kyuubi informed him. With an innocent expression, she pressed her breasts together and said, It's just one of my forms. I can transform as I please. Don't you like it? Naruto stammered. And no, I mean yes, I have a girlfriend. Another silence as Naruto struggled to gather his thoughts filled the room. Don't even try. I've already heard what you're thinking about my breasts. I'm flattered, she replied. All right, but why am I still here? Naruto asked with a pallid expression. Naruto blushed as Kyuubi arched an eyebrow and crossed her arms beneath her enchanted bosom. If you want to leave, go ahead. After giving her a confused glance, Naruto turned to head back towards the tunnel that had brought him. Following a few steps, he heard the words, Until we meet again. He was shocked to see Haku seated next to Zabuza when he turned back to face her. He got up off the ground and realized he was in Tazuna's house. Strange. I see that you're already awake, Zabuza scowled. Kakashi thought you'd be out for at least a day. Glancing down at his clothing, Naruto asked, How long was I out? He had holes in his pants and mesh armor, and his cloak was missing. Fortunately, not in the crucial sections. No more than 5 hours, Haku answered. After your clone's eyes turned red and he dispersed, it wasn't long before Kakashi-san's clone brought you here. It's been about 4 hours since then. Where are they now? Sakura recently left the room, saying she wanted to get some water. Kakashi-san and Sasuke-san are probably still at the bridge, helping with the bodies, Haku replied with a bit of hesitation. Congratulations on becoming a shinobi, darling, Zabuza remarked, meeting Naruto's gaze. As Naruto thought back on what had happened at the bridge, he felt a deep-seated rage rising within him. What being a shinobi means is not being a killer. It means being a protector. I'm sorry that Haku chose you as his master. He could be so much better than an apprentice of some petty rogue nin. His voice gradually grew louder. He spun around and bounded out of the room, barely missing Sakura. You're awake, Kakashi-sensei said. Naruto cut in. Yeah, Haku already told me, after saying, I'm going outside for some fresh air. He turned to leave Sakura in the hallway. With a melancholic expression, she glanced at the location where he had been a moment earlier before returning to the living room. Naruto chose to go for a stroll in the woods after leaving the house. A well-known female voice abruptly appeared in his thoughts. Why are you so aggressive? Did something happen? Naruto staggered and nearly fell face first into the mud, saying, Kyuubi, why can I hear you? Kyuubi laughed and said, I told you that due to the weakening of the seal, I can now hear your thoughts. After calming down, Naruto started to climb the tree without utilizing his chakra. But you didn't say you could talk to me in my thoughts. Her words, now you know, caused Naruto to start perspiring. Thigh with his head pointing downward toward the ground, Naruto paused on a tree branch and said, Wait. Naruto interrupted his thought, bringing his hand up to eye level, clenching and unclenching it. It's because of you that I feel like. Feel like what? Sarcastically, "Hee hee, I don't even know," she remarked. "Yes, it's the effect of the weakened seal. You're receiving more of my chakra than you're used to, and a side effect is the desire to rip someone's guts out. Not bad, huh?" He jumped off the tree and strode deeper into the forest, exclaiming, "Bad. I don't want to rip someone's guts out just because I'm in a bad mood. I'm not Sasuke or Zabuza." Ha ha ha, human problems. Naruto arrived at a lovely clearing and chose to rest there. "Oh, you're not human. How old are you?" he inquired. "I think you forgot the basic rule of talking to a girl." "I thought you're not a human?" Naruto asked, lying on the grass in the center of the clearing as he studied the clouds in the blue sky above him. "Deep down, I'm a vulnerable little girl." "Able to level entire cities with a single flick of your tail," mocked Naruto. "Why did you attack Konoha?" After a brief period of silence, she said, "I got angry." Raising his hand to the sky, an enraged Naruto exclaimed, "Hey, that's not a good enough reason to destroy an entire city and kill people." "For me it is," she remarked, sounding arrogant. "And anyway, aren't you the same? Wanting to rip out the guts of an innocent person who greeted you as a shinobi?" "That innocent person is Mamachi Zabuza, whose signature move is silent killing, and he made me angry." "Haha, so it's okay for you to rip out guts because you're angry, but not for me." "I didn't rip out his guts," Kyuubi said, "but you did to that midget on the bridge," which made Naruto pause and go silent. He calmed down, watching the clouds, remembering everything that had transpired prior to his outburst. He abruptly leaped to his feet and exclaimed, "Shit, Dory!" Chakra flowing through his legs, he attempted to sprint toward the village, but accelerated so much that he nearly collided with a tree and fell on his back. He exclaimed, "Whoa, the hell!" as he heard mellow laughter. An irate Naruto exclaimed, "What are you laughing at?" Her laughter subsided and her tone returned to seriousness. "You know, maybe I should still rip your lungs out through your throat." Naruto thought to himself, "What's with her mood swings? This isn't normal." In a quiet moment, Kyuubi said, "Your chakra is mixing with a large amount of my chakra. It increases, becomes stronger, becomes cooler." Naruto moved toward a tree, directed the least amount of chakra possible, and increased it bit by bit until it adhered to the tree. He formed the seal for Shunshin no Jutsu and vanished from the clearing in a puff of smoke, saying, "Okay, I can work with this." After 5 minutes, nearby hospital, Naruto dashed to the hospital's location, following the locals' directions. He saw a few familiar construction workers inside, and they gave him a weak smile. "Oh, hi, Naruto. If you're here for Dory, he's okay, but he can't be disturbed right now. The doctor sent Mina home to rest." Naruto said, "Got it. What are you guys doing here then?" One of the dark-haired, scarred construction workers said, "Bandits damaged my friend's stores and hurt my buddy." "It's the same story, but they hurt my brother," a gray-haired construction worker replied. "Everyone here came to check on their friends or relatives." With a nod, Naruto balled his fist once more. His stomach churned at the idea of doing not-so-nice things to all the bandits he could find. He dashed out of the hospital and headed for the bridge. What's with him? Maybe he hasn't gotten over the thing on the bridge? Who knows? The overpass, after a few minutes. When he got to the bridge, he noticed smoke rising in the distance. He was intrigued, and as he ran in the direction of the smoke, wrinkled his nose at the smell that was coming from it. Log. What is that smell? When they arrived at a sizable clearing close to the ocean, he saw a massive bonfire with a pile of burning bodies piled on top of one another, which made his face twist in disgust. He winced as a voice echoed in his head, "Ha ha ha, this is what I love." Naruto heard Kakashi's voice in the distance and turned to see him standing next to a pale Sasuke. "Oh, Naruto, are you awake already? I'm surprised," Kobayashi said. Disgusted, Naruto questioned, "Why are you burning them?" What else should we do with them? Throw them into the ocean so they wash up on shore and are found by some kids, or make graves for each of them? We don't even know all their names. We passed on the bodies of those whose names we learned to their relatives, Kakashi said. Naruto turned back to the bonfire and felt a wave of guilt and disgust towards himself. But before that, he saw Gato's pale and charred face among the bodies, and that anger surged again. His teeth and fists were so tightly clenched that they nearly creaked. Much of his anger subsided when he felt Kakashi's hand suddenly resting on his shoulder. Don't blame yourself for their deaths. Many truly innocent people would have suffered because of these people. A voice inside Naruto's head questioned, "What's the difference to a few cockroaches that polluted the planet with their existence?" Naruto thought to himself, "Shit, maybe I'm insane?" A laughing voice said, No, you're perfectly normal," to him. "I'm talking to a voice in my head, isn't that insanity?" "Haha, when you put it that way." Kakashi questioned, "Naruto, are you okay?" in a worried tone. He looked to where Sasuke was standing and saw that he was nowhere to be seen. He returned his attention to Kakashi. "No, the seal of the Nine Tails has weakened, and I constantly feel incredibly angry. And on top of that, the Nine Tails keeps making bloodthirsty comments about everything." When Kakashi heard the first few words spoken by Naruto, his eyes grew wide. His mouth fell open, showing even through his mask, when Naruto mentioned that the Nine Tails were speaking with him. With a serious expression, he took Naruto by the shoulders and exclaimed, "The Kyuubi is talking to you." Naruto tilted his head and said, "Yes, that's how I found out about the weakened seal. By the way, why didn't you tell me that the Kyuubi is a woman?" Vixen. After reflecting for a short while on what he had just heard, Kakashi once more noticed the horrifying smell of burning bodies. "Let's move away from here for a bit, and you'll tell me everything that happened on the bridge and after in maximum detail, okay?" After a few hours, a woods close to Tazuna's residence. All right, I get it. I'll hold back until we return to Konoha, and then the Hokage should help with my problem," Naruto replied with a sigh. Kyuubi's voice rang in his mind. "Hey, did you just call me a problem?" Naruto said coolly. "What? No, I meant the bloodthirstiness." He laughed and raised an eyebrow at Kakashi, saying, "Oops, did I say that out loud?" "Yes, and try not to speak to Kyuubi aloud," Kakashi sighed. "It's chakra not spilling out of you uncontrollably, so we hope that the seal has just weakened a bit and the Hokage knows how to strengthen it again." Kyuubi asked in a light-hearted tone, "Haha, I only managed to have a little fun, and they already want to lock me up again." "Have fun? You suggested at least 20 times for me to kill people who were in my way on the road to the hospital and to the bridge," Naruto replied. Turning back to face him, Kakashi gestured to Tazuna's now visible house. "Sorry, it won't happen again." Playfully, Kyuubi said, "If only you were a little more cheerful." A frustrated Naruto questioned, "Seriously, what's wrong with you?" "I was sealed in your sewer pit for over 12 years. Before you, I was sealed in another woman where I literally hung in my true form on a large pool of magma for about 20 years. Before her, in another woman with the same living conditions for over 50 years. And not once did they talk to me. I'd like to see how you would feel if you spent almost 100 years of your life imprisoned because some idiot thought using tailed beasts as weapons was a fucking brilliant idea." At the end of her monologue, her voice was untamed and full of rage. When Naruto halted in front of Tazuna's residence, Kakashi raised an eyebrow once more. He sighed and looked up at the sky, saying, "Bloody hell." The following day, the home of Tazuna. "So you're just letting us go?" Zabuza inquired, no longer bound by wires or seals. His sword lay on the ground between him and Kakashi, who was seated on a mattress. His favorite book was in his other hand, so he didn't even look up at him when he said these words. Kakashi nodded and waved him off, saying, "Yes, now scram, I'm trying to rest." "Why?" With a sigh, Kakashi put down his book and turned to face Zabuza. Because I have my own handbook, he said, and it contains information about Mamachi Zabuza, the revolutionary who rose up against the tyrant. But he failed and turned to the side of evil. Glancing down at his sword, Zabuza questioned, "Maybe I'm the next tyrant?" Yesterday I taught my student a lesson that if he hadn't killed a few bandits on that bridge, large amount of innocent people could have suffered because of them. And today I'm letting one of the most dangerous people in the world go free because he has a son, Kakashi said aloud. So it's because of Haku. He thinks he's your tool, I think he's your son. If you used him as a tool, why does he still love you so much? If you think a ninja is just a tool, then why did you raise this boy like your son? Kakashi looked at him with a sigh. You still have a chance to be a father to him, Zabuza. Don't miss this chance. There was a short silence as neither of them moved. PFF, what a pathetic speech, Kakashi. Couldn't you come up with something even sadder? Zabuza finally lifted his sword from the floor and slung it over his back. He then turned and headed for the exit, but paused a few steps shy of the door and turned to face Kakashi. That kid, what is he? He asked. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and paused before answering, Naruto. Noticing a nod from Zabuza, he smiled under his mask. A hero. Zabuza squinted, but he didn't ask any more questions. As he passed Haku and the other members of Team 7 on his way out of the room, he said, Haku, we're leaving. I'll wait for you at the bridge in 10 minutes. And then vanished into a tiny mist. Naruto walked up to Haku and said, Huh? You're leaving already? Haku grinned back at him. Haku sealed his senbon in a seal on his right hand and said, With Gado's death, we are no longer enemies, and it seems that Kakashi-san is letting us go without a fight. We will miss you, Sakura embraced Haku. When Naruto realized this, he turned to face Sasuke, who was standing nearby, and grinned mischievously. Come on, Sasuke, group hug. You can't refuse. Sasuke said, I think I can, and attempted to turn away from Naruto, but was thwarted by an arm that encircled his neck. We will miss you, Haku, Naruto exclaimed, embracing Sakura and Haku as he pulled him over. With a sigh, Sasuke gave in and encircled them with his arms. Kaya, Sasuke-kun is hugging me. Good job, Naruto. Sakura swooned in her thoughts once more. After a few moments of standing there, not knowing what was going on, Haku blushed and said, Yeah, I'll miss you too. Upon witnessing this scene, Tazuna gave Tsunami and Inari a warm hug while grinning. A voice inside Naruto's head said, What a cute picture. Is this a bad time to ask you to rip out one of their hearts? A little bit, Naruto rolled his eyes. Kurama said, Oh, then I won't, and Naruto kept enjoying the hug. Remember, you can only find true strength when you're protecting someone, Haku said, turning to face Naruto. But the one you really should repeat them to is Zabuza. Maybe it's not too late for him to understand that, Haku eyebrowed Naruto as he broke the hug and grinned. I've been thinking about those words. Sakura and Sasuke stared at them bewildered and neutrally. With a small smile, Haku nodded, maybe. He then turned around and vanished in an ice shunshin, making the area where he had just been standing somewhat colder. The voice in his head said, Let's at least find some bandits. I'm not going to kill anyone unless they harm the innocent or. The tone of the voice was amused. They're bandits. Do you think they were called that because they helped orphans and the homeless? I'm going for a walk, Naruto said as he rubbed his temples and faced the forest once more. Sakura and Sasuke cast worried glances at him and then at one another. With his small book in hand, Kakashi abruptly appeared from the house and asked, Have they already left? And where's Naruto? Sakura looked at him and said, He went for a walk in the forest. Is he okay? Since that time with Inari and the bridge, he's been a bit. She was at a loss for words. Suppressed, Sasuke opined. Depressed, said Kakashi. Upset, Sasuke uttered once more. Once more, topless Kakashi. Ultimately, Sakura uttered, Not himself. It's the first time he's killed someone. Maybe the bandits who attacked him mostly died from wounds inflicted by allies, but Gato died by his hand, Kakashi said. Naruto is a very kind boy. He's taking these events hard. Utilizing Naruto. Kyubai's sweet voice asked, "Do you know the easiest way to cover up tracks at a crime scene?" "What is it?" "Oh, you don't know what that is," Naruto said as he strolled through the forest as Kyubai burst out laughing. By Jidama, PFFFT. "I have a feeling that even if I knew, I still wouldn't laugh." "You are no fun." Naruto clarified, "I just don't like jokes about killing." Puzzled, Kurama said, "What? But what else is there to joke about?" Rolling his eyes, Naruto said, "I don't know everything." After a few minutes of silence strolling through the forest, he considered, So your name is Kyubai. Does everyone call you by your title, or do you have a name?" After a long silence during which he began to perspire, believing he had said something incorrectly, she finally answered, "My name is Kurama." As Naruto climbed a tree, he thought, "Ha, Kurama, nice name. Wait, who gave you the name? Do tailed beasts have parents?" "It's possible to say that," Kurama pondered. There was silence for a few more seconds. Then Naruto ascended a tall tree to survey the island that spread out in front of him. Kurama? You're not doing another dramatic pause before telling a story, are you?" he asked. "No." "Oh, okay. By the way, if you tell anyone my name, I will gnaw your consciousness from the inside out. Ever heard of the word mind break?" 1.5 weeks later. The unnamed bridge completed. "Your mission has come to an end, but it's really sad," Tazuna stated as she stood in front of Team 7. Tsunami and Inari, who was hiding behind his leg, were standing next to him. Many builders were on the bridge when they learned that Naruto was making his way back to Konoha today. With a smile on her face, Kakashi said, "Thank you for your hospitality." A builder shouted, "Goodbye, thank you for everything." A gray-haired builder yelled, "Naruto, take care of yourself." Naruto laughed and turned to face Mina, who came up to embrace him. "Ha ha ha, of course," he exclaimed. She said, "Thank you and good luck," in his ear. Dori also wanted to come and say goodbye, but she said, smiling as she stepped back. Naruto grinned slightly and said, "I went to see him last night and said goodbye. Still can't walk." Mina comforted Naruto, saying, "Don't worry, he'll be all right. I'll make sure of it." Naruto then smiled mischievously. Naruto cheekily said, "Hee, make sure you do. Dori is a good guy, take care of him." Mina laughed. "Of course. You also take care of your girl in Konoha." All the builders laughed when they heard them talking, and Naruto flushed. At this, Sakura's eyes grew wide and she said, "Naruto has a girlfriend. When? How has he not blabbed about it yet?" Sasuke and Kakashi also arched an eyebrow. With a slightly teary expression, Inari peered out from behind Tazuna's leg and turned to face Team 7. "What's the matter, Inari, crying again?" Naruto asked with a big smile after noticing him. "No, I won't cry anymore," Inari exclaimed as he stepped forward and hid his head behind Tazuna's leg to wipe his eyes. Naruto placed his hand on his head and said, "It's okay to cry," as a tear fell from his eye, as the builders and Team 7 laughed at him. With a final wave to everyone, Naruto turned to follow his team. "See, I'm going to miss you all too, he said, wiping his eyes. "Well, goodbye everyone, we'll meet again." An additional heartfelt goodbye, Kurama murmured to himself. "Hey, we didn't cry with Haku." She yawned and said, "It doesn't matter, I'm going to take a nap." "How do you even sleep in that hole?" Kurama deadpanned, "Your subconscious is a sewer because your brain is such a hole. You suck." "Still better than a huge pool of magma, huh?" "You still suck." 30 minutes later, Team 7 made their way to Konoha. Naruto was sprinting through the trees with the rest of Team 7 in pursuit of Konoha. Naruto was absorbed in his thoughts, jumping from branch to without paying attention to his surroundings. Kakashi-sensei allowed me to create thousands of clones for training after I killed Gato. After all the time spent in Wave, I could only create a tiny drop of water. Probably I don't have an affinity to water. But in Fuinjutsu, the clones finally managed to create a seal that can contain chakra. The next step is to seal a jutsu in a scroll. Kakashi-sensei still doesn't want to teach us new ninjutsu. Maybe Anko-sensei will find something she can teach me. Naruto, Sakura's loud voice suddenly echoed in his ear. He leaped into the air, struck a branch, and collapsed to the floor. He stood up, turned to face her, and asked, "Hey, what gives?" with a hurt expression on his face and a small trickle of blood running down his forehead. Sakura sulked, her hands on her hips. "I've been talking to you for the last couple of minutes, and you just ignored me."
So what?
Kurama's drowsy giggle said to Naruto as he felt the urge to kill someone once more. "Why shout so loud? I was just lost in thought." Sasuke and Kakashi paused to survey the disturbance from behind. The argument was keeping Sasuke's eyebrow raised in curiosity, and Kakashi's frown got deeper when she saw that Naruto's fists were clenched. His gaze then moved to Naruto's forehead, where he saw a thin trail of steam indicating that the wound that had just burst open had healed. "Is this the power of the Nine Tails?" Sakura asked. "That woman on the bridge mentioned you have a girlfriend," changing the topic. Naruto wiped the blood from his forehead and they ran on toward Konoha. "Yeah, so what?" Naruto asked, sounding a little irritated. Sakura, keeping up the pace with Sasuke and Kakashi, arched an eyebrow and turned to face him. "You've been trying to ask me out since almost the beginning of the academy. Girls even placed bets on when you'd give up," she said. With an eyebrow raised, Naruto addressed her, saying, "Well, isn't that a good classmates?" Sakura defended herself, saying, "Hey, I didn't participate in that. I just heard others talking about it." "But anyway, who's this girl who agreed to go out with you?" she asked, thinking about it. The only girl in the academy who even considered Naruto as an option is Hinata. Although with these recent developments, "Hinata-chan," Naruto said with a small smile. His earlier irritation vanished, it seemed. "I feel a bit embarrassed that I didn't notice her affection earlier. Kiba laughed at me for hours when I told him about my worries that she might not like me." "Oh, you finally noticed," laughed Sakura. Naruto asked her, glancing at her. Everyone knew about her feelings. Everyone except you. "So dude," Naruto asked, "why didn't anyone tell me anything?" "To be honest, I thought if you couldn't notice her yourself, maybe it was better if you didn't know." Sakura admitted, "Maybe that was a mistake." "And you woke me up for this?" Kurama asked in a drowsy voice. "Woke you up? I didn't do anything." Oh, the desire to hit Sakura on the forehead. She said after a long period of silence, leading Naruto to believe that she had fallen back asleep. "So, are we going to flick her on the forehead? If she survives, you can do whatever you want with her?" she asked. "Phew, Kurama, don't be so weird, you Iro fox." "Vixen." With a small smile, Naruto corrected himself. "Oh, my apologies, Iro Vixen." Sensing Naruto's embarrassment, Kurama smirked and said, "Considering your thoughts about my chest during our first encounter, it's debatable who's the true pervert here." She went on, "But let's focus on your training," which aroused Naruto's interest. "You need to learn how to harness my chakra." Naruto asked, "Why? Are you trying to weaken the seal even more?" As a bead of sweat began to roll down his temple. "Exactly," Kurama answered. "However, mastering my chakra could help temper your mini-rage episodes." Naruto thought about the consequences. A weakened seal means a higher chance of your escape. The Hokage would absolutely ban such training. He might even cut our connection entirely. HMPH, if that old man could reinforce the seal, he would have done so long ago, Kurama replied, thoughtfully assuring her, "Don't worry. Even if he cuts your access, I'll still drop by for little chats." Naruto smiled slightly. Later on in the evening, the Hokage's quarters. "Team 7, you've done an amazing job," the third Hokage said, standing in front of the group. Your decision to proceed with the mission despite encountering enemy ninjas went against our protocol, but ultimately you liberated many from Gato's oppression. We're just that good, Naruto exclaimed, his hands clasped behind his head and wearing a wide smile. Hey, old man, could you give me a hand with nature transformation? The Hokage furrowed his brow. Has Kakashi started teaching you nature transformation? You're aware it's a Jonin-level technique, right? Sasuke's eyes hardened and Sakura's and Naruto's widened with surprise. Jonin level? Exclaimed Naruto. Yes, the Hokage replied, thoughtfully stroking his beard. It's an advanced form of chakra control. If you've mastered the tree climbing and water walking exercises, perhaps, well, it certainly wouldn't hurt to try. What exactly do you need assistance with? I'm interested in learning how to perform wind nature transformation. And how can I check my chakra affinity? Asked Naruto. The Hokage cast a quick glance at the obviously perspiring Kakashi. Kakashi, shouldn't one ascertain their affinity before delving into nature transformation? Kakashi gave a pitying little smile. My apologies, Hokage-sama. I didn't have any elemental paper on hand. The Hokage sighed and went to his cabinet to get several plain sheets of paper. This is elemental paper, crafted from a unique type of chakra tree. Channel your chakra into it, and it will respond based on your affinity, he said, showing them to Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. He then demonstrated by directing his chakra into a sheet, which split into 4 parts immediately. The paper will burn for fire affinity, he said, setting one segment ablaze. The paper will get wet for water, another piece drenched. The paper will slice itself for wind. The paper will crumble to dust for earth, another segment dissolved into the soil. The paper will wrinkle for lightning, the last piece crinkled. Naruto exclaimed, admiringly wide-eyed, Whoa, you have all 5 affinities. That's awesome. I can perform all 5 nature transformations, but fire is my main one, the Hokage said with a hearty laugh. It was evident how happy Naruto was, saying, That's super cool. The third Hokage is known as the Professor for his vast knowledge. He is one of the strongest shinobi in history, Kakashi explained, grinning at his students' responses. And Kakashi, you're quite the formidable ninja yourself. Ever thought about being Hokage one day? The Hokage said, his smile widening. With admiration and awe in their eyes, Team 7 turned to face Kakashi. You're exaggerating, Kakashi rubbed the back of his head tensely. I'm not strong and experienced enough for such a role. The Hokage then gave the young ninjas sheets of special paper and said, Perhaps for now. Try using this paper to find out your chakra nature. Each of Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto took a piece of paper. With a single focus, Naruto's chakra split in half. Ha, so it's not water. No wonder I couldn't squeeze much water before, he declared. The Hokage nodded his head. Your progress is remarkable, Naruto. It usually takes years to learn nature transformation, and you're already making water in just 2 weeks, even though it's not your main element. Lightning, huh? That's rare for a Uchiha, the Hokage said. You're in luck, Sasuke. Kakashi has the same nature, so he can teach you a lot. Sasuke nodded slightly, taking in this new information. Sasuke tried next, and his paper crumpled. His eyes widened a little. Sakura was next in line. The Hokage remarked, Water, a strong element, as her paper started to get wet. Maybe you can ask Naruto for some tips on nature transformation, seeing how he can already form water, or vice versa, help him. Sakura said, sounding a little uncertain, I'm not sure about being a ninjutsu specialist. I'm really into genjutsu. Kurenai-sensei thinks I could be good at it with my chakra control. That might be a smart move. Your team's already got 2 ninjutsu pros. Plus, you could give medical jutsu a shot with your top-notch chakra control, said the Hokage. For nature transformation practice, if you're working with water, try controlling already existing water, then creating water from chakra. For lightning, see if you can light up a bulb or release a lightning charge into something metallic. And for wind, try slicing a leaf in half with chakra, turning it into sharp, blade-like wind. Naruto realized, so, it's all about turning chakra into the element I need. Exactly. There are tons of ways to work on your affinity, but the key is transforming your chakra to your needs. Alright, I've got to get back to these papers. Naruto-kun, as the future Hokage, maybe you'd like to. Naruto left the room before he could finish his sentence. The streets of Konoha. Traveling to Ikaraku Ramen, Naruto thought to himself, doing C-rank missions is cool, but I missed Hinata-chan. Oh no, I should have told the Hokage Jiji about Kurama, he exclaimed, sighing. I guess it can wait until tomorrow if Kakashi-sensei didn't say anything. Hey, Tuchai Ajisan Ayan Nichan, I'm back from the mission, he exclaimed with joy as he entered Ikaraku. The first thing he saw inside the restaurant was a girl he recognized, with dark blue hair. Hinata-chan, he exclaimed as he saw her pale eyes turn. When Hinata saw him, her eyes grew wide, and she grinned a little, saying, Naruto-kun. With a smile, Naruto embraced her tightly and said, I missed you so much. At the sight of Naruto's cordial greeting, Tuchai and Ayame approached with Hinata's ramen grinning. Despite blushing, Hinata gave him a hug and said, I missed you too. Tuchai said to Naruto, Hey, welcome back. What can I get you? With a smile, Naruto said, Just the usual for me, taking a seat next to Hinata. With a nod, Tuchai departed to prepare the order, with Ayame trailing closely behind. Hinata picked up 2 chopsticks and said, Kurenai-sensei said you went on a C-rank mission outside the village too. Yeah, we were over in the wave country. Hold on to. Hinata nodded as she began to eat her noodles. Kurenai-sensei said that we've become much stronger and we're ready for more challenging missions. We were sent to the rice country to deliver a package to one of the important politicians there. Naruto observed her eating and said, That's pretty awesome. Everything went okay on your mission? With a small smile on his face. It was smooth. We finished in 4 days. The rice country's capital is quite nice. What about your mission? We had to guard a bridge builder from the wave country. Some rich guy was after him, wanting to take over the country. But we took care of it and even beat some enemy ninjas, Naruto exclaimed with pride. The bridge got built and it's gonna help the wave country a lot. But aren't C-rank missions supposed to be safe? Ninja fights shouldn't happen on them, put down her chopsticks in a worried-looking manner. Yeah, it was supposed to be. Turns out it was like a more higher-ranked mission, Naruto said, scratching his head. Hinata appeared to be upset. So, your client lied about the mission details? That's not good. It could have been really bad if it was another genin team instead of you. They might have died facing enemy ninjas. Naruto saw Ayame coming with his ramen and setting it in front of him, saying, Our client didn't have enough money for a higher-ranked mission. He divided his portion with chopsticks and began to eat slowly, saying, And we couldn't leave innocent people in danger. For a few more seconds, Hinata kept her troubled gaze on Naruto. Then she went back to her ramen. After they had both finished their meals in silence, Naruto turned to face her and said, How about a walk? With a smile. With a nod, Hinata got out of her chair. With a slight head tilt, she turned to face Tuchai and Ayame and said, Thanks for the meal. Great food as always. Catch you next time. Was thrown over his shoulder as he stood up and moved toward the exit. They took leisurely strolls through the streets, savoring the moment. Curious, Naruto said, Hey, did you figure out your chakra affinity yet? Hinata turned to face him and said, Yeah, we determine it at the beginning of the academy in my clan. You're water, right? Why'd you guess that? She asked, tilting her head. You know, the way you move, talk, fight. It's smooth, fluent, and pretty, like water. Hinata blushed and said, Really, I'm fire. Naruto's face lit up. Who would have known? But that's cool. You could try give Sasuke a run for his money with fire moves. He's got lightning. I always thought Uchiha were fire types, but I'm not really want to develop my affinity just yet, Hinata said. Sakura said something similar, that she doesn't want to be a ninjutsu specialist. I'd rather work on my gentle fist. Too bad I can't use clones to help with that and fire release at the same time, she said with a slight scowl. Life without clones? Can't imagine it, hinted Naruto, a little embarrassed by Hinata's smile. Comb it all together, he considered. Maybe you could mix in some fire with your gentle fist? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Maybe after a few more years, I'll get the hang of it. I'm sure you can succeed, Naruto smiled and gave her encouragement. You're super strong right now. Just think how much stronger you'll be in a few years. They grinned at each other and continued silently. With a sly glance in her direction, Naruto said, "Why am I so nervous? She's already my girlfriend." Upon a second glance, he saw that Hinata was frowning and blushing, most likely due to Naruto's constant attention to her. He looked up, chuckling softly, and put his hands behind his head. The old man Hokage's got some serious skills, you know. He can use all 5 basic natures. He showed us with a chakra paper, it got sliced apart, and then each part got wet, crumbled to dust, wrinkled, or caught fire. He said, Lord Hokage is a very strong shinobi. He even bears the title of Shinobi God, which only the first Hokage held before him. Some say he is the strongest Kage in history, said Hinata. Impressed, Naruto said, The strongest, huh? A voice from behind them said, I haven't been the Shinobi God for a long time. They turned around, and to their surprise, the third Hokage was in front of them. Hokage-sama, with a swift bow from Hinata. The Hokage grinned. Sorry to interrupt your lovely date, but Naruto, you forgot to tell me something important about your mission. Oh right, slipped my mind, winced Naruto. Is it that easy to forget me? Inquired Kurama. After thanking Naruto for the evening, Hinata said she would be heading home. Naruto exclaimed, See ya, as he approached the Hokage. The Hokage Shunshin no Jutsu carried them off in a swirl of leaves. The House of Hokage. The Hokage's workspace. Old man is fast, Naruto said, blinking to see the interior of the familiar office. Turning to face the elderly Hokage, he inquired, It's about the 9 tails, right? Didn't Kakashi-sensei fill you in? With a nod, Hiruzen took a seat at his desk and said, I want to hear it from you too. It appears that my practice of this speech was not in vain, Naruto said, letting out a sigh as he began to elaborate. Back at Tazuna's place, Haku shared one sad story, and it really got to me. What happened? Naruto's hands clenched into fists as he spoke. Haku's dad killed his mom because of her special power, and then Haku had to, deal with his dad. Then Inari, the grandson of our client, came in. He's had a tough life too. He yelled, saying we didn't understand pain. I got so mad, I ran out and smashed a rock. That's when I felt my chakra go wild. It was scary, like something evil took over. Chakra in my body became different. Uncontrolled, aggressive, evil. The voice in his head growled, You're giving me too much credit, but Naruto ignored it. Naruto said, I guess I pushed that chakra out with my own chakra. Then Kakashi-sensei told me about the seal, and what being a Jinchuriki means, to which the Hokage listened without interjecting. Later, during the fight on the bridge, some bandits hurt a builder whom I befriend. My clone got really mad and used Kyubai's chakra. But then, clone noticed this chakra, got confused and decided to disperse. That's when, according to Kyubai, a renaissance occurred. Resonance, you mean? The Hokage asked, arching an eyebrow at his choice of words. Yeah, that. The clones got all mixed up with memories and feelings, and the bandits took them out. Then I started feeling angry too, Naruto said, blushing and scratching the back of his head. I didn't consider Kyubai's interference when planning his training with clones. This might be too risky for Naruto and the village, the Hokage pondered after Naruto paused. Naruto cast a downward glance. All the clones went away, and I got so angry I fell into rage and killed Gato. Don't blame yourself for his death. He chose this path in his life himself. Maybe at some point I would have received information about his actions in the waves, and I would have sent shinobi after his head, Hokage soothed. There was a brief period of quiet before Naruto lifted his head and carried on with his tale, saying, "After that, I blacked out and woke up in my own head." "The sewers," Kurama made the correction. Asked the Hokage, "What's this place like?" Kurama laughed as Naruto remarked, "It's like a big sewer," and even the Hokage started to perspire. "I met Kyuubi there. She said the seal's weaker now, and she can hear what I think, which is pretty annoying. When I woke up, I was back at Tazuna's place with Haku and Zabuza. Zabuza said something about being a real ninja, and I got mad and yelled. I had to leave to cool off, and then Kyuubi started talking to me again. She can do that whenever she wants, which is also annoying." Kurama's voice interrupted, sounding a little irritated. "Hey." Shrugging, Naruto said, "Just telling it like it is." "What's she been saying?" "She's mad 'cause I said she's annoying." "And the rest of the time?" asked with a laugh from the Hokage. "She's usually snoozing. When she's not, she's either talking about some really nasty stuff, like gutting someone through the anus, or making perverted remarks non-stop. Sometimes it's all mixed up." After taking a moment to draw out his pipe, the Hokage said, "You'll have to suspend training with clones, but you can still use them in battle, of course." "Why? But why?" "Now that the seal restraining Kyuubi has weakened, training with clones poses an extraordinary danger. You might release the fox right in the heart of Konoha," Hiruzen said. Furious, Naruto cast a downward glance. "Don't sweat it. Most of the best ninjas ever got strong without clones. Just work harder on your own, and you'll do great." With a nod, Naruto whispered softly, "Stupid vixen. It's late. You should head home." With a later jiji thrown over his shoulder, Naruto made his way towards the door. The Hokage, appearing troubled, watched him leave. He stared at the door and said, "Get Tenzo in here." "I hate slowing him down, but we've got to keep the village safe." "Hi." The following day at 3, training ground. Naruto was on the grass, taking a breather after a strenuous workout. There were obvious indications of a hard session. Trees had fallen and the ground was covered in holes. Teasingly, Sakura leaned over the exhausted Naruto and said, "Looks like you're having a blast." Sakura was forced to notice Naruto's absence of his customary mesh armor and his open coat as he suddenly materialized, almost colliding with her. She was thinking to herself, "Wow, these sweaty abs are actually looking hot." "No, stop that, Sakura. He's taken, and I'm into Sasuke." Sakura and Sasuke witnessed firsthand the healing of Naruto's scraped palms. "You here for training too?" Naruto asked Sakura as he turned to face her after taking a few deep breaths to stabilize his breathing. "Yep, gotta live up to being the top kunoichi," Sakura said with a self-assured stance. Sakura's face turned red at Naruto's playful teasing. "Top kunoichi who can't outdo the class dobe?" Even Sasuke smiled. Sakura gasped. "Hey, it's not fair with your shadow clones. I can't even land a genjutsu on you. Even if I found the real you, you always end up break out of it in few seconds, or your clones help you out. It drives me crazy." She began to walk away. Taking offense at Naruto's smug expression, Sasuke interjected, saying, "She's got a point. It's tough to spot the real you with all those clones around. Seal-less koerami, temporary paralysis no jutsu, fuinjutsu traps. Even genjutsu, although with the Sharingan, I see through them." "Yes, I'm just that good," Naruto laughed, his hands behind his head. "But the Hokage Jiji said no more clone training for me, though I can still use them in fights." Concerned, Sakura asked, "What? Why'd he stop you?" "Not sure, but he said it's too risky," Naruto said with a sheepish smile. Sakura sighed. "Risky? But our training's always been risky. What's different now?" "I'm not sure," was all Naruto had to say. With slightly narrowed eyes, Sasuke simply observed him. With his back to Sasuke, Naruto questioned, "Ready to train?" "Bet I can beat you even without my clones." Sasuke merely grinned and prepared. "Let's see about that." Afterwards, in the afternoon, standing over a tired Sasuke, Naruto was giggling and said, "Guess the Sharingan isn't all that great, huh?" Lying close to Sasuke, Sakura uttered, "You, shut up." With a sly smile, Anko emerged from the woods and crept up on Naruto. "So much hype about this Sharingan, and all you did was a few bruises that have already healed. You need more stamina, or you'll end up like Kakashi, lying down for a week after using those eyes. This applies to you too, Sakura. Chakra control is cool, but you have too little chakra," Naruto told them. "Look at this little bastard," Anko exclaimed, rubbing his head with her knuckles as a hand suddenly wrapped around his neck and the already familiar breasts pressed against his back. Naruto cried out and attempted to free himself, but Anko interrupted, saying, "Already giving lectures to your teammates? Leave this business to your Jonin-sensei, kid." After breaking free from her grasp, Naruto took a step backward and muttered to himself, "There's always bigger fish." Hearing a new voice on the clearing, Sakura and Sasuke raised their heads. However, they lowered them again upon seeing Anko. Naruto asked her, "How'd you know I was back? I was going to look for you after training." Anko replied, "Kurenai-chan told me," and Naruto gave a startled expression. She began drawing her kunai and asked, "Think you can handle a real challenge?" "Just so you know, Hokage forbade me to use clones in training," Naruto said after taking a deep breath. Then Anko simply grinned more broadly and said, "Good. This won't be training then. It'll be a fight for life." She disappeared immediately after saying this, only to reappear behind Naruto. A kunai aimed at his back was narrowly avoided by him. When a swarm of snakes approached, Naruto interrupted himself, jumping onto a tree branch and saying, "Wait, don't you want to hear about Mai?" Naruto let out a sigh and turned back to face Anko, intending to say something, but all he saw where she had been standing a moment ago was a few snakes slithering in various directions. "We'll talk later," she said abruptly, right next to his ear. Naruto leaped back, throwing shuriken behind him. He jumped into the thick forest again without pausing, setting several seals atop the tree branches he landed on. He heard an explosion behind him as he continued to run and paused on a tall branch to try and see Anko first. The sound of hissing snakes behind him forced him to move once more. After landing, he deflected Anko's kunai and shuriken as they tried to stab him in the side. Teased, "Your orange outfit's a dead giveaway," she said. A vein in Naruto's forehead twitched. "Hey, you picked these clothes," he exclaimed, suddenly releasing the kunai. He then retreated and attempted to hit her shoulder with her second kunai, which she easily blocked while swinging her first kunai in Naruto's direction. Just in time, Naruto disappeared, leaving behind a log. Anko vanished from her location and then reappeared close to Naruto, saying, "Not using clones, huh?" as she landed on his back with her snakes ready to pounce. When Naruto turned to face her, she saw that he was inhaling heavily and exclaiming, "Great breakthrough!" Suddenly, a powerful stream of wind shot out of his mouth, carrying Anko away. "Did it hit her?" Anko said, "It actually did. Didn't see you make those seals," as she spoke from the surrounding trees. When she saw Naruto holding a kunai, she stepped outside and raised an eyebrow. "You know how to turn me on," she said. She swiftly pulled out a kunai and attacked him, causing Naruto to launch a full defense. He had to clench his teeth and fists to keep her away every time her kunai met his. Shortly after the battle began, Naruto's body began to show multiple cuts, and they kept getting bigger. Anko quickly changed her stance and punched Naruto in the face with her other hand as he attempted to push her kunai away and go for a hit. She reached for another slice, but in an attempt to subdue her, he blocked her kunai and restrained her. He even succeeded for a brief moment, causing Anko to back off a little. Naruto was able to lean forward a little as Anko relaxed the pressure on her kunai, widening her smile and saying, "Haha, little kid is actually worth something?" She quickly changed the path of her kunai so that it would strike Naruto's right shoulder and make him dodge. Naruto landed close by, and his kunai vanished from his grasp as he quickly started creating seals for a technique. He came to a stop at a rat seal, and then he was gone in a blur from his position. With a troubled expression, Sakura emerged from the nearby bushes and Anko asked, "Are you finished already?" Anko sealed her chakra with the ram's hand, halting its flow for a moment. Sakura vanished as if she had never been. Without any delay, Naruto materialized beside her, clutching a paper seal. She sprang into action, grabbing his wrist and throwing him into a nearby tree. When Naruto struck the tree and fell to the ground, he let out a grunt. Without any delay, Anko sent a swarm of snakes in his wake. With a quick kawarami, Naruto vanished into the depths of the forest. Anko let out a sigh and went after Naruto, but as she was jumping for a tree, she heard the faint sound of an exploding tag. She pulled back in time to witness the tree shatter into pieces. Naruto's hand shot up from the ground, clutching a seal aimed at Anko's leg as she touched down. She jumped away with incredible agility, sending kunai into the ground. Naruto heard the familiar hiss of the tags just as he was ready to surface. He swam back beneath the surface, just missing the blast. As Naruto rose from the ground, Anko exclaimed, "Phew! You're strange, midget. Trying to blow up your favorite teacher? Is that normal?" Naruto had only a few small scratches on him, but they were already beginning to heal. "Stop calling me a midget. I'm not done growing yet." An enraged Naruto yelled, brushing off the debris before launching a flurry of kunai with exploding tags at Anko. An explosion boomed behind Anko as she easily dodged and closed in on Naruto, her kunai ready. She yelled, "How many of those things do you have?" and brought Naruto to close quarters. The battle was fierce, and Anko had the advantage because of her taijutsu training. Her kunai was just inches away from piercing Naruto's armor, sparing him only minor wounds. Naruto's attempts to counter were ineffective because Anko anticipated every move and easily countered it, just like she always had. After the first explosion, Naruto withdrew to the still burning tree, realizing he couldn't defeat Anko using just taijutsu. Anko trailed behind, prepared to attack with her snakes and kunai. However, as she approached, her body froze and she became very immobile. Taking advantage of the situation, Naruto sealed Anko's body and chakras, saying, "Ha, I win." Unable to use her chakra at this point, Anko asked, "When did you set this seal on the ground?" "That tree went boom right before," Naruto remarked, gesturing to the ember-filled remnants. "Not bad. Let's call it a day and get some dango," Anko said with a nod of admiration. "Huh, such a short training session? I want to hear about your mission, so let's go to my place. We'll grab some dango on the way." Naruto gave a small smile, which quickly turned into one of Anko's sly grins. When Anko saw that smile, she even felt a little proud of herself. She shot back, her voice purposefully sultry and full of sexual innuendo. "What, are you planning to take advantage of my incapacitation and do something perverted?" With a growing smile, Naruto held up a feather and said, "I'll let you go as long as you promise to stop calling me midget." After a moment, Anko sighed and said, "Well, it seems you won't become an interrogation master. I promise, now release me." Anko had raised an eyebrow at his choice of torture instruments. After saying, "Oh, okay, but why I couldn't be what you said?" He went over to her, took off the seal, and sealed it into the mark on his hand right away. With an index finger tap on his forehead, Anko said, "You're too trusting, midget." Naruto pointed at her while rubbing his forehead, saying, "But you promised." With a sly smile, Anko moved forward and emerged from the body restriction seal onto the ground. "You have to learn to not believe everything people say to you," he said. "So, I can't even trust my own teacher?" Naruto pouted, lowering his eyes to the floor. "You should trust, but always with a grain of skepticism." "And why use the body restriction seal when you have this?" Anko asked, holding up the seal that constricts the body and chakra. She then placed him in a headlock. I just acted on instinct. Wait, how did you get that seal? I thought I sealed it away, Naruto said, pausing his struggle against the headlock and displaying a perplexed expression. At Anko's house later. Amid Dango bites, Anko questioned, why did the Hokage say you can't use clones for training? With a plate of ramen in front of him and Dango behind his cheek, Naruto sat in front of her and said, no clue. He talked so much I kinda zoned out. With a suspicious gaze, Anko asked, is it because of the 9 tails? With widened eyes, Naruto exclaimed, how do you know about that? You've just confirmed it, Anko said. After realizing his mistake, Naruto covered his mouth with his hands and swallowed the remaining dango. Anko nudged with a dango stick, picking her teeth. Spill it. Anything else happen on the mission? Something with the 9 tails seal? She asked. With a sigh, Naruto glanced down at his ramen. Well, during the bridge fight, Dori got. After Naruto described what happened on the bridge. So, the mightiest tailed beast is female? Anko pondered, amused by Naruto's nod as she chomped on another dango. Cool. Any side effects from the seal weakening? The 9 tails chakra leaks out more now. My chakra's stronger and there's much more of it. Also, I became a bit snappy, even to small things, although I think I already have control over myself. Naruto twitched, noticing Anko's chuckle at his small things. Other than that, and the voice in my head, nothing much. You did seem stronger today, but let's be honest, I let you win, Anko said with a nod and another bite. Sure you did, Naruto smiled. Anko raised her eyebrows. What's with that tone? It was clear you were planning something at the end of our spar. And what about Kyuubi? Is her human form hot? Red flushed Naruto's cheeks, recalling Kurama's massive stature. In his thoughts, Kurama purred, Oh, Naruto, flattery will get you everywhere. Naruto objected, I didn't say a word. You don't need to. Naruto thought Kurama's voice was very seductive. He shook his head, trying to get Hinata to cross his mind. His reverie was interrupted by Anko's laugh. I'll take that silence as a yes. Are you free tomorrow? Rewaking from his contemplation of Hinata, he answered, Yes, we had a little break. Anko grinned slyly and said, Great. Wanna train together? After accepting the guest's chopsticks from Anko, Naruto said, Sure, and went back to eating his instant ramen. At Naruto's house the following morning. Through the window, sunlight came streaming in and nudged Naruto to wakefulness. With a moan, he lowered his face further into the cushion. Naruto, wake up, it's already morning, Kurama's melodious voice called out to the still drowsy Naruto. He curled into a ball and slept on, saying, Wake up, was a loud, booming voice that abruptly replaced the soft one. Naruto leaped to the ceiling and hung there for dear life. Are you a living alarm clock? Why shout like that? Naruto asked, still a little drowsy, falling from the ceiling onto the bed as Kurama's laughter reverberated in his head. He quickly scanned the room and saw no danger. You're lucky I let you sleep at all. Now, up and at 'em. We've got that girl from yesterday to spar with, Kurama said. Muttering, you could at least make an effort to remember her name. It's Anko. Naruto shuffled towards the restroom. Kurama gave a contemptuous reply. Why bother with the names of the insignificant? Naruto said to himself in the mirror as he was brushing his teeth, Yet you remember mine. Because you are my jailer. With a frown, Naruto spat toothpaste into the sink. You make it sound like I'm the villain. Have you forgotten your own rampage through Konoha? I wasn't myself, a distant yet familiar voice said in Kurama's voice. Naruto rinsed his mouth and asked, What's that supposed to mean? Had I been in control, Konoha would be a tale of the past. After getting ready, Naruto headed for Training Ground 44 while keeping Kurama on his mind. Even though she was somewhat insane, he found himself feeling sympathy for her more and more. Naruto thought aloud as he leaped through the forest, I know you're still angry, but haven't the ones who sealed you away already died? Why pass on their mistakes to the next generation? And forget what they did? I'm not so forgiving, Kurama shot back, clearly displeased with herself. Enough with the heart-to-heart. Watch out, Anko's on the move. Naruto barely avoided Anko's unexpected greeting kick before he could process the warning. Hi, Anko said, smiling as he landed where Naruto had just been. That's one way to say hello, Naruto snapped back, regaining his poise. With a disappointed expression on her face, she folded her arms beneath her large chest and asked, "Did we come here for a date or for a training? What were you expecting?" "I thought you knew me better than this." Instead of apologizing, Naruto more asked than answered. "Maybe you could tell me first what you want to train me." Anko said, "Patience," and then vanished again. Taking in the clearing, Naruto asked, "What's she up to now?" A short while later, Anko made a reappearance with a man wearing a mask with the kanji for wood on it. "Calm down," the man said. "I'm Tenzo. Call me Naruto-san. I've been assigned as an observer for your training." With an ever-present smirk, Anko threw her arm playfully around the taller shinobi's neck and tipped him down, saying, "With him overseeing, the Hokage's given the green light for clones in your training."
For real? That's amazing.
Was Naruto's instant response, his eyes glimmering with unbridled excitement. His youthful exuberance was evident as he bounced around the clearing. Kurama whispered to Naruto, "He has a strange aura. Reminds me of that bastard Hashirama." Taken aback, Naruto stopped in the middle of his leap and looked curiously at Tenzo. "Hashirama? You mean the first Hokage? What's the connection?" "Inquire if he is descended from him," Kurama advised. Naruto was brought back to the present by Anko's gentle tap. "You seem distracted. What's up?" she asked, her concern evident. While still digesting the information, Naruto directly questioned Tenzo, asking, "Are you connected to the first Hokage in any way?" Tenzo reacted like a statue in contemplation for a moment, and then he confessed, "In a way. I am here in part because of my ability to use wood style." Anko's shock was equal to Naruto's, and the two exchanged a confused look. "Why are you staring at me like that? I'm also taken aback. Did you not question him about it? How even did you find out about this?" Tenzo gave a slight nod, and Anko let out a resigned sigh, and Naruto responded by simply pointing to his belly, suggesting Kurama's influence. "Kyubei's quite the chatterbox, isn't she? She had better things to do, in my opinion, than engage in gossip." A bead of sweat trickled down Naruto's temple as he responded angrily, "What a bitch," meaning only for his ears. "Enough distractions," Anko said, diverting their attention. "Let's work out." Her voice changed to that of an experienced teacher as she gave instructions. "Start with a set of clones for chakra control and jutsu refinement. Another set for fuinjutsu, and don't forget taijutsu," she said. "I take it that Kakashi has given you advice on how to practice fuinjutsu." As he called forth his battalion of clones, Naruto nodded. Tenzo stood back a little and watched the instructor and pupil. "The Hokage's faith in him is well placed," he sighed as Naruto assembled his army of clones. "He really has a lot of potential." Naruto lay in the clearing, a calm backdrop to the day's hard training as dusk painted the sky in orange hues. "For your own good," a voice inside murmured, causing Naruto to frown thoughtfully. "More for you," he answered. "I don't want to take a chance on releasing the seal." Tenzo and Anko arrived and broke the silence, saying, "Today's training is over. It's time to let go of your clones," Anko said. "We have other things to take care of." Naruto nodded slightly and then performed the clone hand seal. As his clones vanished, a flood of memories filled his head, making him smile contentedly. "It's unfortunate I can't train like this all the time," he said. "Tenzo-san, you also have other obligations, am I right?" Tenzo affirmed, saying, "Yeah, I still participate in Anbu. Maybe somewhere else, but not very often. The Hokage needs me." He reassured him, saying, "I'll be here at least 4 days a week. Your growth right now is a priority." If you can control the chakra of the 9 tails, perhaps you won't require supervision. Thoughtlessly, Naruto lay motionless. With worry etched on her features, Enko looked down at him and asked, "Is everything okay?" With a resolute expression, Naruto sat up and said, "Kyuubi believes that I should use her chakra to master. This might entail making use of her ability without giving in to its fury." Before speaking to Naruto, Enko and Tenzo had a quick, silent discussion with their eyes. "We'll consult with the Hokage," Enko assured him. "For now, hold off on any hasty decisions." Taking their advice to heart, Naruto watched them disappear, then quickly sealed his hands and avoided being shunned as he made his way to the edge of the forest, throwing his hands behind his head and moving in the direction of the village. Just then, a well-known voice exclaimed, "Naruto-kun." As Naruto followed the voice, recognition lit up his face, and he exclaimed, "Hey, Tenten-chan, knew you'd look great in blue," he said, his smile growing as his eyes swept over her new blue outfit. Tenten laughed, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "Thank you for the advice. I'm content with it." Naruto's voice became curious. "What brings you here? Do you also train here on the training ground?" "No, my team has a spot nearby." "Wait, you're training in the Forest of Death?" Tenten shook her head and shuddered. "That's not allowed, is it?" With a casual shrug, Naruto said, "If it is, nobody has ever told me directly. Therefore, the prohibition is either for the safety of people who are not aware of the dangers in the forest, or I have some kind of permission." "That's amazing," Tenten said, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of envy and admiration. "Is there any way we could work out together? A vacation from my regular squad would be nice." "Yes, that would be great. What is the number of your training ground?" "My number 3 is mine," Naruto said. "Ground training 14. Do you intend to return to the village? Would you mind if I joined you?" Tenten inquired with hope. "Let's go," Naruto grinned and concurred. 15 minutes later, on the streets of Konoha. With a mixture of laughter and skepticism on his face, Naruto said, "Green spandex, really?" Tenten sighed. "It's all they wear, and they won't stop talking about youth and—" She was interrupted by Naruto's playful whisper. "I guess that's why you were confused between blue and green kippao." Tenten became enraged and threw herself at Naruto, who evaded her playful blows with skill. He laughed aloud as he softly grabbed her wrists, stopping her mock attack with the words, "Easy there, it's just a joke." A warm flush spread across Tenten's cheeks, rivaled only by Naruto's mischievous smirk as she opened her eyes to find herself in close quarters with him, his hands still holding hers. Tenten closed her eyes and sighed, her frustration melting away. Naruto quickly let her go and stood a short distance away from her, surveying his surroundings. Then his focus changed upon noticing Hinata's characteristic pale eyes and dark blue hair, and he grinned broadly, saying, "Hinata-chan." But he saw that she was wearing an unusually harsh expression. Hinata said in a formal tone as she got closer, "Hello, Naruto-kun, and who could this be?" Tenten shook hands amiably and said, "My name is Tenten, and I'm from Team 9. "It's nice to meet you, Tenten," Hinata said in return. "I'm Team 8's Hinata." Tenten became curious and asked, "Team 8? Naruto-kun, that isn't your team." "Why would you exactly?" Hinata abruptly wrapped her arms around his right arm and pressed her chest against it, stopping Naruto in mid-sentence. Tenten, her shoulders a little lowered, regarded the two with a mixture of surprise and resignation. "Seems like all the good ones are spoken for," she muttered. Tenten's comment and Hinata's proximity caused Naruto's cheeks to flush more deeply. Hinata, sensing his shame, giggled softly and pressed herself even closer to his arm, her own blush showing on her cheeks. Tenten stepped back and said, "I'll leave you two alone. Well, I'll part ways with you. You're free to come train with me at any time, Naruto. You too, Hinata, if you so choose." "Thank you, Tenten," Hinata said with a warm smile. "That would be nice." After bidding Tenten farewell, Naruto turned to face Hinata, worried, saying, "Hinata-chan, is something wrong? You don't typically give hugs in public, do you?" "I felt a little jealous seeing you with Tenten," Hinata admitted, her voice hardly audible above a whisper as her eyes lowered and her grip tightened. "I'm sorry, it was a bit childish of me," she continued, looking up into Naruto's face. Before Naruto could reply, Kiba called out, Shino by his side and Akamaru perched atop his head. "Hey, Naruto, Aku." At last, Hinata released Naruto's hand, but before she could react, he threw one arm around her back and raised her legs with the other, causing her to blush deeply and squeak in surprise. Then, without another word, they were gone, vanishing into a whirl of leaves. Kiba turned to Shino in confusion, still staring at the empty space. "What just happened? Was our friend abducted?" With a wise nod, Shino said, "I guess so. However, Naruto might feel entitled to escort her out of any circumstance since he is her boyfriend." "Hee, perhaps you're correct." Even so, Kiba swiftly brushed the incident from his memory and gave Akamaru a scratch on the head. "Do you want to grab some ramen?" "That's a good idea," Shino said, atop the monument to Hokage. When Naruto reappeared, Hinata was still in his arms, her apprehensive eyes meeting his reddish face. Naruto apologized and put her back on the ground. "I wanted a bit of privacy," he said. She tried to contain her blush and adjusted her clothes before assuring him, "It's okay, I don't mind. I haven't shown you this yet, but this is my favorite place in all of Konoha." As Hinata took in the scenery, her blush subsided and she whispered, "It's beautiful here," her smile contrasting with the sunset's orange tones. With his breath still warm against her ear, Naruto whispered, "It's even more beautiful with you here," as his arms wrapped around her waist from behind. With her cheeks reddening and her heart fluttering, Hinata said, "I'm happy if I can add to your happiness," her voice steady despite the butterflies in her stomach. "I wish you the same enjoyment." With concern in his voice, Naruto said, "I don't want to cause you any trouble." Hinata twisted in his arms, her gaze meeting his. "I do, of course. I'm enjoying being with you already." It was a brave moment for her to exclaim, but after looking into Naruto's eyes for a short while, she melted and appeared to be in a trance. Even though Naruto was thinking about a lot of different things at the time, he couldn't resist giving Hinata a real kiss on the lips and closing his eyes just a little bit. Hinata's eyes fluttered closed, and she wrapped her arms naturally around Naruto's neck, kissing him deeply. She let out a satisfied sigh as they parted ways. "Let's take our time with this. We'll definitely do it again, so don't sigh so sweetly, okay?" Naruto said, laughing lightly and playful. With amusement crinkling his eyes, he questioned. With a shy nod, Hinata's eyes lingered on his mouth. "Your hair is a bit longer than usual," Naruto said, running a gentle hand through Hinata's hair. Hinata gave another nod. She intended to chop it. I think you'd look great with long hair." She will never, ever cut her hair even a millimeter, so forget about it. They stayed at the monument for a little while longer as dusk approached before saying goodbye. 1 week later, in the apartment of Naruto. As the sun rose through the window, Kurama urged Naruto to wake up, saying, "It's time to get up, Naruto. Today is training day." "Morning, Kurama," Naruto said to her in a dazed whisper. "Let's move quickly. The training today is crucial," she emphasized. Naruto laughed, still in disbelief that the Hokage approved of their training schedule. At 44 Training Ground, Enko's contagious smile welcomed Naruto when he arrived, and he said, "Are you ready to start, Naruto?" Enko motioned for him to continue after he nodded, saying, "We're here to watch. When you're ready, begin." Turning inward, Naruto asked himself, "Kurama, how do we go about doing this precisely?" "It's easy," Kurama said. "You try to control as much as you can, and I'll channel more chakra through the seal. For your own safety, also refrain from making any clones." "Are we ready to get started?" With his eyes closed and his palms pressed together, Naruto questioned. A moment later, a powerful burst of red chakra nearly overpowered him. The shift in the flow of chakra within Naruto was immediately sensed by Anko and Tenzo, who braced themselves, prepared to form seals at a moment's notice. The chakra caused Naruto's anger to flare up at first, but it quickly subsided. When he opened his eyes, he saw the tension between Tenzo and Anko. He felt as though being on all fours was his natural state, but controlled himself. His eyes had turned a deep blood red, a stark contrast to their usual blue. The whisker-like marks on his face darkened. His canine teeth and claws elongated, his appearance grew more feral. "What state are you in?" Anko asked. Naruto answered, flexing his hands. "Stronger, but it feels uncontrollable. It's difficult to describe." His subconscious began to purr, and then Kurama's voice, which was much softer than before, spoke again, saying, "Try the wind technique you've been practicing." Naruto turned his back on Anko and Tenzo, created seals, and let out a powerful gust of wind, saying, "Futon, great breakthrough." The enormous trees in the forest of death began to tremble from the powerful explosion, and as Anko and Tenzo stood there, stunned by the genin's power play, Naruto turned back to them and flashed his savage teeth. Anko blurted, "Damn, I'm jealous of Hinata," which made Naruto laugh. "How about a spar?" Naruto proposed, and she nodded while taking a combat stance. Tenzo leaped aside to give them room as Naruto lunged with incredible speed. In an instant, Anko blocked multiple blows from Naruto, each of which rang out with force. "Strong, every hit has strength, and I can feel it hurting," she pondered. Anko disappeared during Naruto's subsequent attack, right before his fist made contact, leaving a log in her place that flew into a tree and bore the mark of his fist. A crimson chakra enveloped Naruto's form, enveloping him in its ferocious aura. He disappeared in an instant, only to resurface perched on a branch above the retreating Anko. With a predatory grace, he dove toward her, his leg arching down in a forceful blow. Anko's reflexes took over, and she barely avoided the blow, seeing Naruto's leg leave a deep mark in the ground. Her eyes grew wide when she saw his change, the swishing tail that revealed his inner beast, the boiling red chakra, and the fox-like ears that emerged. She summoned a flurry of snakes and disappeared, using the Kawarami no Jutsu to get out of the fight. Naruto merged with the ground to create seals for Headhunter no Jutsu. Hiding behind a tree, Anko prepared her kunai with an explosive tag. "How did he find me so quickly?" She threw the peppered kunai at Naruto as he emerged from beneath her. The ignited tag loomed dangerously close to Anko, and her eyes snapped open as Naruto, with reflexes sharpened by Kurama's chakra, snatched the kunai from the air and redirected it back towards her with an incredible feat of speed. Boom. With concern written on his face, Naruto approached Anko, who was sitting beneath a tall tree with Tenzo by her side. The smoke from the explosion shot skyward, and he used the Shunshin no Jutsu to escape the smoke cloud. "How are you doing?" "Holding back, ever heard of it, kid? You know, I'm still a girl. Or is that affection only for your girlfriend?" Anko teased, the clothing around these severely burned wounds, her reddened limbs marked with scratches from which blood slowly oozed. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just training, relax." "Mishaps occur," Anko cut in, her voice steady despite the hurt. Assisting Anko to stand, Tenzo said, "I'll take Anko-san to the hospital. Training for today is over." With a weak laugh, Anko said, "Hee hee, next time, Tenzo and I will be fighting together. Let's see how you'll fare." Tenzo used the Shunshin no Jutsu to quickly seal them away, leaving behind nothing but swirling leaves. Naruto clenched his fist, feeling the remaining power coursing through it as the chakra surrounding him vanished, revealing his familiar features once more. A voice spoke in his head, "Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. She underestimated your speed and used a kunai herself. She won't make the same error the next time." A bear of great size charged at Naruto, but he easily avoided the attack by disappearing into a whirlwind of leaves. Naruto pondered in silence, the weight of the day's events sinking in his heart. For a few minutes, he stood motionless in the clearing, his senses sharpened. At the 14th training ground, 4 different people stood in a pretty meadow. 2 had bowl haircuts, thick eyebrows, and bright green spandex. A third had long dark hair and pale eyes. A fourth had a quiet strength. And the only girl, wearing a blue kippao and her hair in 2 buns, had a slightly sad expression on her face. Suddenly, Naruto appeared next to them, his approach signaled by a whirl of leaves and a sly smile that said, "Yo." Tenten's face immediately brightened. "Naruto-kun, I was surprised to see you here today. My teacher had a sudden problem. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, a genin of Team 7, so I'm free for the entire day," Naruto said, bowing to the others. With recognition in his eyes, the older man exclaimed, "Team 7? Kakashi's team? Is he doing okay?" "Okay, Kakashi-sensei. I've been training with another teacher because we're just taking a break following a mission," Naruto explained. The man leaned in, intrigued, asking what wind had brought him to our grounds. With a gentle touch on Naruto's shoulder, Tenten spoke up, saying, "Naruto has been training in the Forest of Death. Though he's younger, I think he's pretty strong." "You speak of the Forest of Death?" Guy shook hands and pondered. "A challenging area indeed. If you can stand it, of course, you can join our training." He had a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Might Guy is my name." Grinning, Naruto said, "I'll give it my all, Guy-sensei." With a smile as bright as his spandex, Rock Lee stepped forward and said, "Rock Lee, nice to meet you, Naruto-san." Lee's excitement was mirrored by Naruto's smile. "Pleasure's all mine." The final man simply acknowledged with a nod, "Hyuga Neji." "Oh, by some chance, you're not related to Hinata-chan?" The question from Naruto lingered in the air, causing Tenten to sharply inhale and narrowing Neji's eyes. Neji answered in a measured tone, "She's my cousin," after a brief pause. Naruto laughed and grinned broadly, saying, "What a coincidence. Hinata-chan's family is someone I've been meaning to talk to for a while, but she's been evasive. I'm her boyfriend, by the way."
Fate seems to have plans of its own, Neji said, causing Team 9 to sigh in unison. Tenten's worry was evident as his eyes grew wide.
"What are you trying to say?" "All I'm saying is that you came here by fate, in order for me to prevail when we fight," Neji said. "Dead?" The group let out another exhale as Naruto repeated, his expression unreadable, "I'm open to a challenge, but I don't believe in predestined outcomes." They were well aware of Neji's unwavering belief in fate. Neji assumed a fighting stance, his eye veins clearly visible, and said, "Why do you say that?" Everyone winced except for Neji when Naruto said, "Because just 10 minutes ago, I accidentally injured my teacher during training." Maintaining his practice stance, he continued, "If that was fate, then it's a fate I'd rather not have." His expression remained emotionless and stoic. Playful and light, Kurama's voice chimed in Naruto's mind, "Maybe we'll get to test my chakra in battle after all." "I'm not sure," Naruto whispered to himself. Guy declared emphatically, "This will be a taijutsu-only match," as he moved forward. "Weapons, genjutsu, and ninjutsu are not allowed. As the judge, I reserve the right to end the fight at any time if one of the competitors is unable to continue. The match ends when that happens. Are the 2 of you prepared?" He saw their nods and swiftly retreated. "Begin." Neji moved quickly to close the distance and unleash a barrage of blows, but Naruto stayed motionless, allowing him to deflect each one with deft wrist movements. Naruto countered with a high kick that was aimed at Neji's side, but he quickly withdrew his leg after observing that Neji was prepared to counter with a soft fist move. Instead, he launched a barrage of punches that were expertly blocked at Neji's torso, and Naruto jumped back to put some distance between them. Guy shook his chin thoughtfully and said, "He's skilled with a Byakugan user." Was he slugging Hinata-san perhaps? Tenten and Lee, meanwhile, watched the duel with tucked-in faces of expectation. Neji moved forward again, his blows accurate but ineffective against Naruto's skillful sidesteps and counters. Naruto quickly exchanged blows with Neji, deflecting his arm to create a blind spot. Despite Neji's awareness of the Byakugan's sight, he still saw an approaching leg strike and brought his other hand up to block. Naruto then changed the trajectory of his attack, aiming for Neji's leg with greater speed. Too quickly, Neji realized, and before he could get his leg out of the way, he took a powerful blow to his leg that knocked him off balance. Naruto then used that unbalance to his advantage, sending Neji reeling with a solid punch to his jaw. Neji attempted a blind and desperate counterattack, but Naruto sidestepped and delivered another kick to his shoulder, then a quick blow to his cheek, causing Neji to stumble back and make a kneeling motion. With that, Naruto was about to strike Neji in the temple one last time when he suddenly turned to face Guy and said, "I think that's enough for a spar." Guy grinned and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Naruto-kun, your spirit blazes with youth." Lee and Tenten walked up, admiration gleaming in their eyes as they said, "Wow, you truly outperformed him." "I already had quite an experience with the Byakugan," Naruto said, feeling a little embarrassed. He held out his hand to Neji, who looked at him expectantly. "Why withhold the last blow?" Neji asked. "Lol, imagine telling Hinata-chan that her cousin was knocked out by me. Your discussion of fate annoyed me, but it's not a justification for going too far in a friendly disagreement." Guy and Lee were clearly touched, their eyes gleaming with tears. "Such ardor, we have to tend to this budding fire," Guy cried out. With a vigorous nod, Lee said, "Yeah, Guy-sensei, let's do 100 laps around Konoha with just one hand in remembrance of Naruto-san's fiery spirit. And 10,000 one-armed push-ups will be our punishment if we fail." Guy's statement reverberated with conviction. Lee shot back just as vehemently, "You're right, Guy-senpai." "Lee?" "Guy-sensei." "Lee." A beautiful sunset appeared behind them as they embraced in a dramatic show of friendship. Naruto, thinking this was a genjutsu, attempted, albeit half-heartedly, to break the illusion. Tenten, who was watching Naruto with flushed cheeks, sighed as she thought of Hinata and said, "Don't even try, their bond is beyond illusions." With a smile that showed off his slightly elongated canine teeth, Naruto turned to face Tenten-chan. "Your team's spirit is as energetic as you said," he said. Her mind racing, she blushed and asked herself, were his teeth always that sharp? And those furrows? No, pay attention, it's him. Guy and Lee approached, still grinning, saying, "We're heading out to refine our youthful flames. Naruto-kun is now in your care, Tenten-chan." Guy gave the order, "Select to spar or join our regular training," and he and Lee disappeared from the clearing. Naruto questioned, leading Neji to a tree's shadowed area, "What's next?" "After seeing your fight with Neji, sparring seems less appealing. Let's stick to the usual drills," Tenten joked, her earlier embarrassment dissipating. Naruto pouted a little, which made Tenten laugh. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hokage, Kakashi, Tenzo Anko, and the third Hokage surrounded a crystal ball that displayed a picture of Naruto. Gripping her bandaged arm, Anko couldn't help but smile bitterly. That bastard had it coming. "Naruto-san did the right thing by stopping the final attack," added Tenzo. With a kind grin and his eyes focused on the crystal ball, the Hokage said, "Naruto's development is evidence of his perseverance. Although I usually avoid meddling in Jonin-sensei's training techniques, I owe it to Minato to make sure his legacy is preserved. Not as the village's misfit, but as a hero, was Naruto's intended perception." Anko said, "I was curious. Naruto really does look like the fourth, doesn't he? Is he his son?" After giving Anko a quick glance, Kakashi turned to face the Hokage and said, "No, Anko-kun." The Hokage told her, "Naruto-kun is one of many orphans who lost their parents during the Nine Tails attack. Anyhow, I want to support his growth as much as I can." The Hokage's eyes narrowed. "I thought he could become a strong Chunin before the next Chunin exam, so I started his training with clones," the Hokage shared. "But he can accomplish much more with his training method," Kakashi went on. Normally, genin aren't taught any techniques due to a lack of basic knowledge, but Naruto easily covered all the necessary basics with his clones, Anko said, collapsing into a sofa next to the Hokage's desk. I take it the other members of Team 7 offered strategies to add a little balance. Tenzo gave a nod, saying he has superb chakra control. He could still direct chakra with amazing precision for techniques, even with the Nine Tails chakra, which should seriously disrupt him. Sasuke and Sakura acquired their skills via personal accomplishments. Naruto's training helped them advance significantly, as stated by Kakashi, who was seated next to Anko. Naruto's taijutsu skills have improved to the extent that he can now defeat Sasuke without the use of his Sharingan. The clones have an extraordinary ability to memorize enemy stances and attacks, which helps them quickly adapt in combat. He even began creating his own style of taijutsu, using clones for fighting. Additionally, they assist him in learning fuinjutsu and ninjutsu. Therefore, he has greatly succeeded in wind nature transformation and made great strides in fuinjutsu. He trains 5 days a week in extremely difficult conditions thanks to the regeneration from the Nine Tails, and after 2 days he is already fully prepared to train again, Kakashi observed. Seeing that Kakashi's hand was reaching for his book, Anko did everything she could to stop him. She wrapped her arm around his and pressed it to her chest, whispering, "How soon do you think Naruto can reach your level in fuinjutsu, Kakashi-kun?" in an extremely seductive tone. Even though his face was covered, Kakashi clearly blushed before gathering his courage to say, "It depends on him and on Tenzo-kun, but even if he continues learning fuinjutsu without clones, he should already be at incredible heights in about a year." However, with clones, "Incredible heights?" Anko whispered as she moved closer to his ear, causing all the men in the room to blush a little. "You certainly think highly of your highly competent Kakashi-kun." "Well, can you continue, Anko-kun? Is this in a different room?" Following our meeting, Hokage made an effort to ease the sexual tension within the workplace. "TCH," she said, pulling away from Kakashi, who sighed with relief and gave her a sly smile. To defeat the Sharingan wielder in taijutsu is a great achievement, considering they are the same age, praised Naruto's abilities Tenzo. To defeat the Byakugan wielder, who is also older in pure taijutsu, is even more incredible result. He can easily become a Jonin if he is allowed to use the Nine Tails chakra, Anko said. However, as Kakashi looked at her, she squinted her eyes and said, "Just try to say that I'm not a full-fledged Jonin and see what happens." "I was just concerned that while you were rubbing against me, you might have damaged the bandages," said Kakashi, giving the Hokage a scratch on his head. The Hokage stepped in and said, "Thank you for sharing your thoughts with me. Tenzo, I have some news for you. You have given the Anbu immeasurable service, and you have made incalculable contributions to the village, but I believe the time has come to pass on your knowledge to the following generation." The realization opened Anko's and Kakashi's eyes. "Konoha needs shinobi like you to guide and train our young ninja to become protectors of our future. I appoint you as an additional sensei for Team 7. Your primary responsibility is to keep an eye on Konoha's safety and Naruto's growth." From Naruto. After giving the Hokage a quick scratch on the head, Kakashi asked, "Do you really think this is a wise decision? Tenzo, the greatest operator in history, is an invaluable asset to Anbu." Tenzo immediately landed on one knee and bowed his head to the ground. "Remove your mask. From now on, your name is Yamato." The Hokage assured him, "Konoha can handle the absence of one operative, even the best one," getting up from the chair and removing a Jonin vest from under the table. After taking off his mask gradually to show his face, "Tenzo, now," Yamato said, "take this vest and approach your new responsibilities with diligence," according to the Hokage. A sequence of slow claps sounded in the room, and all the men turned to face Anko. The Hokage squinted his eyes at her, and she grabbed Kakashi's hand once more, trying to hide behind him this time. A few days afterward, Training Ground 4. "Enough already," Kurenai grinned broadly as she exclaimed. As soon as Kiba, Shino, and Hinata finished another training session with Naruto, there were sounds of falling from across the clearing. Hinata looked up at her boyfriend, who was using the towel Kurenai flung at him to wipe his face. Her gaze slid down his face and dropped lower to his abs and chest that gleamed with sweat. She looked up at him again and blushed deeply, realizing that he was staring at her, and a smirk adorned his face. He lifted his hand abruptly, and another towel, thanks to Kurenai, came flying in the direction of it. Calmly approaching Hinata, who was unable to take her eyes off his blue eyes, he sat down next to her, his sly grin turning into a kind smile. "How are you doing?" Wiping the beads of perspiration that collected on her face, he questioned. With love and tenderness in his eyes, she nodded while maintaining eye contact. She moved her gaze to his lips and gave them a small lick. How much she wished. Then, out of nowhere, Naruto bent to whisper in her ear, "Not in front of the team, Hinata-chan." Kiba, observing this scene, laughed and got up awkwardly, helping Shino to his feet and grinning at Kurenai. "We're going." She laid her head on his shoulder and sighed sadly. "We both have our schedules for the remainder of the day set." Kurenai grinned and nodded before standing up and saying, "I suggest going to the hot springs," to Naruto, who had put his arms around Hinata and prepared to use Shunshin. "I've heard that couples can now access mixed springs." With a mischievous smile, Naruto said, "I want Hinata-chan all to myself. I don't want others to see her." Hinata wrapped her arms around his neck and hid her face in the crook of his neck. He vanished into the whirl of leaves after saying this, leaving Kurenai to sigh. "Maybe I should try to find Asuma. I want to give him a long, bear hug." Beyond Training Ground 4. While waiting to ask Hinata a question, Naruto paused briefly on a tree when something unexpected fell on him from above. He ducked to the side, shivering, and exclaimed, "Why didn't you catch me?" As he watched Anko fall face first onto a branch, with a semi-sarcastic tone, she demanded, "I already have my hands full." Anko's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and she held a bottle of sake and said, "Nobody has free hands for Anko-chan." Naruto sighed as he walked over to Anko, set Hinata down, and the two of them assisted her in getting up. Hinata had been observing Anko with concern.
How did it happen, Anko-san? Hinata inquired nicely.
"I got into a fight with Kurenai-chan," Anko sighed. With a raised eyebrow, Naruto said, "But she was only here for training." With a cocked head, Anko said, "It was the day before yesterday." Hinata gave Anko a startled look and said, "So you've been drinking since then?" Anko gave a nod. Naruto looked at Hinata, and the two of them nodded at the same time. Then Anko and Naruto vanished into the whirlwind of leaves. A few minutes later, Anko's house. Anko refused to go to sleep after Naruto and Hinata had placed her on the bed, so they stayed and heard her tale. "We were in a relationship, and she simply..." And then that moron Asuma, Anko reached for the bottle that Naruto had taken away with an unclear mumble. "You and Kurenai-sensei were dating?" Hinata inquired, feeling uneasy about her presence. With a nod, Anko said, "I loved her." "And the reason she dumped you was?" Naruto inquired. "Because she believes our partnership is flawed," Anko let out a startled cry. "And then this blockhead arrived, and she instantly fell in love with him." Naruto placed his hand on Anko's shoulder and grinned slightly, saying, "Anko-sensei, you're one of the best people I know." Hinata and Naruto exchanged another look and sighed. "Don't be hard on yourself. Observing you in this state hurts." Anko made a cute crying face and looked at him, sobbing. When Naruto and Hinata saw that, they gave her a tight hug. Anko sobbed on either of their shoulders for 5 more minutes before passing out. Leaning her hand over Anko's cheek, Hinata sighed and laid him to sleep, uttering a slightly melancholic, "Now I'll worry about her." With his head resting on Hinata's shoulder, Naruto gave her a bear hug and remarked, "She's strong, she'll get through this." Touching his fingers with hers, Hinata said, "But what if she doesn't? She declared her deep love for Kurenai-sensei." Didn't expect such a turn from Kurenai-sensei, Naruto said, giving her a small nod on the shoulder. However, I believe Anko-sensei will find a new match, he said with a slightly sly smile.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.